Testing. Are we live? Wait, I think it's live. Yo, yes, it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure to subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watches and main channel if you ever miss anything. And first link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and real estate course. But man, I'm already thinking about what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the hawkish tilt. You already got a couple of Fed speakers today. Bullard even came on. Even Goldman Sachs, a couple of the banks. They're increasing their targets for rate hikes. We got to hear from Powell yesterday. Right now, I mean, the market's not looking too bad pre-market, but the bonds are moving, and it is moving at a very big pace. Fed futures keep going lower, so we're going to see how the rest of the day plays out, but bank stocks are already reacting. People are going to be talking about bonds. You got about 2 or 3 Fed speakers today, so we're going to see what happens, but now a lot of people are talking here about rates. We have not gotten any updates here out of Ukraine or anything like that, so we'll see how that plays out, but for the most part here, it is going to be all about bonds as we get going, and commodities and oil are still going crazy. So we got a lot to talk about. You also have a couple of earnings. Yeah, you're going to have Adobe. Nike did good there after hours, and that brought up a lot of sentiment, a lot of positivity. And there's also one more, I think. I think it was Baba, not earnings, but they raised their buyback by like $10 billion. So that ended up being good. But we're going to see how it plays out. There's probably going to be a lot of opportunities today. I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about bonds. If you did not watch the watch list, or if you have not checked out any of our videos, related to the Fed futures, you might want to check it out. Again, it is going to be very, very important, but we will see what happens. Get ready for the bonds. Get ready for the yields. Get ready for the Fed. It's going to be exciting. But ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. How are you feeling, baby? What's going on? What's up, Malone? Good morning. Good morning, Casey. Good morning, Ace. Good morning, Charles. There it is. Oh, wake up. Wake up, Chad. What's up, Leah? Oh, bless, brother. I hope so, Mr. O'Neill. I hope so. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Woods. Good morning, Jaria. What's up, Caribou? What's up, Mr. Boeing? Oh, how y'all feeling? Y'all feeling good? Mr. Levi, Yusuf. I got Kyle Parsons in the morning. We got Lorraine, Life of Q3. Oh, we got Patrick Pilney. That's my guy right there. What's up, baby? What's up, Jelani? What's up, Evan? What's up, Lil John? Yeah. So, David. Oh, what's up, baby? Mr. Canton. Mr. Mosby. Good morning, Mr. Newen. Oh, good morning. Woo! Oh, you guys feel good? Are you ready for this? Happy Monday? I'm just kidding. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday already. Yesterday didn't feel like Monday. Was that just me? Like, yesterday did not feel like Monday. I don't know what it was. Yesterday felt like Sunday. I don't know. It kind of, oh, you're in drive, baby. I know. I think I woke up in overdrive. That's why I'm like, man, how's it? It's already. I was like, it's not even. That's crazy. That's good. David, I tried. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It said D Dave. You see, at least you know where I'm coming. David, what's up, baby? Good morning. Good morning. Are you balling in silver? Yeah, I think some of y'all misinterpreted that video yesterday. The silver thing was just like a joke, and I've always had it on my desk. So it's not like, some people thought I was like subliminally messaging to buy silver and gold. That wasn't really it, but I feel you, though. But let's see. Morning, you feel me? You feel me? I feel you, baby. I feel you. Do you feel me? Let's go. It's 6:17 a.m. If your attitude better be good in the morning, baby, you better smile. You better smile in the morning, man. You better smile. But yeah, anyway, so let's see how this plays out. Chad, just be careful. God bless you. All I care about right now is bonds. Bonds and where the Fed futures go from here. That is what is going to be key, my friend. That is what is going to be key. So, excuse me. What do we got here? Global bond sell-off deepened after Jerome Powell struck a more hawkish tone on the Fed's campaign against high inflation. Equity futures rose, along with stocks in Europe and Asia, and the dollar was little changed. Oil fluctuated while gold fell. Treasuries are set for their worst ever quarter after Powell said the Fed is prepared to hike rates by 50 basis points at the next meeting if needed. The gap between the 5-year and 30-year yields, widely watched as a potential harbinger of recession if it inverts, is the narrowest since 2007, and the 10-year climbed to the highest level since May 2019. You have not, the last time you saw bonds this high or TLT this low, you never even heard of TLT play. You know that? Isn't that crazy? Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, they don't feel me. That's crazy. Pretty weird that bonds are not affecting the market yet. Well, that's why I'm saying it's a signal. It's a sig. You don't need to wait for it. And you see what I'm saying? It's there. It's going to get crazy. But Goldman, they turned more hawkish. It now expects a 50 basis point hike in both May and June, with increases of 25 basis in the other 4 meetings this year and 3 more in the first 9 months of 2023. Today's speakers are John Williams, Mary Dolly, and Loretta Mester. Global investors think that central banks are behind the curve of fighting inflation. In a weekly survey by Bloomberg's Market Live, 73% said either all or most banks in developed markets haven't done enough. Womp, womp, womp. Russia's latest country paid a $66 million coupon on sovereign debt maturing in 2029. Credit Bank of Moscow said it fulfilled obligations to make coupon payment on $500 million in bonds of September 2026. Russian refiners are trimming their output, exacerbating a shortfall in European diesel supply. Gunfire Group CEO Tom Dvorak said Google may lose its foothold in Russia amid tensions over YouTube. It hasn't shut its office there, but it has begun moving staff from the country. LME is talking with governments about whether it should keep allowing Russian metal to be delivered into warehouse networks, said CEO Matthew Chamberlain. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov reiterated that peace talks are going more slowly and less substantially than we would like. Ukraine accuses Russia of negotiating in bad faith and continuing to bombard cities. President Zelensky said Ukraine forces were still holding Russian troops at bay on the fronts. Germany proposed a Marshall Plan to help Ukraine rebuild when the war ends. Signs of stability. Nickel didn't go limit down on the LME for the first time since trading. Prices fell more than 8% below $30,000 a ton, a level some traders said was needed to draw in buyers and trigger relatively normal business again. Price limits should prevent the metal squeeze, said Matthew Chamberlain. Credit Suisse urged a U.S. judge to support its claim for SoftBank's international records related to the collapse of Greensill. SMBC Nikko would be indicted by Tokyo prosecutors, alleged market manipulation. Alibaba jumps in Hong Kong after ramping up share buyback to $25 billion. Archegos has built a stake in Deutsche Bank before its collapse, the Financial Times reported. It built the position via derivatives in 2019 and was sold by the end of 2020 before the hedge fund's demise. Prologis is said to have bid more than $23 billion for Mileway, a portfolio of European warehouses owned by Blackstone. Nike jumped after earnings beat expectations before the bell. Carnival's demand may rebound by tempered rising fuel costs. Xiaomi's sales may benefit from a better product mix. And then aftermarket, Adobe's cloud, their document cloud, is in focus amid slowing growth. Buffett balked at Goldman fees. The quirky price of $8.48 a share, 02 at Berkshire Hathaway is paying for Allegheny, is meant to telegraph Warren's disdain for Wall Street fees. In this case, Allegheny's divider, the price subtracts roughly $27 million for Goldman, with Buffett cautioning he did not want to pay the bank's fees, a person familiar said. Subvariant BA2 accounts for 50 to 70% of U.S. cases. Is that the new one? Is BA? That's Delta Con, right? Well, they keep saying subvariant BA2. That's the new one, right? I don't know because I just keep seeing it now. But that is 50 to 70% of U.S. cases. Estimates based on sequencing suggest infections are dropping nationwide, but climbing in New York, and BA2 is spreading rapidly in parts of Europe. China should stick with its COVID-zero strategy, a virus expert said. Cathay plans an inbound Hong Kong flight every 2 weeks from 9 countries to avoid local penalties. Amid all the inversion concerns, Powell himself yesterday pointed to the far more favorable-looking short end of the Treasury curve as more telling. His preferred spread between the current 3-month bill rate and the bets of where that will be in 18-month derived from the forward market. So literally yesterday, Powell said the 2 years and 10 years don't matter. He said watch the 3-month and 18-month, which kind of interesting. I don't know if I necessarily agree, so we'll see. But 9 a.m. today, USTR Thai meets with UK's Trevelyan. 9:10 New York Fed Werfel speaks. 9:15 ECB Lagarde. 10 a.m. U.S. March Richmond Fed Manufacturing. 10:35 Fed Williams takes part in a BIS panel discussion. 11:15 BOE Cunliffe speaks. 11:30 52-week bond auction. 1 p.m. ECB Lane speaks. 2 p.m. Fed Dolly. And then 5 p.m. Fed Mester. And then earnings include Adobe. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Justin Trudeau government is close to an agreement with opposition power that would keep his Liberals in party until 2025. The Liberals and New Democratic Party struck a tentative deal that would see the NDP support the government in confidence votes in exchange for advancing policies including national dental care and drug programs, the CBC reported. Texas firefighters gained the upper hand over wildfires and as it closed in on urban centers, and residents of Dallas and Austin sought shelter from tornado. That's a hard one to say. The largest cluster of blaze was 60% contained yesterday. Euro area inflation will be higher for longer. That's what ECB Vice President Luis de Guindos said. Duende? What? China's top Russia envoy urged Chinese business people in Moscow to seize economic opportunities created by the crisis, a strategy that may help it soften the blow from sanctions. Zhang Hona on Sunday told about a dozen businesses heads to fill the void in the local market. The Russia Confucius Culture Promotion Association said on its official WeChat account. Several central banks in the BIS delivered prototypes to common digital currency platforms that has potential to make cross-border payments more efficient. U.S. slaps visa limits on Chinese officials. Commodities gyrated between gains and loss. WTI fell below 112, while U.S. natural gas futures edged higher. Nickel, more than 75 contracts traded by 11:15 a.m. in London. More than combined volume seen on copper, aluminum, and zinc. Precious metals slipped. Soybeans and wheat climbed. Microsoft and Activision on March 3rd each received a request for additional information and documentary material in connection with the FTC review of their deal. Singapore Press Holdings shareholders approved a takeover proposed by Cuscaden Peak, a group led by hotel tycoon Bang Sang, which involves or values the company at $2.9 billion. Okta fell after hacking group Lapsus claimed it gained access to its system privileges. Okta, which manages user authentication for thousands of firms, said it contained an attempted hack in January but has not seen evidence of ongoing activity. Lapsus also touted alleged leaks for employee accounts for LG and source code for Microsoft Bing. Evergrande's property service unit is investigating how $2.1 billion of deposits were used as security for a third-party pledge guarantee. What time is it? 6:25. Disney meets with staff after overcry over Florida LGBTQ bill. Chinese air travel faces mass cancellations after plane crash. Adidas and Puma shares rise after Nike beats in all regions. Procter & Gamble raised to buy at Truist. Ex-Solomon Brothers bond trader featured in Liar's Poker said 6 women who accused him of beating and drugging them was consensual, and this is a case of experienced adult. Looking to buy in New York City, Rupert Murdoch is listing a pair of condos in the Flatiron District for $78 million. Phil Mickelson will miss the Masters for the first time in 28 years. He's been out of public view since his controversial remarks about the Saudi-funded rival league in the PGA Tour. And then here, on this day in history, the Slave Trade Act of 1794 was signed into law by George Washington, prohibiting American ships from engaging in the international slave trade. In 1800, Congress strengthened it by sharply raising the fines and awarding informants the entire value of the ship seized. Damn, they gave you the whole value if you snitched? Okay. Federal outlawing of the importation of slaves in the U.S. was enacted in 1807, and the domestic trade in owning became illegal in the 13th Amendment in 1865. That's kind of good. That sounds good. 1865, the more you know. Now, 1794, snitches get ships. That's good. That's good. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time. It's time, baby. It is time. It is time. Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we do anything, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to the people who sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you are doing. And big shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, the truckers, all the public service out there making things move smoothly, baby. God bless you and thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, let's go. Liberty and justice. Oh, like the video. Say hello. Get your America hat on. Even if you don't have an America hat, it's okay. We still love you. Get ready. The Jets have been sent. It's already an active Tuesday. Oh, man. Oh, man. Stretch a little bit. Get ready. Stretch the upper back. Hopefully you got push-ups in a little. Oh, but get ready for it, baby. Get ready. Get ready. Powell is going off today. You already have a couple people. Again, right now from Goldman Sachs, already got banks pricing in a little bit more, down to the bond market making one of the biggest moves. Right now, with the market up, the market is still yet to respond. So we will see what happens. I got a couple plays I'm looking at. I'm going to have Nike, Adobe, Boeing, NVIDIA, Okta, RailX, and Amazon. Nike earnings, so is Adobe. We still got that one play. I think Okta, they're the ones that got hacked. And then there's another one with earnings. I think it was Rail. They did good on the earnings. And then I'm going to still watch the commodity plays and some of the ones we had from yesterday. Round one. Fight. And then we still got the Boeing. Yeah, JP Morgan looks great right now. And this is because of the banks. So right now, or with the bonds. If the bonds keep going lower, you may see financials benefit, but we have watched that we've watched that trade reverse by the end of the day. So just watch out for that. That's the only thing. Ford. Boeing went green. Ford is up 1.5. Okta. Yeah, Okta's down 8. Don't forget, you have Nike. Let me know, too, about the Adobe. I'd watch that play. Nike's up 5. Nike, I think we played Nike last quarter. Remember, it had a big run-up, but I don't know if it'll hold, so watch out for that. Did those get filled? All right, I'll take it. Kind of expensive. Oh, someone got the other ones for 10 cents. I grabbed a really, really cheap Nike right there. I didn't know if it'd get filled. Spent $30. GTLV. Watch the commodities again. See if anything goes crazy from any of those. Where's Adobe? Adobe's moving. The premiums were high yesterday after hours, but we'll see if those start to move. Did the squares come up, or is that just the premium? And then China plays moved up. EWZ's up 100. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with a Nike April 14th, and I bought the play for less than 10 cents. I just went for the cheap ones. Somebody just got them way cheaper. So the chain, already, that thing already dropped 50% already. But it's only at like 5 to 8 cents on the Nike chain. I thought I'd grab it. I spent $30. Thought it would be decent. MO. Ammo looks nice. Wells Fargo's up 3. Yeah, JP Morgan, again, rates right now. So with bonds and everything getting clapped. But JP Morgan stopped going up. They're up 1.6. But Wells Fargo does look nice finally. Trying to place all residents in Hawaii under lockdown. I don't know if the Wells Fargo plays are up, are they? Oh, that one play did go up. The April 14th one. And then the old ones are coming back to break even. So it's good if we could get that run. My call. Interesting. Apple Pop, HYG. I'd watch some of the banks. Wells Fargo starting to go. Let's check. MOS came down. Okta's on the high. They're the ones who got hacked. Nike's just holding up. Let's see. What's the other one? Boeing. Boeing's coming up 0.10. Tesla, all my Tesla plays are pretty clapped at this point. I don't think I made one in the last week or two. I went with Amazon instead. And Amazon's up. Algeria and China signed shareholder to invest $7 billion to produce 5.4 million tons of fertilizer. And then SPY's chilling out. What are we looking at? Hold on. What's the timing? We got 0.3 on the NASDAQ, 0.3, 0.4 on the SPY, 0.4 on the Dow. Everything seems to be about 0.5% across the board. Boeing's coming up. Watch it. The banks keep going. Again, JP Morgan at some of these levels, it gets good. We start looking at the higher end, but it seems like it's all bonds right now. Again, this is a crazy move on bonds. Way more bond volatility than stock volatility. So we'll see how this continues. Yeah, Ford ripping, MOS coming back up. The FXIs, those are up 4% now. EWZ too. Again, even the Ford plays came back up here too. Remember, we have those. Baba's up like 10% on the buyback or something. Is it still going? Yeah, Baba's up 12 now. Yeah, TLT is snitching. Again, or the Fed futures. I mean, I keep saying this. I said it on the yesterday. Every single day, I'm more and more confident in it. I think the Fed futures are leading. If they keep going lower or they stay here, I think eventually it's going to come back down and people are going to react to it. But right now, you're watching it real time, how people are pricing this in and how analysts and everybody is getting this. Now people are starting to talk about double rate hikes. People are saying now we could even go 9 rate hikes, 10 rate hikes in the next coming months. Everyone's gotten very, very increasingly hawkish just in the last couple days here. NEM green. Okay. Okay, I sold the final FXIs, still 100%, but I got out of them. I sold them out at 54. The old Wells Fargos have came up now. Even the contract that was down, that thing's starting to gas again. 4% there. It's looking very good. Again, rates are going nuts right now. So now we're watching the bank effect coming in play. So hopefully you guys can see that since the Fed and everything else. But now Wells Fargo's playing along. They might hold up today. We'll see. But SPY's coming up. I'm pretty sure financials are lifting it. It's 0.7. What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, financials are the leader. Communication. And then energy is the lagger here. And tech is like right in the middle. Square popping. Okay, did that sell? All right. I sold one of the two EWZs for 100%. Made the other one completely free. So again, I'm holding the final EWZ, but you could get 100%. Premiums are going up on that one too, though. It's still holding. Remember, that one has till June. And then the Wells Fargo are doing their thing. If Wells Fargo keeps going, that'll be good. Both April. I think Uber would need to come up a little bit, and then that's it. EWZ falling. Longeveron upward, no gas to fuel it. Let's see. Remember, that was going crazy the other day with their patent stuff. It just looks kind of dead right now. Zim on the high. There's Amazon. Watch the banks. Watch TLT. Again, TLT is still moving 1% today. We're about 0.5%. Tech is 0.68. But everything's kind of equal right now. Yeah, NVIDIA, they have their investor day, so we'll keep our eye out for that. I'm sure there'll be headlines. First or maybe like third little red candle there. Why is market up a little more with rates and Fed futures? It hasn't. I don't think it's hit yet. Pretty much, I think people are still thinking things are priced in. And eventually, that's what I'm saying. I think the Fed futures keep moving. Bonds are starting off the quarter in a wild way. It'll eventually you'll get a reaction. We need it to move to a whole new regime essentially, but it's getting there. No, there's NVIDIA selling off. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, corn ended up dropping. Oil even came down. You accidentally hit dislike. How you gonna do me like that, bro? It's okay. I still love you. Wait, what just happened? Okay, I need to log into the long term. Let's take our assessment. Walgreens up too. That's what's weird about today. A lot of the value plays are actually kind of hitting still. It makes it very interesting. Yeah, like Ultra is doing good. I wanted to see JP Morgan. Where was it? 9% so far, and then I need it to go crazy here. Banks are good. All the Wells Fargo plays are up now, so every single one. But that's a big key, I'd say. Keep your eye on too. Just keep your eye on commodities. Don't let that one sneak in there. Again, a lot of them are kind of doing their thing. They're kind of right at the cusp, about down 1%. But energy is the lagger on the day. MO. I know I was gonna buy some more MO, but they started running up over there. If MO comes down, we might be able to. But that's a big move. They're getting right back to 54 again. Remember, that's a very, very big level. And then Nike. I think the Nike play was a dud. That was $30. Yeah, that one was a dud. CIRN, cybersecurity. There was one. Which one was it? It was a cyber. I don't know if it was Okta. There was a cybersecurity stock in the morning. I forgot. I think Rail, they had good earnings. The Adobe, I'm surprised the Adobe ones weren't moving. You saw how they moved yesterday, but if Adobe keeps coming up, eventually they will. But they're like the same price as yesterday. Ukraine raises equivalent of 206 in fourth war bond auction. Zim 8%. MOX Divi on the 23rd. Yeah. Shout out to Divi. We love it. Watch some of the commodities, see how they play up. Again, there's Adobe. Are the banks still rocketing? Yeah. TLT's coming down, though, bro. Bonds are going lower. So watch out here because, again, every single point lower than we get here, we haven't been here in a couple of years. And that's what I'm saying. The pretty much the further we go down, more likely the market's going to respond. Even for the last day or so, even with the headlines, there's been a difference. But hopefully you realize the banks are moving with it. So we're going to watch here, but keep your eye on bonds. The bigger the move, probably the more likely you'll get an impact, but we'll see. TLT goes down. Does the market go down? Not usually, but I think here at this moment, if TLT keeps going down and then the Fed futures and pretty much in the last 24 hours, people's expectations of the Fed are changing, or what people are pricing into the bond market, it is changing rapidly. So, again, Powell came out yesterday, sounded like a hawk this morning. Barkin and everybody else, Bullard, they all just sounded very, very hawkish. And now you're watching a 5% move in banks as bonds are hitting a new high and everybody's starting to forecast. We could even have multiple double rate hikes. We could have double rate hikes. So coming down a little bit, though. We'll see. Banks are still going. Hawkish means less accommodative. It's like bearish in the monetary policy sense, I guess is the best way to explain it. The square coming down. Yeah, the square, all the Wells Fargo calls are up. So the second one should be up 100%. The other ones are up about 30%. The ones that were graveyarded first. TLT's coming down. Banks still going up. Again, there's JP Morgan. Apple's starting to come down. Amazon, they're only up 0.47. Again, watch if commodities, if anything of that nature comes back to life. Altria is still going to 54. Yeah, even the Fords went up there too. Altria is nice. AMD, Boeing, Pop. Oh, I haven't looked at Boeing yet. And then we have that play. AMD went down. Boeing, they're up 0.93. Ford had something. It's Ford and like Ford and the other guy. I think GM. Is dovish or hawkish better for real estate? It doesn't matter in the short term. You know, we've talked about the Fed and all that. But dovish and hawkish is kind of just more looking at the immediate for now. UVXY little pop. Guard says volumes of ruble in the stable coins is rising clearly. Ford, Square. Those squares need to come back a little bit. Nike kind of climbing. I don't know if those plays will come back to life, though. BA, again. Let me check. I think the premium's clapped already on that. But like I said on the watch, I'm probably going to come back into those Boeings. BA Super Pop. It's up 1.3. Nike about to hit high of the day. SPY right above VWAP. Did BNB come back? A little bit. Spotify's on the low. TLT coming down. Keep watching the banks. Just watch this trend until it stops. Eventually, TLT and the banks are going to stop at some point throughout the day. Let's see. Boeing, what am I down on? I'm down 8% on the place. Not too bad. The spreads are just wide. Bid drop 20. Ask is pretty much the same. But Boeing is going up. Again, he's still getting more run up there in the bank. What contract is that? All right, I sold out of one set of the Wells Fargo, the cheap ones that were graveyarded the week before, and then I have one about to be in the money, but I sold out of those. It was like 50%. The $60 calls, the ones near the money I'm holding. And then Boeing is still going. Boeing is going. Little bit chilling out there. Man, JP Morgan. That one play we had in the money. Remember, we flipped out to make the Wells Fargo free. But that JP Morgan's probably killing it. And then we have one more Wells Fargo. $55 call near the money. So we're going to be riding out. But now we're finally getting the delayed reaction there with the banks. UVXY still going. TLT coming down again. So keep watching. Boeing is starting to rocket a little bit there. What is it? Bank's about to take off. They already are. Again, they're the leader here on the market. Some of them now are getting back to some of the key levels that they were at before this. Like Wells Fargo's looking very good now. Wells Fargo's back in the range. JP Morgan did bad off of earnings, but they're about to get back up here. So it's looking nice. Boeing is taking off. Premiums haven't gotten too clapped just yet. Now they're dropping. Now it's 16%. And I'm still riding those out. Damn it, Boeing. Boeing, again, I think we're going to get delayed reactions with that one. I'm not really tripping on it. That's why I said if they go down a lot, I'm going to go right back into them. Here's Wells Fargo. Did Altria chill out here today? May premiums up 50% from yesterday. Yeah, all the banks. Wells Fargo, most of the contracts are up like 200%. Even the old ones that were better quality, they're all up 100% now. Big clap, Baba. I'm reloading. Bonds are keep going down. TLT again. You should keep watching the banks, or eventually the relationship will stop. Microsoft is selling off here, actually. Microsoft's kind of been guttered. Amazon's chilling. Very interesting. Square's taking off. Those old Square plays have came back too, but I'm just waiting for them to actually do something. TLT going down even lower. Snap is rocketing right now. Airbnb, a lot of growth. So watch out, because even value and energy and banks are doing good, but a lot of value names are actually kind of running in the mix to this. Yeah, Airbnb is about to get back to those high levels. The premiums are clapped on the B&Bs. They're down 50% from last time. Yeah, Snap got a big green. Airbnb too. Average. I might actually. I mean, honestly, those April ones, if you could either average down or go closer. I mean, I think they're decent. The Altria premiums are still expensive. Woke up to Wells Fargo. Yee. Remember, like I said, chances are you're probably gonna wind up in a position where you're gapping into plays. You're gapping up or down into them. Again, you saw it again yesterday. You saw it with commodity plays. Today, you got to witness it with the banks. Is weak considered growth? Kind of, for a little bit. Depends how you look at it. Why are plays red? It depends what you got. So, I mean, the Boeing plays are red, but I just took profit on like 3 or 4 different plays today. And then right now, don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I averaged down on one of the Airbnbs from last week. So the play I was down 50% on. I just bought 2 more and I lowered the average there. So don't trade that. Not a recommendation. April calls. Steel is moving. Yeah, I like steel. The premiums are expensive, though. Powell, I don't know if Powell's speaking today, but a couple of other people are. We have 2 different ones. Deer, any related to commodities. Yeah, our Ford plays came up, if you remember those. We got those Ford plays prior, and then they ended up coming down. Remember, I grabbed a small one. But those are starting to hit. Airbnb, again, that's the one we just went for. on the average down. We'll see if it breaks from here. Because remember, anything getting into 170 or higher, I mean, we were at like, what, 168 last time? April call was just Airbnb. Again, if you were watching the watch list, you should know which exact contract, but it's just a far out the money one. I was already down 50%, so I thought I'd grab another one. I only spent $50, so I grabbed more than one. I averaged down $50. I only put in $80 the first time. Brings it to like 120 total for the whole play. Yeah, Snap is, that's why I was like, Snap, a lot of these growth names are running. That's why it's like, if we see that play out today, I mean, it could be interesting, but it's like, we haven't even moved too much. It's like 0.75% down in S&P. So Wells Fargo chilling out. Looks like JP Morgan might catch up a little bit. Square goes up. Those plays go up. We're going to be good. Yeah, the Square plays are moving up right now. Damn, bro, this thing moves 6% a day. But yeah, Square's kind of breaking out there. JP Morgan chilling out a little bit. SPY a little cheekly at the top. And bonds have not hit a new low in like 5 to 7 minutes. Where's Amazon? I like the Squares, though. I need those to hold. Squares 300%. I'm still down. I'm break even. The plays are up. I feel you. They're up 300%, and I'm down. I'm like slightly up. My plays are up 116%, but I'm like down overall. Welcome to the volatility, baby. Welcome to the volatility. I grabbed an old earnings play on Square. Remember, day after, if we played the continuation, we kept this small. They had that like 15% move. If you've been holding it still, they were going up and down, and then now after this move, all of the options are up like 100 to 300%. But if you've been holding, you're pretty much at break even, slightly up. Amazon plays down right now, but it comes to life on the movement. Actually, Amazon, it's the same price on the ask, but the bid is lower. So it's like good and bad. Let's go at Airbnb. The plays on Airbnb, they're not going up the same way, though, like they were the other day. The premiums are actually kind of staying pinned. Big pop here on the SPY coming towards a new high. Big butter to the upside. Boeing crazy on bad news. Yeah, the play's already down like 20% now from yesterday. So a little bit bigger, but like we said many times, I'm going to come back into that one. I don't think the Boeing story, the Boeing is over, even though the Boeing keep a going. You know? Good. Bro, and then JP Morgan, this is why, remember I kept saying I wanted above 141? This is the reason why. You guys are seeing how it's just able to rally above that price. JP, there you go. There you go, JP. SPY wants 4,500. Oh, shit, that's the top, huh? Yo, we're at a new high, low-key. I didn't even think about that. Well, there you go. You may be. We might make the test to 450 today. 100%. 100%. Adobe, they're scamming us still. The calls are only up 10%. So I'm still holding them. We'll either sell out by the end of the day. You got Fed talk kind of towards the later of the day. Couple people, we even heard from some in the morning. Again, Bullard, the hawk, he came in double hawkish, and even Goldman Sachs, they have updated their Fed expectations, and those have priced in a double rate hike at double meetings, which is pretty wild. But markets like party. Who? If it holds, I mean, I just think if the Fed futures keep going down, bonds go crazy, the short-term bullishness, it's ignoring it. The market's ignoring what we're seeing right now, but I don't think they can ignore it for too long. So, but that's why, too, we're able to still take advantage of both sides here in the way. We're just lucky today. We're getting a nice bank stock run, and then the commodity plays are still holding up. If the Adobe premiums go above, they're starting to move on the ask. But if Adobe premiums start to pop off, let me know. The Amazonian, the Squarian, the Airbnb. Why you scam me, Airbnb? There you go. They're widening the spreads on the BNBs, but still. Hungary Central Bank flags bigger and longer rate hike cycle. You think the market won't believe it till they actually do? Maybe. And we still have a lot of time in before, but that's why it's like if we start pricing in 10 to 12 rate hikes, it's just going to be a different ball game again. That's what I'm worried about, and that's what we're seeing here is that we're already starting to price in our 9th rate hike on the Fed future. So we'll see where it goes from there, but it could say a lot. Airbnb still going. JP Morgan, Square 2. My Adobe, all the Adobes are green. Now they're going up on the bid a little bit. And just watch again. Bonds are moving 1.28, but you at least almost have a percentage out the stock market, which is good. AMD last chance. Adobe ACH still moving up. The premiums are kind of coming back to life. I still think that one's a dud, though. The Adobe play was from yesterday. Again, go on the watch list. We give the quick recap if you missed anything. Microsoft, even that was a nice bounce on Microsoft. See if Amazon, because those plays might come back to life now, but they're still holding down below the bid and ask. The Wells Fargos are holding up. The Squares are big on the spread. The Ford's gone up a nice amount. Palantir, HD lagging. A lot of things. Again, the real question from here is if we could hold this up maybe till Euro close, are we going to test 450 again? That is going to be the key. That 450 test could be huge. Air traffic staff got no response from China Eastern pilots. China air safety officials speak at press conference. China air traffic tried to reach China Eastern pilots. I think they're talking about the plane crash. I got to pay collection date from 2008. You should watch the video on collections that we have. You technically don't need to pay it. It's already hit your credit. So even if you pay a collection debt, it has zero impact on your mortgage ability, your loan ability, or anything. So TLT at the low, 128, bro. 128.67. Pain clash may have been. That's what they say, but if you saw the video, it's hard to nosedive a plane that size. So like even if you like they have like safety mechanisms if somebody like gets a heart attack flying and they like fall on the wheel, like that's happened before. They fall on any of the controls. But what a lot of people, like if you saw the video, they're like it's very, very weird to keep a plane in a straight nosedive. It's very, like you have to try to do that. It's not like, it's a very difficult task to accomplish, believe it or not. Yeah, the video, there's a couple more that came out too, which were pretty nuts. Airbnb coming down. Apple's starting to run a little bit. JP Morgan. Saw footage of the rear wing that was missing. FFH loan or RD for more first time. I mean, if you're going to live in the house, FHA is very, very good. If you're going to meet the requirements, it will limit you and cap you. So that's the only downside. Like FHA, you need the property approved. And, not everybody, it's not really the most competitive offer. So, but I do like FHA a lot. If it makes sense, do it. Again, 3.5%. Can't go wrong. Citron pounding table on here. Takeover imminent. Over 36 with video game. M&A on fire. CEO has fiduciary duty to sell as public markets are undervaluing the strategic asset. Citron is saying here is a buy. So Citron in here right now, Turtle Beach, that's why it's popping up. See that property? The one in Vegas? Yeah, it's nice. You sent that this morning, right? I need to just check the area is not the best, you know what I'm saying? Like you're going to be dealing with downtown Vegas, but I mean if the tenants are good, I'd verify them, but the property looks dope. So Amazon, Apple are moving. The Amazon plays are coming down now as the stock is going up. Interesting. The calls were up more when we were down. Now it's moving up at a slower pace, so they're bringing the premium down. I don't understand Verge, World War III, market clap, market moons. Again, we're still in what, 10% correction territory, maybe 15. I don't think until we get past here, we ever get into like not at a bear market. So we're going to find out. But again, this is just little by little. And we haven't had you haven't had a real development in Russia, Ukraine in like 2 weeks. Everything has stayed very, very quiet, but it's just day after day, it's drawing a line. You got to see the full picture. Again, commodities, oil still above 100 a barrel. You have all of these things with the Fed and all that, but little by little. And then we'll see, though, if the earnings start to get good, if the market's able to adjust, we might have a good period that's going to be good, a brief period of bullishness. And we have been pretty much down for the last 3 months, if you think about it. Let me get my first house for my 21st birthday. Let's go, baby. There's only so much I could do, though. Always down to help, but if you really want it, I mean, you got to get out there. You got to start asking people. You got to bring the lead to life. AM Dizzle. He's chilling. I think, remember, NVIDIA has their little investor day thing. Facebook on the high. Oh, JP Morgan, you gave up today? The banks there. See, now you're getting a bounce in TLT, so banks might chill out. Are you playing the butterfly? We averaged down on it yesterday. We're getting closer to expiration, so my logic is that any downturn move now will increase the premiums a lot. I'm either going to see if any sort of event, if the Fed futures in the next 3 weeks, if it goes any more, brings the market down. I mean, I think we're going to get a big move and then pretty much just take profits from there. I don't know if we'll get the max gain, but the whole logic is that, you know, again, averaging down when there's a little less time now and the moves will benefit us, I'm assuming I'll be able to get some sort of a better profit out of it. Tesla new high. Tesla 937. Ford is still holding. SPY's even coming up. You're getting volume. It just hit a new high. Turned into a red candle there, but it looked like it was about to rocket. Yeah, that BNB. We need you to hold BNB. Come on, my friend. Come on, my friend. Please. Those are still expensive. Boeing got clapped on the puts. Same here. Down 24%. Powell, I thought he was going to talk today, but it looks like we have like 4 other Fed speakers instead. And the JP. I really like the JP. Finally, we got it, but I don't like bonds, but then I like JP Morgan. It sucks the rates are going up like that, but JP is good, bro. 10% on JP Morgan. You got a nice 20% now, solid on the long term. But we need all this to hold up. And then value. Abivite came down today. Upstart on the high. IRM, it's high up there. I would rather get O. But, I mean, I think, isn't IRM still yielding like 6 or 7%? If it's yielding the same amount, though, as O, I'd rather take O. Did you say they had no source of income or revenue? Which one? IRM or O? Oh, remember they had a big charge off. So they're like operating their expense ratio was crazy, or their payout ratio because of the buyout, but I think it's fixed. But then IRM, remember, we were buying IRM at like what, $20 or something? And it was yielding 12%. That's the only thing I get worried about with IRM. And Alcoa. Yeah, the oil plays are chilling out heavy today. Roblo. Airbnb never dies. He's a good guy, man. You know, Airbnb is a good guy. He worked hard. He helped the people. He's a good guy. You know, he's a good guy. He's not very, like, he's not greedy. You know, he's a good guy, Habibi. Good guy. You know? The JP Morgan. I bought shares. We did a double deposit on JP Morgan for shares. And then I sold out of the JP calls, got 100%, just got 50% on the other Wells Fargo. And then I have one more Wells Fargo technically for free. And then it's about to be in the money. I cut one of the two Wells Fargo plays. I cut the first one, the one that was for like 20 cents, sold them out at like 32. So we got like 50% on that one, and then I'm still holding the 55 call. So SPY, I mean, we kind of topped out there at like 448.28. So we'll see again, 448, another level. Another level you've probably been familiar with. Upstart. They got clapped. I think Upstart, I forgot what happened with them, but they're down. They're climbing up, but still down 4%. Apple's hitting the high right now, so market's still up, but it's like we're flip-flopping between industries. Now you got tech, NASDAQ up 1.2, SPY and S&P about 0.75%. Upstart downgrade. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. I think off of like earnings something. But yeah, it was a downgrade. I remember reading that. Good looks, chat. Good looks. Marquetta on the high. MO. Affirm is moving up too. Amazon. I got work for Amazon. Tech comes up. Tech is actually up. Let me see. Yeah, tech is already up 1%. It's energy, healthcare, utilities slowing us down. And then some things aren't moving too much. And then we're led by financials. There's Apple again. Yeah, Apple's up 1.3. Good time to average down. I would wait a little bit. You know, you want to give it time. Again, I want you to understand something about this market. I think you've seen it literally from last week to this week. This is a gap up, gap down market. Imagine, again, Wells Fargo today, we gapped up into it. EWZ, we gapped up into it. Square even, we bought them, the plays dropped, and then 3-4 days later, you're gapping up into it. So it's like it's either gap up or gap down. So it's like on some of these plays, you may want to wait, give it a couple days at a time. But it's like right now, we just bought the Boeing. They drop on it. I'm not too worried. I got a little bit of time, but chances are in the next few days, with this volatility, we wake up, something gaps up or down, and that's where the returns are coming from. That's what I mean by that. So it's not as if you're not buying a play today and then riding it out all day, watching it going up. Every couple hours it's moving 10, 20%. You're able to maneuver. It's more or less you're buying a play and it'll move a little bit during the day, but the real gains are happening when the market gaps up in that direction or gaps up away from it. You're either going to wake up and either be down 20% or up 20%, essentially. And then even if you're down 20, 30% today, not if it has more than a month, 2 months of time, not unlikely that you're going to wake up if it ends up gapping in your favor. Then you'll wake up and then the play gaps up again. So a lot of plays have done that in the last week or two. You guys have seen it. So just keep that in mind. That's why I've been playing small, and that's why I'm waiting on it. I went a little bit bigger on the Boeing, but I'm not really tripping out on that one because, like I'm saying, we're down on it now. Let's see if there's a good average opportunity if it really comes down. But other than that, it's one of these days we're either going to wake up and it's either really going to be dead or it's going to wake up and come back to life. But just keep that in mind because you've been seeing this happen a lot. So it's if you could, my expectation is I want to profit off of a bigger gap up, gap down move, essentially. Amazon. Look, I work for Amazon. Yeah, Amazon, Uber. So big tech or Amazon, Apple, they're starting to go up there. Very, very good. Yeah, Facebook too. Shop, Amazon, big candle, Beyond, Facebook. A lot of the big tech is running right now. Even Tesla might even start hitting another high right there. AMD. Yeah, Hang Seng up 3%. Very good day for them. Even Europe wasn't bad. All across the world, it's actually pretty decent. Even though expectations are getting kind of increasingly hawkish, people have chilled out to a degree. Airbnb starting to go. PayPal on the high. Square, Amazon. Bonds are even recovering. Square hasn't ran yet. Any thoughts on Bretton Woods 3? We could talk about it, but that's what they're pretty much saying is the next step with everything. It'll lead to another new currencies and new agreements. Chinese stock starting to run. 448.50. This is a big level. I'm sure if we pull this out, 440. When was the last time we were here? This was well below the last two. It's been longer than 2 weeks since we've been here. Wasn't 448.50? I think that was the upside move that brought us into the 460s. So again, next level here, 450, and we'll see if it gets any more gas from that. EWZ, that's still up. There's a Brazil headline. Wells Fargo holding. The Airbnb, the plays aren't moving like they were, though, the other day. That's what sucks. We need to really go crazy. SPX already due 4,500. Yeah. The SPY isn't, but yeah, the SPX is. It's at 4,500 right now. Then TLT's coming up. Banks are still holding. Energy chilled out a little bit. Snow, I don't know. Snow, I think I have free shares of it, but I've never really followed the company. Habibi, why you go down today, Habibi? Adobe are scanning it's still going up, huh? Yeah, and then the play, where is it? It's like 50, they'll give you 15%. Think about it. We got a 15% gain in the last level of volatility, but it's a gamble. We hold till end of the day. If this stays up, they'll probably gas up by the end of the day. And we'll see. FX premium. I don't know. I sold out of the FXI today. I sold out of the FXI. I made one of the EWZs free. I sold out one of the Wells Fargos as well, too. U.S. Senator Schumer says this week Congress must take steps to hold the Putin accountable by passing permanent normal trade relation bill. Let's see. Square. Yallah, Habibi. Airbnb. Do what you need to do, Habibi. Do what you need to do. Come on. Yeah, this would be the 2-week high for BNB. Get us into the earnings levels. It's a nice level, though. Very, very nice level for them. We'll take it. Roblox 4.5. JP Morgan still climbing. Apple and Amazon, bro. Snap. Yes, I don't even Snap too. And then Facebook's looking nice. Ford and Tesla. Seems like we're kind of chilling out, though. It's been an hour of just straight going up. So we'll see if anything ends up flipping. Not so bad. Net up 9. DraftKings on the high. Crowd 5.7. Okta, they got the hack and then they were down off that, but maybe. I know they recovered a lot. Roblo on the high. Roblo's up 5. Banks are moving again. It's looking pretty. If this is going to be the run up here. As long as we don't sell off, it could go up with momentum. Everything starts playing along. This will look interesting. Is this digestion? Is this the digestion positive? I think we're positive while we're digesting a lot, but without any crazy events, the only big red flag is beneath the surface, and that's the Fed futures. So until that becomes more on the surface, I don't think people are going to freak out, and we haven't had a headline to really scare anybody. Yeah, but it's the same thing. These do not look good. I hate looking at this. Now we're really going to find out how much of a leading indicator this is. But I still think it is, so that's going to be the problem. That will be the problem. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're 5 minutes away from a full hour. I hope you had a good hour with us. I hope you're feeling amazing. I hope you know you're blessed. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a positive message. We are at 1,000 like resistance, and I need your help, Chad. I can't do this without you. I appreciate all of you being here on a day-to-day basis, all the people who hold it down, like the video, share it, all of that. But the point is I can't do it without you, okay? So if you hear me right now and you can hear my voice, I need you to hit the thumbs up button. We're at 1,000 like resistance, and we can't break it, okay? But I just need to know who's going to hear this. That's why we do this. This is like a morning check-in. If you can hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. I want to see who's hearing this right now so I can know who is going to get this positive message, my friend. So please, Chad, if you hear me, like it. No purchase necessary. Minimally invasive. You could like the video and it'll feel like a pinch. You won't even feel it. You won't even feel it. It will change your life. And as long as we know you're here right now. Wow, 400 people. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, positive vibes, receive and transmit. That's crazy, bro. 500 people. Oh, my gosh. So look at that. A lot of people are checking in. I don't know why you're not checking in right now. If you hear my voice, you hit the thumbs up. Make sure your like button works. Some people, the like button breaks. So just make sure your like button works. Hit it and check in, and then that's it. Let's go, baby. 600 people. Oh, my God. We were at 9. Oh, my gosh. 900 to 1,600. That's 700 people, guys. Oh, my gosh. 700 people are going to hear this. It's a good pot. I got a little, it's kind of confusing, but it's a short story. It's really short, though. You'll like it. You'll like it. So final stop, last call. If you hear my voice, hit the thumbs up. I hope we could get you on here. I hope we should get you on. I hope we could get you on, okay? SPY hitting another high, too. SPY hitting another high, too. All right, Chad. I love you. Thank you for liking the video. I always like to use this reminder because now I know there's like 800 people listening, and it's just very simple, man. You have a purpose. If you didn't, I really believe you would have been born in a different timeline. Like you would have been born in like on the Mayflower. You would have been like tilling the soil or some shit. But here you are on a computer. Here you are exposed to all of the things that you know, man. So use it. You have more ability than you think, and all you need is whatever you have in your hand right now. Oh, amen. Amen. That's the first part, okay? That's the first part. But now here's the story. It is called The Kind Man and His Money. It just starts off. So I think you can figure it out. There was a kind man and he had a lot of money. Okay? And one day, the kind man, he counted his money, and the kind man divided it up among the people that he loved and cared for, keeping just enough money for himself. Upon seeing this, his friend spoke to him. You clearly don't understand the value of money. The man smiled kindly and responded, you clearly do not understand the value of people. That's it. That's the story. Oh, it's a deep one. It's short, it's simple, kind of confused, but it's deep. Oh, it's deep, Chad. Let me give you the fun part about this story. Is that the man divided up all of his money, right? And he gave some to his family and some to his friends. But did you notice? It was his friend who asked him that question. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, they don't feel me. I just think about it. Oh, just think about that too oh yeah, man, they don't feel me. That means his boy was even gonna get some too. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me. But that's your positive message, Chad. Just focus on the value of people. God bless the cult. God bless everybody. Make sure you make someone smile. Do something positive if you have the ability. Whoop. Let's go. At least he didn't have to lose his thumb. Yeah, that was the other story. That one was crazy. SPY hitting a new high. Here it is. NVIDIA also coming up here. A lot of things. AMD now. All we need is an Airbnb now. XPEV, Snowflake, TSM, YY, Microsoft, Visa. All of these are hitting the high ticker now. Square. Corn going positive. Crude is clapped. A little bit. Corn is still negative on the day. Man, back and forth. One day commodities, one day banks, one day tech. Woo! So excited. SPY broke 4,500 on the S&P. It's at 4,504 right now. The SPY is at 448.70. So we'll see how this one plays out. Banks are coming down now. You see bonds are coming up. So we might watch that flip-flop. Apple on the high. Hawkish Fed is now priced in. Not necessarily because it keeps going. So you didn't get the same reaction, and that's how the market is. But until then, I think at one point we'll find out if it's really priced in or not once this stops moving. So once the Fed futures actually stops moving, then we could say it's priced in. But literally, I'm just watching them diverge. So SPY's going up on the bad news, but then the bad news is still getting worse. I don't think we've found a place where it balances out. I think we're just getting, this is just the peak of volatility here. But if it does keep going up, it's great. Like we said, even on the watch list yesterday, there's negative things to watch for with the Fed futures. But at the same time, a lot of people are still, talking about this idea of rotating out of value coming into tech that's been beaten down. So we're still getting that. Remember, Friday's rally was big. Fed Williams right now. Someone's going to come on soon, I think. Yeah, Fed Williams discusses economic outlook at the BIS event.
the Committee on Capital Market Regulation and MetLife, where he is chair. Larry Summers is the Charles W. Eliot University professor.
Wait, they got Larry Summers and Williams?
Harvard University. He served in a series.
This might be drama. Larry Summers is like a super hawk, and he talks a lot of shit.
71st Secretary of the Treasury for President Clinton, Director of the National Economic Council for President Obama, and Vice President of Development Economics and Chief Economist.
Let me listen to this for a second. We'll see.
Bank. He's currently the Charles W. Eliot University professor at Harvard University and while director of the Mosavar Rahmani Center for Business and Government at Kennedy's Government School. I'd like to mention the format today is a conversation. We're going to end promptly at 11:30. Any questions that were submitted?
Yeah, what music is this? Oh yeah, Let's see, why they cut him off? Yeah, they cut him off. That was weird. We'll see if that comes back. I don't know if it was supposed to start, but that was John. That's a weird lineup. John Summers or Larry Summers and John Williams. So Larry Summers, he's a former treasurer of the United States, but he talks a lot of smack related to the Fed. So it's interesting that they would put him on with another Fed member. Very interesting. Yeah, NVIDIA is gaining steam. Those Amazons came back up now. Amazon weeklies are back up to positive. BA drop in, put saying move in. Yes, deal with it. Don't worry. Controversy for the hits, right? Check the comment last night's watch list. You had the Feds. There's like 9 this week. Nice. Do we have more than 3 today? I think that's the question. Square. Just go square. Yalla. Which one was it? FedEx. Oh, the Adobes are coming up. Those are at 118 to 135 now. So Adobe, you have almost 30% on that, 20%. Microsoft ripping, going crazy. So is Amazon and Apple. But we're at 449 on the SPY again. S&P itself is already above 4,500. Big red Tesla. Kind of, a little bit of a chicle. I guess almost $5 candle on Tesla down. Palo Alto, Baba, Mama. Yeah, Palo Alto. Again, I was looking at them yesterday. The cybersecurity stocks are interesting because it's like, I feel like you saw how Okta got clapped. If you get infiltrated, you lose. But it's like people want cybersecurity, so it's kind of hard to figure it out. A line up 6. JP Morgan coming up again. Let me FOMO to buy. I just checked the premiums. Remember, we play those and how we would play them. They would go a little bit wild. So where are they? The premiums are still up 20%. So I would watch out. I mean, they're still expensive. Like, we waited till they finally came down, but this one, like we said, you're gonna either gap up or gap down into it, depending on how we react to commodities. Two conflicting butterflies. You have to watch out because if you do that and you end up turning a sell into a buy, it'll change everything. So try to separate them. That's why I averaged down with the same exact ones. I just added to the same ones I had. So coming down a little bit, we clipped 449.27 there on the SPY. SPX still above. BNB, Square. It looked good. It looked good. They won't let you do butterflies on same day because of that, yeah. I think PLL is issuing more shares. So that thing went crazy. I don't know why it's halted all day, but that is the news. Pinduoduo, China play. They're actually running right now. Tomorrow, Powell, 8 a.m. Daily, 11:45. 24th, Bostic, Weller, Evans. 25th, Williams, Barkin, Waller. We got a packed schedule. Corn and wheat green. The Lakers show on HBO. Sounds familiar. I think I have before. It's not like super new, is it? Apple's still going. Oh my gosh. These guys are crazy, man. These guys are crazy. The squares are chilling out now. They just came back to life. Same thing with the Ford. Something, it seems like we're chilling out now as the pace. The pace isn't the same as the morning. So watch out for that. That's what we're waiting on right here. What about Uber? I have not. Pinduoduo still running. K-Web, China Play, Shopify, Big Commerce. So again, it's like we're just switching gears every couple of minutes. Every like 30 minutes, different industries are taking over. What time is it? 10:40. Still got a lot of time till Euro close. Again, Fed futures are disgusting. 374 names up on the SPY, 130 down. Financials, communications, and tech are the leaders now. And then energy, utilities, healthcare are the worst performers. Rest of the world's looking good. So let's see if we get any more news. NVIDIA on the high again, too. Tesla bouncing after that $5 candle on the downside. Price of oil is still above 100. Crude is at 108. Brent crude is at 114. Just bring that Omicron pattern to life, bro. It looks, bring it to life. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. JP Morgan. The Fed futures, yeah, it's bad. Again, they're just hitting new lows. You're not watching the market react to it. So everything, December's at 2.17. So you're almost at 2.25. That's literally 9 rate hikes. So we've priced in 8 rate hikes by the end of the year. The May is already at the double. I'm sure if we put Fed rate monitor tool, the premium or the probability will be higher than 60. Yeah, it's at 66. Should be higher, though. It's pretty much saying it's the same as yesterday. Short term hasn't gone up too crazy yet, but the December ones, again, we're about to be pricing in 9 rate hikes here very, very shortly. So like I'm saying, if you start pricing in 9 to 10, I think eventually the market's going to react. But right now it's not. Again, I would chalk this up to no bad news. No news is good news in an environment like this. We did hear the Fed. You did hear what Bullard said, how everything from Powell, but you're not getting the same. Again, the bonds are reacting, but not necessarily equities. You don't have two. I put them on different accounts. That's why I did one on TD, and then I did another butterfly on Robinhood. Because for that issue, if I wanted to go for April, I knew it was going to be a problem trying to have multiple butterflies on the same chain at the same price. This market's so meta. It's already priced in the price in. How did you not know? Everybody knows this. You didn't price in the price in? That's weird. Apple's ripping. Amazon plays are back up from yesterday. Apple's really killing it. Even Wells Fargo's still doing good. Facebook on the high now too. Appreciate you being here every day. Keep it up, of course, man. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for liking the video. That's what we need. That's what we need, baby. MasterCard, Visa, Cyber on the high. Netflix, or is that Roblox? Well, Netflix is up there too, but Roblo's even going. New high coming towards 50. B&B needs to run up a little bit. Premiums aren't getting crazy on that one. SPY, 449.30 again. The SPX is at 4510. Netflix going up here. Man, everything. So oil staying somewhat stable, which is good. Wheat went positive. So did corn. Fed Williams, there's a potential for stable coin. Is he back on? Oh, there he is.
Convert the security into the dollar.
He's quiet.
Is in question, and that leads to a run on the instrument. So
I'm turning it up, but he's really quiet.
I think that there's potential here with the technology. We're not replicating some of the risks and dangers, but either around protection for consumers and investors, but also in terms of financial stability. So you really want to have something that is very safe, very transparent, and clearly regulated. On broader other types of cryptocurrencies that we talk about, I mean, I think they have some fundamental flaws. They don't really serve as a medium of exchange due to fluctuating values, due to lack of transparency, extreme cost of doing transactions in them, and obviously some environmental cost to some of those out there. And finally, obviously, when I think about especially stablecoins, it's really making sure that we create a regulatory environment that covers the issues I mentioned already, but also anti-money laundering and those other important issues. In the U.S. context, I'll finish with this. Clearly, the administration and the regulatory agencies have this as a very high priority. President's Working Group has done a paper on the importance of regulating stable coin and also having appropriate legislative action. And the administration clearly has put a very high priority on these issues in terms of the various regulatory agencies in addressing them. So I'll leave it at that because I know we don't have a lot of time, but I want to hear my colleagues speak.
Great. Thank you very much, John. Let me pose the same question to Cecilia.
Well, I think it's going to your question, what can central banks, how to think around these things, is I think it's clear that central banks have been lagging behind when it comes to.
So he might not say anything crazy if he only talks about stable coins, but keep listening.
Cross-border payments face
GME on the high.
Challenges relating to cost and speed and access, etc. And if you go sort of like 50 years back, much efforts has been done both in the public and the private sector to develop payment rails.
Man, why does this thing keep cutting off? This has not been a smooth flight.
Is enabling big financial institutions and asset managers and multinational ones. For them, it's pretty easy to. I think there is room for improvement. And I think what we have seen now with the crypto world, it works as like a wake-up call.
God bless you, Brad.
And
the
it
green
creates
letters will be with
for
you.
Private individuals
Shout out to Colt.
To transfer assets
Amen.
to anyone in the world in a way we haven't seen before. For many decades we've had private and digital money, so in that sense it's nothing new. But the version we've had is been in the form of traditional commercial bank money or fiat money, to name it all. Quite stringent regulations through the banks, and this is a new crypto is definitely a new kid in town, and it's not regulated. And we have to make sure that we don't want to end up in a situation where financial agents are able to use new technology in order to circumvent existing regulations, which is based on design of the sort of traditional financial agents as we know them and the functions that they perform. I think it's important to remember, you get easily carried away by all these new things that why we have a regulation in the first place. It's a means to an end. It aims at limiting the risks in the financial system and its participants, what it poses to society, and kind of bring out the good things, the services that people need. And regulations need to be continuously adapted. We learned a lot from the global financial crisis. But if stable coins continue to grow unregulated, we could but see a similar crisis take place further down the road. So we have to step up here and be ambitious. If a couple of regulations, prerequisite for any stable coins should be that it's designed in such a way that it properly handles the risks that comes with it. It's both credit and liquidity risks, operational risks, cyber risks, money laundering risks, etc. Otherwise, I'd find it really unlikely that stable coins can be useful providing benefits in society at large. But if we get the regulations and supervision right, and stable coins come out that meet these criteria and therefore sort of well designed and risk managed, I think we could be pretty optimistic that they could actually improve cross-border payments in the future. So on the other hand, crypto assets are continuing to grow, and like John has mentioned, and most of us mentioned in the central banking world, we're not very impressed by what it is, and some of the sales pitches we see are quite concerning to me. But not only complaining about that, I'll come back to that later, we had to think about how do we improve services to society. Kind of those of us who are working in the fiat money team are providing our services in the best possible way. The same old no longer goes. So we have consistently to think about how to modernize financial infrastructures, how to create circumstances for the private sector to be innovative, but never lose ensuring monetary and financial stability. So in short, keep and maintain attraction for fiat money and payments. Okay. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia.
I don't think they're going to...
Over to you.
Yeah. We'll see. If any headlines come in for John Williams, I think it'll be important, but I don't think you're going to get I don't think it's going to be as important as Powell yesterday, unless he says anything. But if he does, we'll probably see the Fed futures move. Again, these still haven't adjusted. We're finally cooling off. I mean, we've gotten this like 10, 15 times throughout the day, and then we keep going up here. So just watch out, and where we go from here, we'll say a lot. Airbnb went up and came down. Apple, Ford is coming down. That's why the premiums dropped there a little bit. Fargo. I sold my ApeCoin at like $7.90, and then I bought like a small portion back in at like $11, and now just holding. Airbnb sympathy to Open Door. Maybe what's going on with Open Door. You guys keep posting it. They're finally bouncing there. Yeah, crypto's on fire today. Okay for the market to go up with this news? There's not really any news. Again, there's the Powell yesterday, but with everything, Russia, Ukraine was a big focus that could affect commodities, oil, and all that. And we haven't really heard anything. China, they came in. I mean, the BABA news, China stocks, up 13% again. That helps a lot. Financials went up, even though the bonds came up are starting off very, very bad right now. But this is just another day. in the sense that once all the news kind of comes together at once, that's when I think we get the final reaction. Where it's like once we get another real update from the Fed, or now we've already got the update, we're already watching the Fed futures, but then we get more updates from what's going on there. We get an idea with oil commodities. Then you'll get the final, shoot up or shoot down. Good morning. Good morning, Steven. Baba's even still hitting a new high. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Yeah, the Fords came back to break even. Airbnb's still holding. They're slightly up. Overseas markets did good today. Pretty neutral. Not too bad, not too good. China did really good, 3%. But then Europe, everything else was 0.5%. Lumber limit down in Chicago. Play Adobe. I don't know if the puts went up, but you can go for the puts. I'm just going to sell out of the Adobe probably by the end of the day. The Adobe's already up to 126 to 130. So it's 26 to 38% right there. Lumber future, I don't know if they have it on Thinkorswim. Because I've noticed Thinkorswim doesn't always put up all the same futures. WY for lumber. Yeah, see, it doesn't load. They only have a specific list. Oh, they do? I mean, it never works for me. I'll open a butterfly. It's saying I can't do orders in non-standard. What brokerage are you on? But it should be buy one, the one that you sell. The ratio should be 1-to-1. LBS. Yeah, it shows it, but I've had this happen where I could pull up the future, but they just don't load for me. Or it'll show the name. Snap about to pop. It already has. Elon Musk can't avoid scrutiny of his Tesla tweets, SEC says. CrowdStrike on the high. I don't know. A couple things are starting to pop here. Netflix hitting another high. 211. Ratio 132. That's not how you do a butterfly. You buy one. You buy the top end, the middle leg you sell two of, and then you buy the bottom end once. Buy one, sell two, buy one. Roblox again. These Roblox is continuing. We'll see if it gets up to 50 there. And Airbnb. This is your moment, Habibi. Take it. Seize the day. The macroeconomic talk. Not really. We talked about Fed futures a little bit. We're going to. Again, I still think this is the biggest thing in the market, but equities are not responding the same way. But I believe not yet. That'd be the only thing. And then again, what some of the Fed people like Bullard said today, people are talking about double rate hikes coming in double this year. So more than one. What if someone exercises your sell? Just make sure you're far out the money, further out the money, and that there's no dividend. You'll be good. Stop wasting your money on butterflies. They're 1% probability. Though you are correct, it is 1% probability. The thing to keep in mind is when you're going to take profit. So you could also play a butterfly like a normal put to give you more exposure, in the sense that we've already went over it from the beginning of February. The butterflies even helped us profit if we took the profits on them. If you hold till expiration and you hold till the main gain, the probability is very low. But you can also just buy it, get protection, and in that way, if you get a slow grind down, you could still profit off of a put play than just getting clapped on it. On what strikes, isn't it just 1%? It's like 1 to 10% probability. You could get a strike close to the money, but the problem is, for you to get max gain, you need it to end in that range. That's why it's such a low probability, because if it goes higher or lower, you could still lose. So if you set a close range to the money and it goes past that, you still lose. But if it doesn't even get there, you still lose. That's why it's such a difficult task to accomplish. Tesla is kind of reacting. They were dropping a little bit there. They got that SEC comment just right now. Yeah, Fed Williams is talking about stable coins. Roblo is still going pretty nice. 7%. Amazon. Dude, tech had a nice rip. Yeah, Roblox is actually, it's going to the highs and then it just keeps going. Starbees. JP Morgan finally chilled out. Walmart on the low. Wells Fargo's is holding one quantity. Am I wrong? Yeah, it should be 2. So, like, you change the ratio. Where is it? So, like, throw in an order, and then you see how it says custom. Set the ratio, and you'll have 3. I only have 2 right now. Let me add another one. But it should look like this. And then you set the ratio, and then you go from there. And then you'll be good to go. The video Investor Day. We could put it on for a little bit. Affirm is rocketing right now. So SPY's even coming down a little bit. We'll see if it flip-flops into other industries taking the lead. How many more days? Well, that's the thing. We're coming off. Last week was historic. You had a 5% rally in a week. That doesn't really happen. And that's what we brought up on the watch list yesterday, is that usually after these 5% rallies, it's not uncommon to see the market continue. It usually, that's a good sign in a way, but it's very unusual. But that's why we've been talking about it. Even if you have the Fed futures, even if you have all this stuff, it's like people are talking about a quote-unquote bullish rotation, a rotation back into growth. So some of these factors are giving us the moves that we have today. Marriott signs agreement with Baraka Lodges, open first luxury safari lodge in Africa. Any downside plays you like? I like the Boeings, and they're like 20% cheaper than yesterday. That's why I got them, because I said, well, it'll give me exposure to the market and specific news related to them. Mosaic, yeah, they keep dropping. The plays are up 20% last time we checked. Looks like this is going to be our first set of red candles here. Finally falling off. You never broke 450 on the SPY. SPX still there. SPY's at 448.34. Ardansky concerned Putin not serious about ceasefire talks. That is growth rotation and rate rising cycle makes sense. Pretty much growth got beat. That's it. It's like you're already down. Like you're down 15% on the NASDAQ. But even if you look at some names, they're down. But that's what I'm talking about. That works with the current pricing. But if the Fed futures price in more, right? Like again, it does not make sense, and you're completely correct. But it's like if the Fed futures and how many rate hikes stays the same, then stocks have sold off enough. But now the next question is, if the market starts pricing in double what brought us here, is that still priced in or not? But I think we're in the middle of active repricing when it comes down to it. Oil coming up a little bit, yeah. It's about to be positive. DraftKings at 20. Net is still on the high. Apple, Amazon doing their thing. So a little drop there. We'll see if it turns into another rally and if it changes the trajectory of the day. But if it drops from here and keeps going up, I mean, you're just going to get another leg. And TLT chilled out. Same spot at the beginning of the day. Yeah, Nike, that one was clapper. It was only $30, but that one just did not hit. I thought 8 cents was cheap. Fighting for green after the clap. Oil pop in, B&O, XOM. Rotation into energy. I think energy today was the sign we got from it yesterday. It's just really looking like Omicron pattern. So I think we might like be chill over the next coming days, and then it takes off, and then that'll be the next wave. Excuse me. Good day for all of you. Amen. Tesla popping, yeah. Came back. It recovered that little $5 candle like 30 minutes ago. New high on Tesla now. Even Amazon's going to start coming up. I'm sure a lot of big tech will start running with it. Chinese Baltic freight futures. I can in a little bit, but I think I'm going to have to find that one on Bloomberg. And NVIDIA GTC keynote going on right now. Yeah, NVIDIA is even popping there too. Kind of moving with Tesla. Open door still on the high. Roblo up 6.7. Tech is being rotated. It is right now in the short term. That's the thing. If we get clear skies for the next coming weeks, you're going to look back and see this as the rotation in the tech. And don't forget, 2 weeks from now, you're entering earnings season. So we're also right there. So keep that in mind. But if not, if the Fed futures get worse, if people freak out, I mean, it's just going to be a whole different ballgame. Was that Roblo? I thought Roblo was just showing 50 on the high ticker. Scammers. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it had a huge candle, but it came down. It didn't. It just literally hit 50 on the high. But then it just disappeared. GME, NVAX, Roblo, Airbnb with the candle. Tesla's coming up still. Yeah, GME's up 15%, back above 105. AMC, $16, 5%. Shout out to long term. Te quiero, mijo. What does that mean? I just know mijo. I feel though. I love you. The long term's dope, right? You know what I'm saying? Long term feels nice right now. No matter what the market environment, and then you get a little bit of a cushion. You chilling now, bro. You chilling. Shout out to long term. Shout out to long term. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. It feels great. At the very least, you know with the long term, you're not missing out on anything. Especially when all of your value plays were running the last 3 months. Now, if your growth comes back, I mean, just remember, this is what you signed up for. But it takes time. Back and forth, little by little. There it is. Everything's starting to run. Those Amazons are up almost 100% now. Those are up to $3. Airbnb starting to break out. We need 170, but that should wake up the premiums right there. Nah, the premiums are staying the same price. They're scammers, bro. Straight scamming. Roblox over 50. I'd watch Amazon. Those Amazon premiums are coming up now. Again, that little Tesla rally was big. Hood sweeps. Yeah, the premiums did not move once on Airbnb after that. The Adobes are up 40%, though, in other news. So if you have that earnings play, you can ride till the end of the day. You're even seeing it now, but those are up 134 to 50 on the bid. The Airbnb premiums are clapped until it until it gets to like 170 or has more of these big candles, because Airbnb doesn't like this when it shoots up fast and then stays here for an hour. It just the pace changes very, very big. Roblox, like the price of XOM. I think most of the oil plays are still up. I think that Conoco from yesterday dropped, but a lot of oil plays are still holding up. Paramount Spy's coming back up here. What was it? COP. I don't know if there is any HD news. Nah, HD's selling off, though. Check that. Good call out. It looks like something's going on with them. The Conocos, they're down 30%. So that one later stage, not as good. I think the PSXs actually came back to yesterday's. They're like slightly above or slightly below break even. Might be because lumber. I don't know. Maybe. We'd have to see. That one's going to be an interest. I'd watch HD, though. Let's see, NVIDIA. I forgot about NVIDIA there. Amazon's hitting another high. Again, NVIDIA has that keynote thing started right now. Oh, what? No. Oh my gosh, a keynote. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Oh my gosh. I was looking at it play hard. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. That is amazing. How did they do that? How did they do that? Holy crap. Dude, Bradley Frizzle, man. Y'all don't know. That's what consistency look like. That's what consistency look like. They don't feel you, bro. They don't feel you. That's what it look like. That's what it feel like. Oh, man. Oh, man. Keynote peach, bro. That keynote peach. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, man. That's crazy. Holy crap. All right. I added liquidity and got scammed. Damn it. I got scammed. Not really. I got a good trade on it, but I know right after I sell, it's just going to go through the roof. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I sold out of the Adobe at 145, 45% gain from yesterday. Keeping it small, taking the profits. The Amazons are going crazy now too. We'll want to make sure we book some of that. No, good luck. Good luck and best wishes. Bro, those Amazons are going crazy. When are they going to unhaul Yandex? Not until this situation gets resolved. I mean, if they're still doing all this stuff just to get the bond payments, I mean, it's going to be a while before the ADRs get approved again. Yeah, so SPY's coming back up here towards the top. Nothing on NVIDIA just yet. JP's still down. Wells Fargo's holding a little bit. Feels like the war might be over soon. That's just the S&P, man. Isn't that funny how it like the market, I don't know, depending on how the market feels, like you feel a certain way, but it's like, because that people are talking about today, there's no golden bridge. There's no way for Russia to like de-escalate this easily or anything, but it's like you can see like, things feel a little good. Then the stock market goes down, you'd be like, man, the world is gonna end. There's a crazy. Bad Russian news. I just think we haven't had any news. And again, the commodities kind of woke up a little bit today. They just reminded you they're still in play. And now we're getting the back and forth. But the real thing I don't like is Fed futures. We're really gonna find out if it's leading the market or not, because right now that divergence is still big. Roblo new high. Airbnb just bloop. You got blooped. But the Amazons are holding nice. Those places are holding 310 on the bid now. We could take a TLT's coming down, watch if banks come down, but that's getting back to more volatility. At least the market's matched up. 1% down on bonds, and then another 1% up on the SPY. But here's the divergence. You'll see. It's ugly, bro. It's ugly. Look, even in the short term, it's already diverged again. Remember, last time you had the big one, the big conversion on the short term. But here's the 1 year divergence right now. So it's very, very broken apart. Yeah, Roblo has a lot of steam right now. Amazon keeps going up. Watch that. I think Apple probably. Square, I'd love for the Square place to come back. They're still at break even now. But Square is going up. The pace is slowed down. Think about it. It'll continue for at least 9 months. The development, my brigade is still ramping up. Wars will average 3 years. Yeah, it could take a long time, and that's why, too, it's like kind of just as long as the headlines don't get bad, no news is good news, or at least it doesn't turn into something. That's the key. But then, like we've said, just commodities. War equals commodities, equals inflation, equals the Fed. Fed is already getting really aggressive there, so we'll see how it balances into it. But, I mean, just quite frankly, we just haven't had updates. That's what I think it really comes down to. Facebook weeklies are gassing. I think any of the big tech, if you got, like those Amazons are crazy. The Amazons are up almost 100% from yesterday, and that was a little bit bigger, so we'll see. See the wheat article? I skimmed through it there. I didn't get to like read the post because it was like sideways or whatever, but I did read from him, and then I was going to pull it up on the computer. No news on Roblox. Again, a lot of that tech rotation is coming back. So a lot of things that were beaten down. I mean, you're seeing it. I mean, Square's up 7 for the last like 3 or 4 days ever since that rally week. A lot of these companies are moving like 5 to 7%. IMF Gopinath says Russia has made dollars to make debt repayments. Yeah, Roblo's still holding. Amazon as well. Amazon's getting back to its like yearly level there. That's actually pretty wild. Let's see. All right. Here's a little market recap. U.S. equities gain as rout in Treasury deepens. U.S. stocks climbed as a sell-off in Treasuries deepened today. Tuesday on Federal Reserve, Powell signals that the central bank will take more aggressive measures. S&P and NASDAQ 100 gained both more than 1% Tuesday, adding to a rebound late Monday following comments by the Fed chair. Meanwhile, bond yields continued their ascent as short-dated Treasuries hurled toward their worst quarterly performance in almost 4 decades. The gains come as traders are braced for high volatility until there's more certainty about Fed policy, inflation, and the war in Ukraine. Yet, the S&P's reversal from the recent downtrend could be an indicator. U.S. stocks have reached a bottom, said Craig Johnson, Piper Sandler. Momentum indicators remain bullish after forming positive divergences from price action over the last several weeks, he said. The collective technical evidence suggests that the correction lows have likely been set. Commodity market disruption stemming from the war of increased pressure on key central banks to tighten monetary policy, with Powell indicating the Fed is prepared to raise interest rates by 50 basis points at the next policy meeting. Oil in New York fell after volatile trading session for Brent as Germany and Hungary put the brakes on a potential embargo on Russian oil. Fed hiked by a quarter point last week and signaled 6 more moves this year. Now derivative traders are pricing in 7.5 quarter point rate hikes at the remaining 6 Fed meetings, effectively making provision for more than 1/2 point rise. Fed uncertainty will remain a headwind on stocks while investors have a good idea of rate hikes for the remainder of the year, wrote Thomas Hay, former Merrill Lynch founder who founded the Severance Report. We'd expect a further compression of the yield curve towards inversion, which now is only a matter of time, literally weeks, to add an additional headwind on stocks. European equities march higher, led by banks and cyclicals like the automakers. Dollar pared back the advance against peers, and Bitcoin gained 4% to trade at the highest level in almost 3 weeks. So that's it. So some people are saying bottom. Some people bringing up a lot of different things. But there isn't, again, nothing really related to Russia or anything like that. We haven't heard it. People are just saying things have already sold off. They're not reacting to the bonds just yet. Some people think it's priced in. We're going to see. Kind of explains what you're getting, but I'm sure another headline here in the next few days will get us back and forth there, or until we get to earnings. You went Amazon 2 weekly, 3. You sold out. That one hit. Those yesterday. So the Amazon weeklies are 360, up over 100%. Roe v. Wade settled at the Supreme Court. Josh muted. Nah, you missed all that. That sucks. The Amazon play was a weekly call from yesterday. Remember, we got puts. I got the butterflies and all that, but then I made sure I grabbed one call. And this one, that one showed up on the scanner. It was like a 50 million or 100 million notional value trade on there, and it was weird because it wasn't a new option. It was just like an option that nobody traded. And then all of a sudden, there was a fat order on it yesterday. Averaging down on Square is crazy, I feel. Still can't send the member milestone, but they let you send that? Oh, we still love you, baby. We still love you. Don't let YouTube hit you like that. We love you. We love you. God bless you. Shout out to Coke. Shout out to Coke. Give me the Coke. Yeah. You'd only send them from mobile, I think. That makes sense. Was there Amazon news? Nah, just going up. Again, people are probably getting ready for the stock split and all that. SPY 449.44. Let's see if this continues. Google's starting to hit the high now. Yeah, Google's up 2%. What's Amazon? 2.8. The stocks, I think, is like May. You have to use boomer tactics to show love. We love you either way. Don't worry, baby. Today's what, Tuesday? Someone bought 2,000 wheat 21 calls at 13. Did they do it today? Check. Make sure it's not an exchange traded one or something that's based on. It could have been a what's it called? Yeah, someone did buy that. Let me check. It could be like a floor trade or something. I can't see it yet. All right, hold on. SPY keeps going up. The yield curve can invert. Like they're saying, it'll take pretty much in a couple of weeks, you will have an inverted yield curve. With how bonds have been moving, if things keep up like this, I mean, it's not going to get any better. Does that work? All right. I ghetto spreaded to Amazon. Yeet. Like moves like this is forcing you to time the market. My puts got clapped. How do I get out of this? If you want to trade out, one, focus on the long term. You'll realize you can't get clapped. Again, you see how everything is doing. But two, just focus on gap up, gap down. That's it. Understand that's where your money's going to come from if you're trading options in this environment. You're either going to gap into the play or you're going to gap down on it, if that makes sense. So keep that in mind. But don't trade this. Not a recommendation. I ghetto spreaded the Amazon, and I shorted the 4,900 call for 320. So if you don't remember what we did yesterday, I'll show you the play. But I shorted the 320. So that way now I got all my money back. There's a 2,000 max gain, and we're still in the Amazon weekly. So where was it? We got the 3470. This is the contract we bought yesterday. So you can see it. We bought it here at like, what, 180? We bought it at 180, came up, came down. Then today, now it's at 420, 440. So instead of selling it and taking my profits, I shorted this contract right here, the 3490, $20 away. I got back $320, so almost 100% on the original play. And then now, if it goes up still, we could still make money on it. If it makes another $100 move by Friday, we could actually still get a max gain on this one of $2,000. So we'll see what happens with it. But that way, I wanted to take some profits, but still wanted to be able to hold it a little bit. And I think the premiums ended up working. So that is the ghetto spread to Amazon. Huh. Invented about a coat 2019. Yeah, I just did a ghetto spread on the Amazon. It was a good play. We hit a weekly, good profit on it. It's actually decently close to the money. Like you're only $100, 150 out the money. That would be another 2% move like today. So I said, okay, let's ghetto spread it. We could get a lot of capital back. So if that play expires, I'm still walking away with 180 profit or something, 120 profit. So not too bad. The strikes, I bought the 34.70 and then I shorted the 34.90. How does it ghetto spread? Is that something you came up with? It's invented by the co, baby. Some people call it legging into a spread, all of it. The idea is we bought this play yesterday for $180 and now it's worth more. But what I did was I shorted a play that was further out the money for more than I paid for the original trade. So then that way I was able to walk away with almost 100% investment and then I still have the play. So come expiration, if these are out of the money, both of them expire worthless, but I still walk away with profit. But then anything, if it keeps going up or goes above 34.70, I'm able to make money on it. So it's a risky play in general. Ghetto spread gives me opportunity to take profits and leave some on the table and still kind of have some upside. So that's why we did it. You can ghetto spread on Robinhood, yeah. At some point, you should talk about the Greeks. You're talking about these options. Too many people don't know what they're talking about. It'll affect their plays. I don't use the Greeks at all. And I mean, honestly, I have one thing way more important than the Greeks. Just play small. That's all it comes down to. Realistically, you don't need to go so crazy. I mean, if people don't understand the Greeks, I can only imagine how many people are just not watching the budget and just going big on every trade. That's what's going to kill you. If you want to stay alive, keep it small. You're going with the small plays. You can see how it ends up playing out, but I personally do not use the Greeks with it. Some people would argue I know it in my head or this and that, but I mean, I think the best thing to really understand is just, hey, control your budget. Look at the amount of money you're putting in. If you're wrong on the plays, you're going to lose all of it. It's very simple. It's easy to lose 50%. In this marketplace, you're going to either gap up or gap down into a profit almost every single day or at least once a week. So that's where I would be focusing on if anything. So like now this is the ghetto spread. It's a cool strategy. It gives you it, but it's very simple. All you do is you made a play, whether it was small or big amount, you're either going to take all the profit, you're going to sell out one and make it free, take some of it, or the play is going to go to zero. There's no in between. That's all it is. So I think a big thing that can help people is if you really understand all of your plays will go to zero and you keep the plays small, then nothing should surprise you. Just remember, every play you have, if you don't take profits today and you wait on it, whatever it may be, you want to hold it, I make a play, the probability is more likely than not that shit is going to zero. So as long as you understand that and let that be the big driver of your understanding, and that will give you if you know that is the facts, your intentions are going to are playing out a little differently, essentially. So keep that in mind, my friends. Except for the leaps. The leaps are a little different, but it's still there. Leaps can go to zero. Nothing changes about it. You just have more time. That's all. So you better like the play, and hopefully it can move. But unfortunately, the leaps is just a delayed reaction. It's Tesla making another push. I don't know. 947, is it going to go to 1,000? I don't know. A ghetto spread of the Adobe. Huh. Short-term top. We had that little drop. We went up above here and came down. That was a nice little mini rally, though. I mean, even all day today is just still absolutely crazy. If I knock Illinois, we'd be less inclined since higher property. Nah, those things don't scare me, like taxes or people, saying that. That's what I was thinking about the other day because somebody brought it up. They're like, yo, Josh, they're going to tax California real estate flipping by 25%. And I was like, good, because that'll make the real estate market crazy. It's like sometimes when you hear things like taxes or lately they like try to put controls, I feel like they're operating like we're like mice. Like we can't like fit. It's like they think that if you just like put a wall in front of somebody, like they won't go around it, essentially. What I'm trying to say is that there, certain things that where people are like, oh, isn't this going to stop you? It's like if you were like a level 1 thinker about it, maybe, but it's not like most things are very complex with economics. So it's like if there's a value or a deal or again, they put out this, it's like you could easily just go around it. That's why some people are like, oh, if they say there's a tax, it'll stop it. But it's like it's not really what's happening. People could easily go, or if you think and you're not like, oh man, there's a wall in front of me. Most people will learn how to scale it or get around it. It's to discourage you. It's to discourage people who don't know about it, or if you operate in a frame where it's like, oh man, first objection, first roadblock, we can't do anything. But it's like that's just not how most, savvy investors are looking at things. It's like policy comes up, you find a very savvy way to get around it, or where it does lead to a different economic effect. Like I'm saying, if you tax the wholesaling, chances are the real estate prices are going to surge. I'm going to be holding certain things. So apply that kind of here with anything. I mean, it's like we'll buy any house, any property, anything you got doesn't, taxes are not a concern. We do pay our taxes, and that's why it's like if you make enough money, I still don't care. If there's a good enough deal, I could give away 50% of it to the government. You're still going to make money. Do you give stock signals for trading, not investing? I mean, you could watch me trade. That's it. I mean, we have stream alerts. We'll let you know if anything happens on stream from the news. Stream alerts, if you listen to stream, everything that goes on stream alerts, you'll get it here. You guys watch me play. I mean, we have option tutorials. I love to explain options, love to teach people, but I'm showing you my strategy and how I go about it. But the real idea is watch me play with real money. You'll watch me make and lose money, and you could learn really what's good from there. And we do have long-term alerts for the long term, because even in the meantime, while we're doing all these trades here and here, I mean, all of our accounts were still playing from 2019 and a lot of that, but in the meantime, we built up our portfolio. We got a long term. We have small accounts, big accounts, but we're holding investments because we're going to make sure we are not the generation that knows everything but owns nothing. And even then, even in the midst of all this volatility, it's been a couple of years, but we are still we're still up 20%. It's still doing its thing. It's riding it out, and that's the main job. Like I said, you may miss a couple of moves. I mean, you guys have been noticing every day we've been gapping up into a play that was down before, and you're watching us as we take profits, go up and down. Some of them get totally clapped, but at the end of the day, nobody should feel left behind with the long term, because just look at what's happening, right? All of this craziness, you don't understand why it's going up or down. It don't matter, dog. You got the long term. You see what I'm saying? We're benefiting off of it on both sides. So you'll learn from watching me trade. I mean, we don't hide the plays. I'll tell you what it is. We try not to make people run into them. We're not trying to pump or promote a play. We'll cover everything on the watch list, but I truly feel if you're here to learn and you want to see somebody trade with real money and learn from it, you could learn in that way. But if you're looking for somebody to force feed you plays and then you get mad and say, oh, he didn't do this, he didn't, this plays this, then that's not what you're going to get here. But you'll definitely be able to learn from both of it. Your long term's down, don't worry. All it means is a couple of adjustments. We've already talked about it many times. It will eventually come back. If you made a mistake in the long term, you didn't follow the ratios, you went too much in growth, you'll learn from it. And that's it. Make small adjustments now. Don't make the same mistake. The only way the long term really gets clapped and you fuck it up is if you make this small mistake over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Again, the long term, I've been clapped. I have plays in the long term down 50%. We're down 70% on BigCommerce, 50% on DraftKings, 24% on Coin, 23% on Overstock, 21% on AT&T. How come we're not getting totally clapped? Because I would have to have made these mistakes over and over and over again. Even then, that's 4 or 5 companies. But do you see what I'm saying? It's like, but if you made small good decisions, small good ones, even one good one, it don't matter. But the real way you mess up the long term is that if you are constantly making the same mistake over and over and for years, if you think about it, you would have to keep going down on it and keep going over and say, no, I'm gonna keep buying growth. I'm gonna keep not following the budget. I'm gonna keep going for 90% growth, no value, so on and so forth. Why don't you sell DraftKings? Because it's the long term. I don't make decisions here to change based on the fucking weather. When you guys feel good, it's sunny, people are like, oh, I love investing. Oh, it's rainy. I don't want to do this. I'm going to sell it. No. If I put it in that long term, there's no question about what I'm going to do with it. You don't have to deal with the flip flop. You don't have to deal with this. You don't have to deal with, oh, he didn't communicate. No, it's very simple. If that goes into the long term, I'm not changing my mind for 10 years. Very, very simple. Very, very simple. It's done and over. I can average down if I still like it, but if not, I'm gonna buy other things as well, and you see the balance. That's all it comes down to. But act as if you can't change your mind for 10 years. And that'll help you along. I mean, again, if you could kind of make decisions, like I'm saying, with options to long term, that's where you need to start making your decisions. Just stop playing, like, especially if you've ever dealt with a difficult person. I had this. I was dealing with a real estate negotiation. I was helping somebody out with their tenants. It's like, if you already know what the answer is, stop listening to the dialogue, right? It's like a option play. You're either going to take the profit, you're going to take half of the profit, or you're going to walk away with zero. But quite frankly, you're either going to take the profit you have, or you're walking away with nothing. That's it. There's no dialogue. There's no discussion. You don't need to try to figure this. Well, what about this and this? It's like, yes, that is where you start really thinking about it. That's analysis. That's where you hone your skills. But guess what? At the end of the day, the end does not change. So the final destination is not changing. So it's just very, very simple. You're either going to win on that play or lose on it. If you choose today to not take the winner, understand you could be a loser tomorrow. And understand a loss means all of it. If you're going to try to play for 15, 20% here and there, it's like, again, that's dialogue. But at the end of the day, you're either going to win or you're either going to lose. You have profit now, you either take it or not. If you don't have profit, the play is clapped. Guess what? The play is clapped. Stop. You don't need to even think about it too much. And then same thing with the long term. If you're buying a trade in that, you cannot change your mind for 10 years. So the destination is there. So if I bought a play, it goes up, great. My decision's already made. If I buy a play and it goes down 30, 40%, guess what? My decision is already made. It doesn't mean I sell out, try to do this. It means I'm either going to buy more of it or I'm going to let it sit there. But if you could focus on that final destination and the end goal, and you could know where the destination is, it makes a lot of your thinking and back and forth, it makes it a lot easier to decide. That's what I've noticed. A lot of people have trouble doing this. Like I said, I had this whole discussion yesterday with a real estate deal, and then they were like, well, what if this happens? What about this? I'm like, you're missing the point. There's an end destination. You're either going to have your property or you're not. That's it. It's either going to be in good condition or bad condition. You're either going to make money off of it or not. It's very, very simple. So even then here with the long term, or even, again, I think it flows with our option analysis, our option discussion down to this. You're either going to win or lose. When you're in those positions, you need to make your decision on the options. But then even on the long term, understand where your end destination is going to be. Don't make a decision if you can't rock with that. If you can't take the final destination and say, I'm going to hold this whether it goes up or down, then that's not going to be the stock you want, because clearly you don't want it that bad, or clearly you don't like it that bad, because if it's dropped like that, that's it. So like, I still like DraftKings. Is it down? Yes. Will it change my mind about adding more? Yes. But does it mean I'm going to sell it out? Does it mean what I believed a year or two ago changed? Not at all. Not one bit. So that's where you got to keep it in mind, and you'll see, and unless you're making this mistake over and over and over again, it's not going to hurt you. But it's like, if you could realize this now, again, yeah, you made mistakes. Some things will get clapped here and there. You may miss out on taking profits at the top. You may have bought 1, 2, 3 bad things in the long term, but are you going to keep making that mistake? That's what's going to determine the success. So good rant. Shout out to long term. First link for free long-term alerts. And again, and that's why throughout all of this, we're letting everything do its thing. It's been working for us. We got nothing to really trip about. Get your expectations Just get them in the forefront. You're either going to win or you're going to lose. You're either going to do good or you're going to get clapped. You need to make that decision and understand that. If it's an option trade, chances are I'm probably going to zero. If you're not comfortable with that, fucking do $50, do $20. Stop throwing $2,000. If you're going to buy something in the long term and realize, oh, I'm going to go with growth, but it could end up, I'm going to go 90% growth and then it doesn't end up working out, you're going to have to realize, okay, I got clapped. It doesn't mean you sell and uproot the tree and start over. It means you start making the good decision and focus on that. So yallah. We do have merch. You got stream alerts in the first link. Stream alerts, long-term alerts, it's all there. And again, if you learn here that you're going to be able to sit here, you don't need to pay for anything. Again, it all depends on what you want. A lot of people like the stream alerts. Do your thing. But again, understand too, a stream alert, I'm not trying to give out plays here. I mean, that's it. At the end of the day, everything I do on this stream, you're watching me with real money. I like to believe that I'm showing you all of it. You're seeing it. We're not being weird about it. It's very simple. You're going to watch me win or lose. You should be able to learn from that. That's what it's coming down to. Again, you see me get clapped. You'll see me do good. You're seeing the streak. So just take that all into play. Come here, learn, you'll watch it. But if your mindset is not in the right place, it don't matter what strategy, alert, play, anything, you're going to get clapped. I just know it. Just because you're not thinking. I need you to think about what you're doing with your money. It's either going to win or it's going to lose. Understand the nature of an option. Make sure don't be trading these options without owning anything in the long term. If you got the long term, even if it don't look good now, the only way a long term is bad if you make the same mistake 100 times in a row. And you're not going to do that. So, yallah. Yallah. So, God bless you. God, but have an intent. Amen. Amen. Have an intent. And just stop. I don't know. It's like messaging a girl. It's like, listen, man, if you message her twice and she don't respond, you know what I'm saying? Or like you talking to her and you say, let's hang out. And then she says, not today. That's it. Just move on. That's it. That's what you need to do with options. That's what you need to decide with your long term. That's what it comes down to. Too many people are getting caught up in the diet. Well, what about this? Well, she said no. Well, what about this? Just stop bugging her. That is a bad look for you. That's it. Just move on. Trust me. It's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Even with options, even with the long term, figure it out in that context. And you don't need that much dialogue. You don't need that much shoulda, coulda, woulda. Well, what about this? Well, maybe she's maybe she's like this right now. And then, well, maybe what's another time we can hang out? Or maybe, no, maybe she was busy, but I know, I'm going to send her. Nah, it's just that's it, bro. It's just over. Okay? And you just go. And if you could stop with dialogue, we're going to be great. I'm getting so passionate about it because I had this conversation yesterday. I had this with a totally separate, and it was all about real estate, and I was helping a friend of mine. I was like, how come they don't get this? It's just like, go straight, like, stop worrying about so many little things in between, and like you're trying to imagine this scenario. It's like what the destination is. It's either going to work or it's not. She either like you or she don't. You're either going to end up poor or you're going to end up rich with it. It's very, very simple. But just start minimizing the options, and then that way you will make way better decisions. Yallah. So there you go, chat. God bless you. And then look at now you got some tips too. Stop messaging these girls 10 times. They don't like you, okay? Move on. Don't worry. You'll find the stock that was meant to be. You won't change your mind in 10 years either. You see what I'm saying? It's good. It's good. And then again, it goes back to it. Small amounts too. What, you keep messaging the girl, she don't hit, but you're taking it, you care too much. Don't care about it. Throw in $20. Say, what's up, girl? I don't even care about it. Boom. You see what I'm saying? Small plays. Small plays. Don't give it so much worth. Oh, they don't. Man, amen. That's it. That's it. I'm telling you, it makes sense. Everything makes sense. You could apply it to the trading. If you don't feel me. You know what I'm saying? They really don't feel me. It's that simple. It's that simple. So, how you doing? Good day? Good day. Good day. Ghetto spread to Amazon. Ignore all female frizzle. hard. That's not even. Oh, excuse me. You ain't even got to ignore them. I'm saying if you get, that's it. After one or two, just don't, no dialogue. I don't like the dialogue. Dialogue trying to find an imaginary scenario or change the reality. It's just very simple. Say less, literally. Keep it moving. But just know, just expectations too. But shout out to long term. I'm excited. If you had 10 million to spend only on stocks, what would you buy? I wouldn't, if that makes sense. Like, you know, if you had 10, I just wouldn't put it all. If I like had 10 million in stocks, I wouldn't put it all in stocks like that. There wouldn't be a situation where you could only buy stocks. But I would do what I'm doing with the long term. I would split, especially with a larger amount. I'd probably go higher on dividends so I could guarantee the yield and make a lot of passive income. But I would split it up. I would go half and half, 5 million real estate, 5 million stocks, and then I take the 5 million. I'd probably put 2.5, 3 million towards dividends, and then the other 2 million towards growth. 9 mil on Dragon, baby. The artist formerly known as Frizzer, another one. God bless you, baby. God bless you. 10 mil on UMC, nah. I want 4K on a Dragon at Barona. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. HYMC related to AMC. Yeah, I would just buy a mining company. If I had that 10 million, I'd just be like, yo, let me get a gold mining company. They're running 15%. HYMC is popping. BA coming to pre-drop level. Holding up from earlier. Things kind of chilled out. 850. 1.5 dividends. Nets about 50,000 a year. Yeah, it's good. Some people don't like it. That's why I know a lot of you guys are like, oh, I would just buy dividend stocks, but you would be surprised. Even if you had that much money, you would put it in there and be like, well, I want more. That's why it's like, I would just keep half of the money for real estate. And then that's it. You pull off a couple of those flips. That's it. I hope you guys realize that. I mean, again, you get a long term. You get a little, you set aside money to gamble and trade, play the global phenomena, and then you start making sure you got a real estate portfolio, and then you do one flip here, do one flip every 6 months, one flip a year. You can make it, that's it. Get a quick bag. Oh, man. It's a great dividend. Great dividend. Great dividend. Kathy selling all DocuSign shares. Treasury inverting. I did not see that, but I'm sure. Powell was talking about the 3-month, 18-month spread is wild. DraftKings might be hitting New York City, doesn't see fantasy illegal. 19. Then the guy he said, look at the 2-year, 10-year. The 2s and 10s are the most important. It's interesting that Powell said that, but I don't really care. I look at the 2 and the 10-year, and I do look at the 3-month a little bit, but I just know 2, 10-year, and even then, it's like the yield curve is going to invert. The question is now, how many weeks does it take? It's either going to be a couple weeks from now, or maybe maybe even like 30 weeks or so, maybe 26, half a year. But that's the real next question. But once it inverts, then we have our next play. or at least we have our next boy. It could stay inverted for like a year or two, too. That's the thing. It could take another 12 months to get there, or once it inverts, it could stay inverted for over a year before ever causing anything with the market. Inverting it's a phenomenon. People do not know why. It always precedes it. So before every single recession in history, the yield curve has inverted or flattened every single time. But it doesn't mean that it causes it. This is why I've studied it. It's one of the most fascinating things. But it's very perplexed. A lot of people are perplexed about it. A lot of people, there's different theories from people in the Fed, some of the best and brightest economists. Everybody has their own thesis on it. I have my own too. And it just literally, though, every single time we've been in a recession leading into it, you have always seen an inversion or flattening of the yield curve. And that's what makes, so it doesn't mean you have to have a recession, but people have noticed every time it's been there. Cite your sources. Go fucking look it up. That's not my job here. The yield curve is age old. Everybody on Wall Street knows this. If you don't know this, Investopedia, run it up. But that's not. I've posted 50 videos on this. We've talked it. This is, you either know it or you don't. Nah, you gotta hit up Google on that one, bro. Nah, you got it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I know it could. Nah, that's the source. No. I want you to don't get lost in the sauce. This is big. It's big stuff. It's big Wall Street stuff. If you've been trading stocks for longer than 2 to 4 years and you have not looked into this, you need to. You need to right now. That it shouldn't even matter what I say, to the point where you know about it. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why it's like, it doesn't. You should get informed on this one without a doubt. Without a doubt. Bro, yo, Chad's going crazy. Yo, you guys like that one. You guys are like, what? What did Josh just say? Oh, sister. Oh. And now he's going to become a villain. That's all, because I didn't even mean it like that. I didn't even mean for it to go crazy. And then now this guy in the chat, he's like, they all laughed at me. I'm going to kill you, Josh. I said he's either gonna make another trading fraternity, or he's gonna spam my email box, or make I didn't even ban him, so I think he's chill. I love you, man. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to get at with that. But it's good, man. This is the origin story. I know. I'm sorry. I know it's important. Just look up yield curve. If you go search yield curve recession, you'll get thousands of articles. You could even see the articles from the Fed. I have a video from 2018 talking about it. I have a bunch of videos on it. Didn't even get clapped. We cool. See, we cool, baby. We cool. NASA confirms 5K exoplanets. I don't know what that is. And we have merchandise if you're interested. If you were interested. And they aren't buying this rally, just observation. That's the whole bonds. The bonds aren't buying the rally either. That's one of them's wrong and one of them's right. That's what I've been trying to say here. The bonds, the Fed futures, LQD, HY, all of them are moving down, and it's either one of them's right. Either the stock market's right or every single bond market in the world is right now. I'm betting on the bonds. The past 2 weeks I ain't been here. Well, you here now, baby. Last 2 weeks, we haven't got more Russia escalation. The Fed stuff is going crazy. We just got the rate hike last week. People are going back and forth. This could be a potential bottom. That's why we began a little active. Last week was a 5% record week of gains. But now, again, we haven't had any headlines or highlights or any more escalation from Russia, Ukraine, and then commodities, oil. Those are still up, but haven't gone too nuts since. So we're still waiting. Think retail people getting their tax money are loading up the slot machine? Maybe it depends. We'll see if things get hyped, but a lot of people have been scarred from last time. You got I don't know. Is there anybody in here who was the stimulus, any tax money, you were buying stocks crazy in the last 24 months, and then all of a sudden now this time, are you a little bit more hesitant about buying crypto, essentially? LLL. No, not at all. I mean, yes, I was audited. Recession, housing market falling. Got clapped. Sticking with the plan. A lot of lessons. I still have ETC. I got a job for that. I won't jump in with as much money this time. Think still buying each month. Sticking with the plan. That's been the cool part. We've literally month after month, if you stick to it there. Again, I don't know about anything extra with trading, so we'll see. Just adjust to what the market gives you. Been buying without changing my mind in 10 years. Amen. Man. It's fascinating. People seem fine buying at all-time highs, but not when stocks are on sale. Isn't it phenomenal? But it seems like a lot of you guys in here, you guys are already indoctrinated into the cult. Seems like your plan has not changed, just little by little. It seems that's the game plan. And it's just like, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. You've been tortoise in hair. That's it, man. That's it. Small, good decisions. Small, good decisions. Airbnb coming down now. Wells Fargo. The banks are starting to slip a little. Even the whole market. The premiums chilled out there. That was a good ghetto spread. I already made 100 something on the ghetto spread. So the Amazon contracts fell back to 240. And then I made $130 on the ghetto spread. So securing us that profit. No, I haven't been buying more Snapchat. We even at $30, it was still high compared to where we bought it. Again, the latest pickup was JP Morgan on the long term, and we got like 9% on that, which is great. And then before that, we had Airbnb, and it's pretty much at like the same price when we got it, like 168. And then I have all the leaps there, but that's not in the long term. No more Roblox. Roblox I never added to the long term. I might here now. If it depends in the next 2 weeks. I have a couple that I'm looking at. I might even buy more Roblox shares from the initial amount that I wanted to. But we'll see. Again, things have moved a lot. But for me, I'm limited to my time. That's it. I have to go off of the schedule. What do you think will be good and bad during high inflation? It just really depends on how the company does good. But I know value stocks, I think banks are going to do very well. And I think AbbVie, anything paying a dividend, any of the REITs, I think value plays will be good. And then growth is going to be hard to determine. But I still do like, what's it called? How you say? Airbnb. We purchased JP Morgan. So again, that's why we have the free long-term alerts. You could get a text message so you never miss when we add to this account. And remember, we never sell out of this account. We've held everything. Literally, you could go back in time over the years on this, and you could see every single trade from 2019, 1 share, 2 shares at a time. You could get that. It's also on my Instagram. But the latest one we picked up JP Morgan in March, and we have 9%, 8.92 on it. And then before that this year, I believe it was Airbnb in January. And then we didn't buy anything in February. We waited, we stacked up cash, and then we put that double deposit on JP Morgan. Free long-term shares a lot. Uber's there. We're down like 7% on it. That's not accounting for the covered calls. So that's something to keep in mind. We've already cashed out, or they're down 5%. But if they keep going, they're at like a good price. I like this price, but if they keep going lower, I will buy more. I still really like it. AMD, NVIDIA down. I don't know. A lot of things are selling off now. I mean, again, we had the first 2 hours running. AMD is selling off pretty hard. Is it related to NVIDIA? They could be announcing something, but AMD and NVIDIA are coming down right now. Interesting. Hold on, I'm going through the scanner right now. I want to see if we can find anything. Pep kind of ripping. Airbnb coming down. Yeah, the banks are fading. Pepsi is ripping. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Uber store. I have not. A lot of people keep telling me. Intel, Microsoft donate I/O virtualization specification. That's the lead to go boarding it. Hey, Jesus, hold it down. Let's go. Be safe out there, okay? Don't run into a tree or anything. Make sure you travel with a buddy, Troy. Don't get lost in the snow. One time I got buried in the snow. I snowboarded once in Utah, and the snow was really fluffy. And then I fell, and I couldn't dig myself out of the snow. It was crazy. I was like suffocating. It was like wild, honestly. I've never had that happen. So you can't get buried in snow. So just be very, very careful out there. Okay. You're not 5'6", so maybe you have bigger like arms and legs that could get you out of there. But for me, it was a terrifying experience. Okay. So just be careful. Be careful there. Be careful. But don't trade this. Not a recommendation. This one came up off of the scanner. I thought I would take it. Watch out for the spreads and how it plays out. But this one, I love it because the chain is just dead. Absolute dead chain. And someone made, it was a, what's it called? It was a multi-leg execution, so it could be for different reasons. But I liked it because it's related to food. So I grabbed a PC put. Pilgrim's Pride May put. I spent $100 for more than one. $120 for more than one. And that's it. We're going to see. I think it's interesting. I just like what it's related to. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. There's 23 or 5K open volume. Yeah, and there's just no activity on the chain. That whole chain is dead. That's why I like it. So look at April. Nobody's trading this shit. Somebody got the April ones, but look at the open interest. Look at the volume. Look at May. Nobody's trading this shit. Calls or puts. July, June. No one's trading this shit. And then all of these big orders come in. So this is what the scanner is pretty much showing me. And again, it's related to food, commodity, all of that. So that's why I like it. But that's why I'm like, all right, perfect. Chain is dead. Somebody making a big order. It relates to a broader category. I think I put $100 down. And then it has till May at least. So we'll see where we go from there. I grabbed a put. Why is that good if no one's trading it? Lately, I've just noticed that a lot where just, again, if people aren't trading them, but then it gets activity, one, it's less crowded, but then it's also saying it's like, why all of a sudden are people throwing down? Like on that trade alone, I think it was what? Maybe like 50 grand to 100 grand on the trades, maybe more. And then it represents over 20, 30 million in value. That's like truly unusual, essentially. AMD's coming down. Oh, there's a couple of other ones. April 1st. PPC May puts. Yeah, that was the one we just grabbed. LMT and Boeing sneaking up. Yeah, Boeing, I'm going to wait to average out on those plays. I know, Graham, you just brought those up. I'm waiting. LMT. Come on. Give me the rest of them. I only got partially filled. Hold on. It hasn't filled me on all of them yet. They're like scamming me. Not PP. PPC I'm already in. I have a different one. The Fed future is awful today. They keep going down. There's a big divergence between bond market and stocks right now. Literally, one of them is going to be right. Hold on. I'm just waiting to get... I don't want to raise my bid. If bonds are right, will the dollar rocket? Probably, and I mean S&P will probably come down. That's pretty much... S&P is going up, bonds are going down. In the last 2-3 days, it's been pretty wild. So they're such scammers. Absolute scammers. What's the point of that? Bro, they wouldn't... I sat on that bid for like 2 minutes. They wouldn't fill me. And then I just canceled the order. And then I put the same order back in, and then it filled me instantly. Bruh. Why are they doing me like that? Why are they doing me like that? Scammers, bro. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. This one's a little counterintuitive, especially with some of the candles. Myrna and BNTX are going up right now, but I grabbed a Facebook weekly call. There was a cheap one. They're less than 10 cents. They showed up on the scanner from earlier, and it's cheaper than where they bought them on the scanner. So I said, all right, let me get one. I spent like $50. Again, less than 10 cents a contract. Facebook weekly calls. We'll see what happens. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Don't forget, these things go to zero. Bro, that's hype, Mark. I'm reading this, man. That's great. I don't know, bro. I don't know if I can share it or not. I mean, it's up to you. But that's hype either way, bro. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's funny. You never told him. You never told him. That's good, bro. So, Mark's basketball team, they just won the championship, bro. He coaches a basketball team, and they just got Division II. They won the title. Bro, I've never won a high school title, man. This is a big deal. This is a big deal. That's great, but he gave me a little story about how he was how he would give him some PHILO teachings here and there. Some uncle. He never let him know though. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. That's exciting, man. Congratulations. Or nah. Hey man. Spread that cult philo. Spread the love. Amen. Amen. That's so hype. Good shit, bro. I did not even know you were doing that. That's awesome. That's actually really fun. It's very, very fun. Very fun. Very exciting. Judge your success by what you teach. Indeed. He said, Coach, is that you? Are you guys on the same team? What if he'd be like, what? He's like, that's my coach. SPY coming down a little bit. PPC, that thing is dropping. Wells Fargo's still up. We just made the Facebook. Spread the love. That's hype. I play D3 ball. Man, we ain't never win a title. That's so crazy. 150K short on Dogecoin. Why did you retreat it? Don't retreat, man. Let them know. Let them know. You guys won the high school Super Bowl? What? That's crazy. They have the kids graduate 3 years. They stumble upon the trading fraternity, having flashbacks of what their coach taught them. They're like, what? I've heard this before. That'd be hype. Hopefully you told them to get a long-term, Mark. Hopefully you're like, hey, kids, I know you guys could ball, but make sure you get a long-term too. Okay, I know you 6'10" and got a nice, fade away in the post, but you still need that long-term. You know what I'm saying? You just let them know. Let them know. Long-term, very important. I know your parents have money. Respectfully, I don't know anything about you, nor do I care. You see what I'm saying? Don't worry about it too much, man. God is good. God is good. Sorry, I had a message there. I had to send a voice message, and then I just look up on my screen, and that's what I see. It's like, what? Some of them would talk to crypto, so I try and direct them the right way. Amen. Amen. I'm sure bro, you probably got the what's it called? You probably got all the inside info from all the young kids. I'm sure. That's what I've noticed. Like, you'd be surprised. There's a period where, like, the high school kids and, like, the younger people, they knew that's it. They knew all the hype stuff. So, I'm sure they probably knew for a period. Playing Uncle Answers on margin gets me hyped. I think he says take it slow or you'll get clapped, but I feel Uncle's just hype while trading and working out. If you ever go to the gym, very, very good for you. You and your sister was pure comedy. She's funny. She's crazy. We love it. The whole Ansauce family. She married? She's not. So if you got goats, you let me know. Any sort, we operate on a barter system. So let me know. How come I'm not funny like her? I just got different genes. I got the less positive genes, I guess. I'm taller than her. That at least balanced out. So that was cool. Same situation. I feel you. Yeah, we're similar but very different. It's cool though. We're still good friends. At the end of the day. Mama Answers is still scared. The sister answers inspired. Girlfriend answers. She was like, I want to talk on stream now. I'm like, oh shit. This is what happens. Everybody wants to get in. Everybody. And then I have to deal. It's already hard enough. You let lending tips on. He'll get you canceled. I'm like, geez, bro. get Colt's sister in charge of one of the channels. She's not really down like that with any, like, I don't know if you guys heard her. Like, she is just all about, like, she's like, I want to find a community that I could help. I can't just sit inside all day. Like, she's very active, and she's very, like, she wants to do more, like, hand-to-hand helping people, if that makes sense. Like, she likes to, like, I don't know, and, like, she's like, why would I do this and this? She's like, well, we could do this, and there's people here, and then I went to school for this. And I'm like, yeah. She's more of an activist, honestly, I would say. But she's very, again, though, it's like, we do hold different views in, like, certain things, and, like, that's where we try to find stuff we can agree on. But she's very, like, you even heard her. I mean, she will hang on to stuff that I don't really, like, focus on as much. But, like, she grew up a little bit differently, and then school, and then after college, and then, I mean, she is just she's like she adopts a lot of the extreme sides of, like, liberalism. But then at the end of the day, she, like, you heard her, like, she don't really like everything. She's like a moderate leftist, I would say, is a way to describe it. I think I would be more of I think I'm just more in the middle. But yeah, it's my sister. Yes, she is Middle Eastern, but she's like, again, she lived in San Francisco for like 10 years, so it'll do something. I think our views on stuff is just crazy, like on certain things, or certain things she has an opinion on it, and then we'll, like, talk about it, and we'll give her more facts about stuff, and then she'll kind of, be in the middle. But she's dope. I mean, that's it. She cares. That's it. As long as I could just definitely tell, like, she cares about it and all that. She kind of center left while you more center right. I'd say so. I don't like to think I'm center right, but I know how I am fiscally. So, like, and honestly, all of you, like, anybody in here who claims you're a liberal or a centerist, and you fucking have a 401k and you have a portfolio and you actually keep anything about the news or money, you're center right, believe it or not. Just because, I mean, conservatively fiscal, most people, if you care about a certain economy, money, or certain things, that's, like, to the right, if anything. So, like, I would say, yeah, I'm socially liberal, but then conservatively fiscally conservative, so it goes there. But it's cool. That was fun yesterday. I'm glad other people, you got to see it, because I hope people realize you can still coexist with people and work with people, even in your family, and you could be completely different and very similar at the same time, though. It's like, that's the big thing. That's why I don't get, because, like, even here in my family, like, we disagree on everything from God all the way down to politics, and it's wild how, like, we could still vibe with it, but, like, people randomly, everybody will, like, get so bent out of shape about certain things where it's like, nah, like, we're used to just talking. We're used to talking about what we feel, going back and forth and all of that. She sounded bright like you. I'm assuming you have bright parents. I mean, they just beat us into doing good in school. And they said if we don't go to school, we're going to fail, and that we can't succeed in America without this. And then we got beat into submission. But it worked. That's why she doesn't like it. She doesn't, like, you should hear her about it. That's the funny. See, like, that's like, if we talked about it, she'd be like, oh, see, like, how did you not remember what happened when we grew up? How do you not, you don't think that affected you? I'm like, I don't care. I'm trying to get rich, girl. You know what I'm saying? But, like, for her, she has the San Fran view of all the trauma caused. But I think my parents were very great. I think they disciplined the shit out of us. And I think they did a good job. I'm down with it. Like, I didn't like it when I was young. Again, we grew up very different than most of the people we were around. That's why when you hit her with the white people comment, she didn't like it, because, again, like, we grew up different than a lot of people, than whether we moved places or not. It was just very, very different. And even then, like, inside of our household, it was a very Eastern culture. It was very, very Eastern, and that's all it was. And that's why it's like, she graduates, she gets educated, she starts hanging out with people, doing all of that. She's like, you don't think that this was this. I think she thinks my work ethic is toxic, I believe. Uh, she's like, you don't think that how you grew up led you to believe that this is why you work like this and this is why you don't think this? I'm like, nah, I mean, I'm sure, maybe, I don't know, but shit, I like it. I like it. Would you beat your kids? I mean, I say I will, and I say, you know, I'm going to discipline my kids for sure. I don't say beat because I don't want to glorify it, because I know some people, like even my sister has said this too. She's like, no, you can't glorify like beating, because some people beat their kids and they don't even try to discipline them. So that's not the correct way, if anything. I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your kids, but you have to understand there is people out there who, you know, not all quote unquote child beating is good, but you know, I would discipline my parents or my kids, and I like my parents. They went a little bit overboard at times, but at the end of the day, I know my mom, I know my dad, especially my mom, with like, because she was very aggressive, but like, bro, you talk to the lady, you could tell what's in her heart. Like, you know, she really wanted the best for us, and that's why she didn't want us to end up like a lot of the stuff I see. And honestly, I'm very, very thankful, because I already know I'm crazy. I would have been off the deep end by the time, if I got into stocks by the time I was 14, I would have been off the deep end by the time I was 15. If I didn't get my ass whooped like that. So it's good. It's good, but find balance. Some of you, I don't know. Just make sure you don't go too crazy. Don't go too crazy. I'm disciplining my parents. Yeah, no, that was a misspeak. Yeah, little fun fact, some family story, get to understand it. But that's why too, man, I really hope all of us can become family. You know what I'm saying? I really hope all of us, everybody here, I don't know if you're a first-time listener or you've been here long enough, or even if you've been trolling me for years, whatever it may be, it's just like, I hope you realize, like, my real-life family, that's how we get down. It's just like, we are all different. We all have disagreements, but like we still vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and you still got to be able to work with people, and then we both realize we at least could realize who our enemy is, and realizing that probably we, you know what I'm saying? That's why I always tell you, I was like, yo, know who your enemy is. Like, I'm not your enemy. Like, you go look at the banks, go look at some of the other real shit that you see and what's really going against you. So I really hope you guys can understand that too. And that's why it's good. I'm glad that you guys got that experience and getting to hear my sister. I know some of you agree, disagree, whatever it may be, but that's what it is. But I hope all of us could. That's why I don't get it sometimes when we fight. It just don't make sense, because I'm like, we shouldn't be fighting about this. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't be fighting. You don't got to hate me because we disagree. Just another thing we disagree on. That's fine. It's all love. It's all love. Never on that swishy shit is coded to the grave, bitch. Why don't you mention your pops much? Because y'all are too soft to hear about my dad. I've always said it. My dad, you know, our relationship is very, very Middle Eastern. I mean, he did a great job as well, too. He introduced me a lot to the Bible. He would make sure I read my Bible, make sure I pray. But he was just straight to the point type of person. I mean, it's not like, you know, his role is, you know, get out, work, get out, do what you need to do, you know, honor God, do what you need to. But he was just on a different level of just straight to the, like, he was very more straight from Egypt, if anything. Again, and that's why I'm saying it's not like, I think a lot of people, if my sister will even say it, you know, you'll hear the stories of everything, and some people are like, oh, it's in it. Do you not think this? Like, nah, like, you know, we had a very good work ethic instilled, you know, very traditional. My dad played the traditional role as a father. My mom played the traditional role as a mother, but even then my mom worked too. But it's just something that's why I'm like, most stories of my dad, people are like, what? And it's stuff I really do agree with. I mean, what he says with work ethic, getting down there. I mean, we don't trip on certain shit where it's like something people trip on. It's like, what? And that's it. So it's good. Yeah, he's still around, of course. You know, good guy. He's just on. He does his own thing. He works. He still works to this day. He's very dedicated to his mission and what he has doing and all that. So But I've noticed anytime I bring up stories with my dad, though, people will ask if I don't. They're like, why don't you bring up this or that? But I've also noticed some people, they like try to fight some of the stances I've given, in the sense they're like, no, you can't do that. This isn't how it is. Like, I'm telling you, like, the simplicity of even business, a lot could even come from my father, where you'll realize, like, I've watched this guy get into real estate, make a lot, and then lose it all. But at the end of the day, like, he didn't know a lick of English. Like, my mom knows way better English than my dad, and it's crazy. But, like, like some of that common sense, or like we're saying, the scenario and like the dialogue, like, he gets some of that stuff. Again, he wasn't there to, like, I don't know, like, he didn't like play with us and like take us to do certain stuff. It was more, good disciplinary role, taught us what mattered, all of that, and really, raised us to be men, not anything, other than that. Like, by the young age, we were told we were going to have certain responsibilities. You were expected to do stuff, whether it would be school, this or that. We're expected to take care of mom. Like, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. But sadly, is very controversial in today's society. That's why anytime I bring it up, I've noticed a different reaction about what my dad has told me versus when you hear mama's stories. Because mama's very, she just says, love God, and that's it. God first. That's all. Everything. Mom is very to the core. God watching you, even if you ain't white, it don't matter if mama's around. Mom's stance is very, very just, my mom, you could even see, she don't even care about anything except for God. Like, literally, God number one, God first. That's it. Where, and then, my dad is more, he's giving us more practical life of just, this is how it is. You raised like this. You must do this. This is what it is. No, nobody is going to do this for you. Nobody's, like, we would get beat if we asked for stuff. I don't know if any of my foreign people had that. Like, we were scared to, like we went, I love free shit growing up. I love free shit. If you ever offered anything I still love free shit, bro. Honestly, my dad would be disappointed because I love free shit, bro. I love anything for free, man. I know, free 99. We made sure you get stuff for free, bro. I love free shit. You come and give me like, yo, you got this. That's why I told you that story. So whatever came, they're like, here you go. It's like, what? I love free shit. Oh, no, we would get beat. Oh, yeah, if you ever took something from somebody or this, and now that was something my dad, you're like, no, you don't ever take anything. You don't take anything. If somebody offers you something, no. If you're hungry and somebody offers you food, you say no. You don't take anything. Oh man, I don't think they feel me, but it was so stuff like that. Stuff like that. Is whatever's free is good for me. Yeah. No. Mom was like that too though, but just dad, it was a different stance. Way different stance. Any regrets? Never. I'm so thankful. So thankful for how my parents raised me. Thankful for both of their influences, everything. It was, and that's why I'm saying, I mean, discipline, baby. She'd always ask why I would never accept food at her house. She never understood. Yeah, I feel. Has their own life. No need for people to judge your hard work, what you've caused. You had two great parents. Amen. I'm just sharing it with you. I mean, you guys, we were just talking about it. You guys are asking questions. I don't even have like a point to sharing with it. I'm not even trying to drive home like a point or having a rant. We were just talking there. Just answering your questions for anything you have on your mind. Why wouldn't I accept food? I don't know. Again, it makes sense. The whole concept, the principle is to take care of yourself. That's all it was. The whole principle is that you don't look for a handout. Don't expect a handout. Even if someone offers to give you one, do not take it. You're not, like, that's it. It's just that you're not entitled to take anything from anybody. So it's just very, very simple. Like, if you want something, you will get it on your own, or you're going to work for it. It doesn't matter. Someone tries to give you something, don't do it. And they were also protective of us too. They didn't want us to talk to people and get kidnapped. But it was just very, like, I didn't understand. I hated it as a kid. And that's what I'm saying. This is stuff where, like, me and my sister should be like, why you think this? You don't think that's like, I didn't understand it as a kid. Now I'm older, I understand it, but it's not something that, like, I couldn't tell you why realistically, but I do know it changed. It molded me a lot differently because, even though I love free shit, and I'll get free shit here and there, but for the most part, it was, you were always kind of just, you knew if you wanted something, you had to get it, and don't ask somebody for it. It's very, very simple. Like that until someone told me you should graciously receive a totally different perspective. I agree completely. Again, not everything is like, you should, at sometimes, like I said, I got older, I did my own thing, and sometimes I wasn't as like there, but it's just definitely something at the core. AMD, is it still going down? It's at the low now. It is breaking through. One time her parents told her friend, her and her friend said to tell your parents no. Yeah, it don't get down like that. AMC huge pop. It is 6%. GameStop is up like 10 right now. Kroger, let's see. We had the PPC and then the Facebookian. I think the Facebookians went up. Even though the stock didn't move, that premium just got driven up. PPC, they're just up like 5 cents. ApeCoin, big pop. Is crypto moving? Let's see. Gold back at break even. Fed futures jumped another 3%. It's even worse on the long end. So again, December is pricing 2.17 right now. So 8 rate hikes is 2.0. We're about less than 100 basis points or 10 basis points away from 9 rate hikes fully priced in. The divergence is insane. Yeah. I think there's 7 meetings. 7 meetings and then 8 hikes priced in. Or 8 meetings and 7 priced in. From the Fed has 7, I think. But ours right now, the Fed futures are really, really wonky. JP Morgan. Amazon. That was a good ghetto spread on the Amazon. It's showing how strong the economy is. No, I wouldn't make too many judgments just yet. I just think there's a lot of things going on right now, and they're doing their thing to, everything's moving until we get the full story. It's hard to say until it's just little. We're going one event to the next, waiting in the meantime, watching the bonds, and then seeing what happens with the yield curve or anything of that nature. May, June, July, September, November, December. So 6 meetings, and we're at 8 rate hikes fully priced in. So again, that means a double is coming in there somewhere. Newegg pop. You ever find deals on Craigslist or Facebook? Sometimes people will send me deals that they found on there, but the thing I've learned in real estate, you would be shocked where the leads come from. So don't ever rule anything out. You could always find anything. But I just know the best way, always just get straight in touch with the homeowner. That's why door knocking is so good, because if you could just get a hold of the person and talk to them, I mean, that's usually enough to do a lot. Why is ZW coming down? The pundits. It could be because that's the forward month. Again, remember, it's going to be cyclical, and we're going to follow a different schedule. So that's why it's like there's going to be different contracts. Why doesn't it show them? I think it's like ZW. See, like I think we're on K22 is the May ones. We'll even see July. See, July futures are already trading a little different. You see that? July futures are still at 8 a bushel. So people are waiting till everything plays out, and then they're all going to start moving. But even then, July futures already went up the other day. My landscape clients said they want to sell and fall, and the occupation will get you clients. Amen. That is true. A lot of leads come from people doing their job. People are working. Again, Oscar was doing his job, and somebody he knew from work, and that could go a long way too. Some of y'all should get a job just so you could get real estate leads. Oh, they don't fail me. They don't fail me. 6.2 earthquake, mid-Atlantic ridge. Deer soars as Ukraine fighting stokes demand for farm equipment. Sean opening and took it. Amen. Amen. It worked, baby. Is your scanner just mostly new options? That Facebook option is brand new. Kind of. I mean, I'm looking for it. I'm using a normal option scanner. I just put my own twist of it, and I'm looking for trades that are actually unusual. Pretty much I'm using a normal option filter, and now I put on my own filter to really identify unusual. So I'm really like, again, people think a big order is unusual. It's not. That's why it's like I'm looking for something specific. They're coming up there. It's related to even industries as well. And then I'm also, the next level is that you have to go deep to it and then find out what kind of trade it is. Because some of these big option trades, some of these big sweeps, they're either premium sells or they are these, what's it called? They are these, like market maker floor trades and a bunch of other weird shit. The Facebook play popped up on the scanner, yeah. I'm about to be the HOA account executive for Sherwin-Williams, all of LA. Oh, wow. Just let them know. You say, hey, you're going to paint your house. You should just sell it to us right now. Right now. We'll buy it. Cash offer. I got you. What's up? Guy has to sell. Moves are slow a little bit. What's even the volume? Again, just we went from back-to-back news escalation. Anytime we begin green, we're running off one rally and then there's just no news for like 5 to 20 days. So it's been good so far. Well, what's the volume? Volume's coming down 35 million in 3 hours. Oh, that's kind of ugly. The volume's actually really low. Facebooks are jacked up. Yeah, that's why. Remember, I wasn't even getting filled, but that one came up. So when that play came across the scanner, the Facebook play, they were the guy bought him for 12 cents. So we got in right now at 8 cents. So that 9, 10. So we're up 50%. Shit. But they bought it at 12. That's why I liked it. So like here, I'll show you the play. Again, don't trade this one. This is one we made earlier. It's already up 50%. So watch out. It's a weekly. But here's the trade here. But you can see no open interest. This play was dead, and then all of a sudden, people bought it in the morning. But you could see when the order came in after 10 minutes, they came in. They were pretty much buying at 10. One went through at 9, but then most of them went in for 10 to 12. So a lot of the orders came in at 12, and then you had a big order that was pretty much at the same price. But that's why. And then this was us here, right here at 8, coming in. But pretty much their price was about 10 to 12. I'm pretty sure he got it. I have it. My scanner says 12 for it. So they paid for him at 12 on like 2,000 contracts or something. But we'll see. That one was small. I only put $50 down, so don't go too crazy on the weeklies, especially if it expires this week. Tesla high. How do I get green color on your name? You got to get the membership badge. So if you just go to the channel, youtube.com/thestockmarket, and put /join, it'll take you to the membership link. I started watching you when I sent home from college in March 2020. I still watch you every day. I graduate this summer with my bachelor in 3 years, baby. Mr. Wagner. Nah. Congratulations, bro. That's hype. That's actually very, very hype. Good work on completing, man, and doing it fast. We love to see it, man. You were trading and doing school. That's what I'm talking about. You better have a 3-year long term. 3-year long, maybe 2-year. I'll take 2-year. I'll take 2-year. Wheat moving. Oh, this is the July 2023 contract. No shit. This is July 2022. That's the one I think we're already on. NVIDIA and Kroger are partnering to redesign shopping through AI-enabled apps. That sounds nutty. NVIDIA and Kroger? Love 44. PAL should be on 8 a.m. tomorrow. SPY's coming back a little bit here. GME still on the high. Boeing kind of a going. Uber's hitting a high. Airbnb's down. Roblo's still holding. Let's see the banks come back up because they've been kind of slipping there. ASTR, they're popping a little bit here. Last like 5-10 minutes. Yeah, Astra's up there. It's hitting the high right now, and it's had like 10 minutes of moving. CLX, GME is still going crazy. I'll move here. Golden Goose, TWI projected EPS 2022, 118, forward PE 1836, 2132. Projected share price for 2022, sympathy play to DE and CAT. Titan International. It looks good. The only thing I won't like is that it's hitting an all-time high right now. Or it's hitting that high. I'll keep that. Remind me about that one whenever the premiums come down. But I think the premium's already kind of baked a little bit. Let me see, April 20th, call sweeps, KTOS twerking, low volume. Uber's coming towards the highs. I mean, let's see. I think if we're going to get another rally towards the high, we're going to need big tech. There's a couple of names hitting. Like Uber's going up. Boeing wants to move up. Let's see, where's Square? Square's chilled out. Yeah, volume is really low today. It's not really low. It could come back, but it's still like, it's just 10 million a minute or 10 million an hour. A gym today. I've not been since I got sick. I didn't go all last week, and I haven't gone. I might go to the gym today. We'll see. I do want to relax a little bit, though, because I was going pretty hard, and then I just don't. Bro, I got clapped last week. It was wild. But no gym yet. No gym yet. Mariupol refugees who left today claim Russian forces now control large parts of the city. Ukrainian forces beaten back into part of the west side. You ate something bad. I think so, because it only lasted. It was like stomach shit for like 2 days. I think it was food poisoning. Because I've never felt like that like in a while. Usually even if I don't feel good, I don't get clapped. I mean, like I could not feel the best, or I could even be sick and still run it, but oh, man. That one was just weird. Need NTR. Boeing's coming up again. NTR is still lagging. And I think the MOSs are still up. SPY's coming up a little bit. Let's go. You get JP Morgan back. If Banks could hit a new high at the end of the day, that'll be good. Jackson hearing breaks for lunch. We come down the rest of the day. If Tech doesn't play along here, but if Tech plays along with this bounce, I think it'll be chill. So it's good bullishness. Well, one thing you got to realize, energy is still kind of up. China bounce today helped out, but communication and financials are doing good. So is Tech and even some of the safe havens. But there's still a couple of things kind of padding the stats, but it's not that bad, and we've overlooked a lot. And then the biggest risk right now is we're just ignoring the Fed futures. That's it. Every single day, this last couple of days, Fed futures keep hitting a low, and bonds are getting off to a crazy move. And that just is leaving us here. Paramount. Yeah, Par is jumping up here. Check news on that. Where is it? It's not. Paramount. Not seeing anything. UBS adjusted price target. That's the only thing. We'll see if anything comes up. It's CNBC talk. Yeah, nothing's coming across the wire yet. Meme stocks. Para is Viacom. I'm pretty sure they just changed the ticker. This is Viacom. So Para is literally VIAC, if you don't remember. They just changed the name. Yeah, I think it's CNBC pump. So be careful. SPY even getting a little bit of a pump there. I don't know if that candle's real. I still got the LOT, yeah. Type in Viacom, it showed up as Para, yeah. The butterfly, I would go watch the video. Go watch the video and make sure you understand it. Again, that butterfly play, we've gone over it for a month. So it's like if you're not picking up on it yet, just please go back and watch the video. Chad has posted it. Even people, they linked even where to watch on the watch list yesterday. So there's 2 titles. One's 400 into 20,000. And then like 13 minutes into the other video, Protect Your Portfolio. There's a lesson there on butterflies again. And we go over the exact plays that we have. LMT green again. Let's see what the premiums are at. Young bull, you don't need to fill down. They're still up 22%. They dropped some percentage points from yesterday, but they're still holding. SPY moving up a little. The bank, yeah, Wells Fargo's holding up great. Even in general, I mean, JP Morgan still looking pretty nice. I think we're back to 9%, I hope. Yeah, 9, bro, that's crazy. This has been a great, I'll take the dip, a 10% gain almost on a value play. I just hope this holds up, and I hope it gets crazy from here. Because if we start seeing the banks, I think we're even getting an extra point of dividend. 2.79. I think we picked it up at 3.3. So we're yielding like more than 0.5%. I guess 0.5% rate rise. I'll take it. Yeah, and then the Wells Fargos are still holding up there. They're down a little bit from where they were in the morning, but they're still up. Why don't you trade options? You're just being a troll. I've seen your name in here long enough to know that. So, God bless you. Scammed on Para. Am I diamond handing the Adobe? No. I got out of the Adobe this morning. So I sold out of the Adobe at 145. So we got about 45% on it. And that was an option trade for young Eli there. Which one was it? It was the 520? Yeah, I sold out of these at 145. I think we top ticked it. Went up a little bit higher. So that way you can, the premium might go up even more by end of the day. But I was like, all right, 40%, let's take it. Go from there. The Airbnbs came back down. And that's it. And then we ghetto spreaded the Amazon. That was a great ghetto spread. Worked out very good. There is merch. Yeah, we do. Check out the link. It's in the description. I thought you mentioned not investing in banks and airlines. I said I've talked about airlines, no, but banks, I mean, we've been talking about it since the REITs and the beginning of this year, and then ever since the rate rise cycle. I was talking how it could be good, and we were waiting 3 months to find a good value play. I thought JP Morgan met the criteria, and then we've played a bunch of options on the banks before the Fed like we've done every time, just because we've done that. Literally, I think every single Fed meeting. Can you guys recall that we've just traded bank options every single time? Has anybody noticed that? Like, I'm pretty sure for the last, 2 years, every single Powell, give or take, we're buying a bank play before or after the meeting, usually. So, but I finally added banks to the long term. I've never added banks to my long term up until JP Morgan. So that's why we got it. But it. Usually, I thought banks are, I usually wouldn't buy them because they're really convoluted. But here with finances, rates, and then even then a solid divvy or anything kind of close to a REIT, I thought the banks could be good. And the banks are very capitalized. Banks haven't even started loaning money for real estate. You guys know that? I know it's hard to believe, but would you believe me if I told you that most of the big banks, they have yet to even been beginning to loan out for real estate? So what I'm trying to say is that in the next 5 to 10 years, they have so much money that they can put out for real estate loans and loaning to people that I think they're going to be good in the really 5 to 10 years. In the longer end, the banks really haven't really recovered like a lot of things, and they have a lot of room to scale up business. But how's everyone? They've been getting it. Again, not most of them don't come from big banks. Places like UMC UWMC, Rocket Mortgage, and other places. People are getting their loans from private money or these smaller little lending places, but like the big banks, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Chase, Bank of America, most people don't have mortgages with those companies, and it's because they limit how many they give. So we'll see. Total shares of JP Morgan, in the big account, we have 43 shares. Colt Sister, we have 3 shares. And then the YouTube long term, we have 4 shares. So I think it's like 50 shares total between all the accounts. But we did a double deposit on the big account because remember, I waited. We didn't buy anything in February, and then we waited, and then we grabbed the JP Morgans in March there at the beginning of this month. And we did 2 different orders, and we spaced it out. So it's a good position. It's pretty much now. That's why it's like we waited. It gave us a good balance. I mean, $6,000. It's a little bit lower than Altria, but it's the same size as it's bigger than Airbnb or Uber. And then where's the other value play? And then it's like the bigger than our Walgreens play, which is also dividend. How do you know the banks aren't loaning money for real estate? You could look at their filings, and you could look at the amount of money they have in reserves and how much money they say how much they give out for home loans. And just if you even compare it historically, it's just very, very low. Colt's sister was mad about. I know my sister was mad about J.P. Morgan. She's like, "Don't you think J.P. Morgan's evil?" She's like, "Don't you think there's something else?" I don't know, man. That is all Wells Fargo does. You would be surprised. Not really. Again, you could take a look at it. Let me see if I can pull up a filing. But like this has been common. Even the Fed has brought this up. Even Jerome Powell has brought it up. Banks aren't loaning out for real estate right now. That's why people are forecasting that's going to be the next wave. So the next wave of like financial loan consumer support, it'll be when the banks take these reserves and then they start loaning it out. That's why they don't have high like loan growth more or less. Is it low because people aren't asking or the banks don't want to? Hard to say. It's a mix of everything. It's like you could get the money cheaper. You could go other places. And I don't know if you ever gotten a mortgage from if you ever gotten a mortgage from a big bank, they suck. Like that's why like lending tips, guys like Boomer, that's why they have careers because you literally, if you ever try to go get a home loan from like Wells Fargo, it's a nightmare. It's slow. They're slow. They're going to charge you the highest price. And they just don't work really well with the agents and everyone else. And it's just like, it's a giant corporation. You have to think about it versus, getting hooked up with like a private mom to pop type of thing. Let's see. Well, let me see. Wells Fargo is one of the bigger mortgage people, but I'm trying to see if we could get it. Corporate, consumer, wealth, corporate, other. Where is it? It doesn't give us. I'm trying to show them. I need to find out where. I need to like look in their filings and see how. But even with like consumer banking, like just look at this. This right here will give you an insight on what I'm telling you about. This is yearly. So 2019 total loans, consumer banking and lending, consumer. I'm assuming this is accounting with real estate. They were giving out $385 billion in loans, right? At 2019, 2021 end of the year. They did $326 billion. So that means they loaned out what? Like 50 billion less or something? I think. Yeah. And that's 2018 to 2020. So every year it goes down if you haven't noticed. And that's just a small one, but I think they have a segment for real estate. But that's just total loans. There's corporate. Corporate could be like commercial real estate. That one's went up a little bit. Or total loans nets. Yeah, 30 bill. Loan origination volume. Yeah, and take loan origination. They're not even originating anything. They're just probably just buying them. There it is. Home mortgages. Okay. Yeah, see, volume's at 205 in 2020, but it was lower than 2020 and then higher than 2019. This is what we need. Loan origination volume. But in 2012, it was at 124 million. Consumer banking. So here's the loan origination. They just started getting on here. And this is Wells Fargo. They are the best that does it, but I don't know how far we could take it back. Yeah. It's just getting to the point. It's like slightly higher than 2020 or than 2012. But this is Wells Fargo. So they've gone a little bit more. This is up, but I don't think the same thing could be said with Bank of America. Hopefully it keeps this. Where's market? Market coming up? Hey, let me see. JP Morgan, I don't think they do any at all. Global wealth, global banking, sales and trading, consumer real estate. Yeah, here. Here's consumer real estate. They don't even give numbers on it anymore. Total loan, but I don't even think Bank of America gives home loans still. But yeah, pretty much since 2014, there's no data even on the Bank of America books. So Wells Fargo is the biggest, and you can see it's high now, but still not that big of an increase over the last decade. So Wells Fargo is, but like Bank of America and a couple of others, I don't even think you'll find any volume off of it. Let's see. Are big banks losing the wholesale brokers? That, or they'll give them the money and it allows them to take different risks, but it just there's a lot more money out there and people are getting it. And a lot of these companies, a lot of banks, they don't want to deal with it too. It's just part of it, but it's also down the road. So it's like once everything gets like really set, that's where I'm saying in the future, a lot of people are like, oh, the real estate market's crazy. Just wait. The next level of support is going to be when all of the big banks, either they do it by their own accord or they get mandated to start giving out loans. Yeah, Airbnb is getting a candle right now. Total Energies to stop buying Russian oil and petroleum products. That's coming across right now. It's Total Energies. TTE. It's France, I think. So a France company just announced that. You might see oil move a little bit. Yeah, oil's pot. Because remember, some of the good news today was Europe saying that they're not going to ban the Russian oil. So oil's making a pop off that. Still negative on the day, or at least Brent is. How many Chick-fil-A sandwiches you want? this is Jesus. You're not Jesus. You're banned. And look at how that changed. Bro, in 30 seconds, you went from claiming you're Jesus to now you can't even get access to a stock chat room. You know what I'm saying? You better watch out what you claim, because it don't work. It don't work like that. What kind of Jesus are you, bro? That's crazy. That's crazy. So look, I'm going to unban you now. I wanted you to learn from that one. You know what I'm saying? And Jesus is all about forgiveness. So I got you, G. But just, you know what I'm saying? Just watch yourself. Just watch yourself out here. Just watch yourself. Let him unban himself if it's truly him. Bro, you sound like you're about to crucify him. You know, that's what they said. They said, oh, yeah, if he's the son of man, just tell him to just free himself from the... Come on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to hit the exact script of Mel Gibson, you know. But it's still. I feel you, though. I see where you're coming from. That's why I just wanted to prove a point, unban him, you know. Let him do his thing. Astra is working with SpaceX's subsidiary Swarm. So remember, that was already moving. I think it was Ryan who called it out. Somebody did. Yeah, he's called it out. Ryan's giving it. He's giving us all the news. That one's coming out now. I haven't had it verified, but the stock's already moving. I need to go to the bathroom. Here's Bloomberg Crypto. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you.
There's a lot of cooks in the kitchen. So U.S. competitiveness has been one of the things that I thought was most promising that came out of that executive order.
Yeah.
It tasked the Commerce Department to ensure the U.S. can compete globally. So we need to have a strategy. We need to have a plan. We need to have a way that all these agencies can coordinate in a formal way so businesses know the rules to the road so they can compete on a global playing field.
So if you were making that plan, what would it look like?
Well, first, we need to recognize the critical importance of this technology. As Jim Rickards just stated, he said this is much bigger than what I think most of us can even comprehend. I believe this is the most important technology we will see in our lifetimes. Mark Andreessen has said it's just as important as the internet itself. So first, we need to recognize.
And Jim even said it himself. He said it's a medium like the computer. You know?
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, absolutely. It's a technology and it's a tool, and it's going to have wide-reaching impacts for the financial sector, but also other industries. And we need to ensure that we have public policies in place that protect consumers, protects the financial system, all those things we all care about, but does not stifle innovation and further encourages the development of this technology here in the United States.
Well, and you at the Chamber of Digital Commerce have pointed out that accounting standards is one of the biggest barriers here. How do you go about fixing that or formulating that?
So we have called on the Financial Accounting Standards Board, the FASB, to issue accounting standards for digital assets. It seems like such a simple thing, but without having accounting standards, U.S. public and private businesses do not have the tools to make investments in cryptocurrencies and put them on their balance sheets. So the lack of having accounting standards has caused all these companies to treat them as indefinite-lived intangible assets, which is incredibly punitive to anyone putting Bitcoin or other digital assets on the balance sheet. So it's a simple fix. The FASB needs to issue accounting standards. They have taken comments from the public last year. They found at the end of last year, the board found that cryptocurrency is the #1 priority of their stakeholders. So the process is in place, but they do have to make that decision to go ahead and issue these standards, and we are encouraging them to do so.
Kaylee and I were talking before the show about an issue that a lot of people raise on Bloomberg television, the fact that China looks like it's more competitive than the U.S. right now in the space because they already have the digital yuan. When we talk, though, to Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst for commodities, he says, we have a digital dollar, too, in the form of Tether, and that makes us just as competitive or maybe more because it's the most traded digital currency. What do you think?
Great point. So we don't want to compete with China by trying to out-China the Chinese. We don't share the same values. We want to make sure that the rails that will be used to fuel our financial system globally is built with Western values. So I believe the way we win this race globally is to empower our private sector. There are many U.S. businesses that are regulated here in the United States that have issued digital dollars, and we should be finding ways to partner with them to ensure the U.S. dollar is extended in commerce globally in cyberspace and on blockchains.
Well, you talked about Western values. Let's talk about Western sanctions, because there is a narrative out there that cryptocurrencies can be used to circumvent that. We heard Christine Lagarde, the ECB president, talking about that very thing today, essentially saying, certainly as we speak, that is what is being done. This is something we've heard from Senator Elizabeth Warren
Cut the
as well.
track.
What would
Cut
you
the
say
track,
they are
ladies
getting
and
right or
gentlemen.
getting wrong?
Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lenman is in the house. Hello, Miss Lenman. You have raised an amazing son, and we love him, and we're grateful. Chad, show Miss Lenman the impact young Troy has brought into the Chad. Give some blessings. And we love you, Miss Lenman. Thank you for everything, a.k.a. raising Troy. We love it. Or not. Is it still playing? Is it still playing in the background? Still playing in the background. We good, baby. We good. Oh, yeah. Look at it. Oh, yeah. That's hype. Have fun boarding, Troy. Again, be safe out there. Enjoy the moments. Don't worry. It's okay. The news, you can relax on the news. I feel like you'll still get it fast without doing your thing, but still, just enjoy it, baby. Enjoy it. Shout out to fam. Big love. Look at the chat. Much love. Blessings to Mama Dukes. Have fun. Heart. Thank you, Troy. Heart. Happy. Likes for Troy. Heart. Elmo. Horn, heart. Yay, Troy. See, we love you. God bless. I'll be the replacement. All right, let's see it. Javier, Xavier, any of the news guys. We got you. What was that? Something came up? No. Total energies, that's it. Okay, my thing's tripping out now. Is PHILO priced in? We could have a little PHILO. I busted out a carbo. So depending on how the carbo digests, and then if the market stays up in the meantime, a PHILO should be brewing. Excuse me. Xavier, how did that? Carbo is an energy drink. A carbonated energy drink. Bro, those other NFTs are going crazy. I had one of the old NFTs I bought that was clapped. All of a sudden, just started running up today. And yesterday, somebody in the chat brought it up, and then I finally looked, and then it's there. It's at 1/3 of an Ethereum. The alien boy. I was like, Oil News was that one company. I forgot what it was. A French company. They said that they're no longer going to use Russian oil, and then that just set oil going crazy. That's when we brought it up, and oil's positive now. And then WTI's at 110, Brent at 116. KR Pop wasn't the latest news there in NVIDIA too. Yeah, Kroger's at the high. What platforms? OpenSea. I have a video on it that I made with like how to like set up a wallet and buy on OpenSea. You can see the video. I got clapped on all of those NFTs though, except for the Alien Boy one and the Mutant. But that's it. The cost basis on the Butterfly, there was two. One of them was 60 cents and the other one was 90 cents. The Robinhood one I think was 90 cents at the time. USO coming back. Ukraine is changing the world order, not just how Putin hoped. That's a Ukraine update. LMT starting to go back up here. I don't know if the commodities are going up. There's 52. Yeah, Upstart got the downgrade and then it came right back up. War trade. We're chilling. No other headlines here for now. BuzzFeed investors have urged shutting down the newsroom. NVIDIA, big red. We haven't heard anything from the keynote, huh? AMD's at the low too, but AMD's doing worse than NVIDIA. AMD's already down 1.4. BuzzFeed is still alive, apparently. RTX, yeah. It's kind of like Lockheed, too. Lockheed premiums are pretty hard to get moving until they actually do. Makes sense. My mom loves it. We love her, man. We love you, Troy. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. Enjoy the time. I was sick, so last week was kind of like a vacation for me. Isn't that weird? I felt like I was on vacation last week. And then even over the weekend, I just felt like I was on vacation. So enjoy it, especially if you're healthy. It's good to go. It's good to go. General Mills results to see pressure from inflation. Oh, that's probably why General Mills has earnings. AMD still at the low. SPY barely above VWAP, but we haven't done anything crazy. Fertilizers, NTR, MOS, and like DD something. CNBC was bearish on NVIDIA. We made the Pilgrim Pride. The Airbnbs came back down. Those are negative now. Ghetto spreaded the Amazon. Made the EWZs free. The Fords are back to break even. They were up. Facebooks are up 50%. Nike clapped. That was small from this morning. And then PPC still the same price. And then Wells Fargo's holding up, but down from earlier. GIS will mention rising wheat. I think eventually they're going to have to. Every company is going to have to, especially if it's related to food. Everybody's going to have to factor in input costs. That's going to be the key with any of the earnings this week or any of the earnings this year, really. But especially for this quarter, everyone's going to be asking the question, how are input costs affecting you? So you have to ask yourself whether you have to transport products. Like like Costco is another example. People don't realize. You know how much energy it costs just to keep a Costco lit up? They got a lot of lights. They got a lot of fuel. They got a lot of transport. So stuff like that is going to be factoring in. So General Mills, price of food, any commodity outside of even shipping, it is going to come back up, and it will be a key to watch. HD, I don't know. COP, yeah, some of the oil plays are coming up. Those COPs got clapped from yesterday. D-Pro. CSL's running up. Dragonfly. GMBL. I'd be careful of it. Like even DraftKings, anything sports related, like anything like that. Even DraftKings is risky, but I'd rather go with them. Facebook, we had the Pilgrim. Airbnb needs to come back up. JP Morgan too. 9.1, bro. with a divvy. Check anything else. BIBB for value. JNK looking more positive. They all kind of look the same. And then the MBS ETF is just clapped. People still really love GME and AMC. I think so. It's not like as crazy as it was last year, but you still got a pretty good core. What's the move you recommend for someone new to trading? Make sure you make a long-term portfolio at the same time. It sounds counterintuitive, but if you're starting to trade, especially if you're learning, make sure you learn some options, but that way you don't waste any time. Start and make sure you get a long-term on the side so that you could start buying good stocks that you know about and then get into the trading. But that's probably the best tip I would say if you're starting. Very counterintuitive. People don't realize it, but it's like you just got to have a long-term in stocks that you don't touch. That's where you start, and then you start trading. You could leverage the long term when the time is right, and eventually. Like, I don't know if you watched the house flipping video. It's just like, I'm telling you guys are going to run into an opportunity one day, just like richest man in Babylon. The more you have in money, the more opportunities are going to come your way. So you start stacking up this long term. I could almost guarantee you, if you've known me for this long, you don't think in the next 5 years someone's going to walk up to your ass and be like, oh, I got a house I want to sell. You see what I'm saying? Or then you're going to find a house flip, find a good deal, and then guess what? You got that long term just sitting there. And now you have all of this money. And then you could go turn it into a bag real quick, literally go turn it into a loan, buy the house, flip it, and guess what? Get all your money back, rebuy the long term, and now you had double your long term in cash, and you still got all of your long term. And you have proof of funds too. Amen. Amen. Just don't give your money to don't give the business of brick making to the jewels, or the business of jewels to the brick maker. But again, that's the key. I mean, I don't know. That was the big thing with the video. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people realized it. Like, do you guys realize that house flip that we just did, it was $1 million in profit in a month. And if you really want to look back at it, it's like it started with like a $60,000 investment or less into crypto. That's the crazy part when you really think about it. And then I was telling people about it. Remember, like we said we were just going to sell it and buy back. Think about it. It took 30 days, and now I have all of the crypto back, and I have double the amount just sitting in cash now. So, but again, I really hope you guys realize this is the position you are setting yourself up for. Keep looking for a deal. Keep your head out there. Know what you need to do. But then at the end of the day, it's like you're saving up this money and you're having it and you're getting ready for it. And the point is, you would be able to just easily flip it and do the exact same thing. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt the same thing for every single one of you. So it's just, that's why. Make sure you get the long term. Have it working there on the side. Keep these little things I tell you in mind. Again, asking people, get yourself out there. Eventually, you're going to run into the opportunity, but just don't be left in a position where you can't act on it. Baba, Boeing's going up. Uranium, too. Yeah, UUUU is popping. EXE, weird option. But I was looking at the plays. They're down 35% from yesterday. I want to. You use called for you. For you. You could really be making all that shit up. I could be, but at the end of the day, I got Colt agents. They were at the open house. You already see the Instagram picture. Some of y'all did not hesitate to stalk the house and find it. But take it as you wish. I mean, that's all up to you. If you could believe it's fake, you could believe it's this or that. But at the end of the day, I mean, if we got a bunch of deals that we're doing with real estate. We talk about them. Every single thing I've said about real estate, you've watched it happen over the last 2 years. That's all that matters. Is like, and that's just one thing I really want people to realize. Your opportunity is there. There's going to be two types of people. Again, you could talk about it or you could actually go and do it. People say wild shit. Not really. I mean, bro, it's a wild. I mean, God is good, bro. I'm telling you, finger to the sky. That's an unbelievable amount. We literally just pulled off $1 million in a month on a flip. I could totally understand, but and then again, if you weren't here sitting here in August 2020 when we were buying Bitcoin for $10,000, you're not going to understand where a lot of the initial investment came from. So again, back in the videos 2015, 2016, saying buy Bitcoin, like it's just all of that. It's just a lot of, you'll see the end result, but most people overlook the amount of time and years and how one thing led to the other. This was just it was a period of small good decisions that just led all the way up to just a wild home run. And again, it was all because of the Colt too. So shout out to Oscar. It just all of it came together. But I could understand why people wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it either if I didn't do it. But it's, again, the opportunities are there, and I encourage you to keep asking. Worst case scenario, even if I am lying, we're gonna walk away with the long term stacked up. So I rest my case. That's it. Even if I'm lying, you get a long term. Isn't that beautiful? Oh man, why didn't this channel focus on stocks? Because you're late. You already missed 50% Facebook. We got like 300 percenters that we took profit on. We got clapped once on a $30 play for Nike. Amazon weeklies. You missed the ghetto spread. You missed the JP Morgan 2 weeks ago for the long-term pickup. That's why I get the free long-term alerts. So now we, it's the end of the day. That's why you got to get here early, bro. Get here early, or then by end of the day, we'll make a play probably. But we still got like an hour or 2 hours yet. But even then, this stream is to talk about money. Realistically, I hope you guys feel me on that. Where it's like a lot of people, like whether we're talking stocks or real estate or any business deal, I just really hope you're able to learn. Like you're learning from all of it if you really think about it. You guys are hearing about deals, you're seeing things. I know a lot of people didn't know certain things and get exposed to it, so that's where it's at. But if you can't hang with it, you can't hang with it. You know what I'm saying? It's a cult. It's really not for everybody. Apple is crazy. Apple looks very, very strong today. Yeah, we even got NFTs too, believe it or not. Again, we even had crypto. Crypto got us a house. Then the long term too. We have a lot of things. You like Jesus? Have you heard of Jesus in the Bible? Not ATM, Jesus, but Jesus. We got that too. We got Bible. We got PHILO, non-Jesus PHILO. We got merchandise. I still have the Gen NFT. That thing is going crazy. Yeah, you like music? You like options rap? We got that. We got all of it. I don't golf. I need to learn though. We need to learn. I think it was I don't know if it was him when I went this weekend, I encountered, what's his name? They told me it was him later, but I didn't think it was him. Steve Ballmer. Me and Steve Ballmer we were eating dinner at the same place, and then he was there for golf. Actually, it was like a really nice place, and they had golf. And then damn, Steve Ballmer was there, and then the guy, the shuttle guy kept telling me all of this stuff, and I was like, "What? Are you for real?" And he's like, "Yeah, bro." He's like, "They all golf and they do this," and then I was like, "No." And he's like, "Yeah, man." He's like, "You don't golf?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Why are you here?" I was like, "I don't know. Honestly, I don't know." And then I was like, "I need to golf. I need to golf." Lucid ripping news. Let's check. Lucid is going crazy. Good call out. Foxconn to build that was old. Lucid and BYD will use NVIDIA's self-driving platform. I think NVIDIA, they're mentioned with everything NVIDIA. Like anything that's recent right now, NVIDIA, that was at 12:28 though. So it's almost like an hour old. And then there's another update a little bit ago. NVIDIA scores design wins with leading China AV and EV companies. Yeah, Lucid and BYD will use NVIDIA's self-driving platform. That's good, though. Isn't that what's it called is based off of? Tesla? That's huge news for Lucid. Tesla going too. Tesla started with NVIDIA. Yeah, I remember that. Back in the day, Tesla and NVIDIA would move like hand in hand because of that. A lot of the early NVIDIA gains came off that. JP is coming on tomorrow. You got like 2 more people. Any of the Fed speakers today didn't really do much. And then I think 1 after hours, you have Mary Dolly. Would you do Tesla long term? I mean, my sister would, but I'd wait a little bit for me. But personally, Ford is my EV play, the one that I like. Otherwise, I mean, Tesla's killer though. Tesla's blown my mind as just over the years, even recently, even the current like route that we've been in the drop, and to see how Tesla has held up. I mean, it's pretty phenomenal. Is it worth having a 401k? Yeah, especially if your company will like match it and some of the benefits and then the tax benefits is very, very good. All right, things are kind of moving. And what time is it? 10:41. Woo! Okay. Hold on. We need it to. Our commitment to build. Okay. Oh man, you gotta go through a couple ads. I need to go pee. It could be that time. Could be that time. Oh. Is it bad? NVIDIA is half my long-term. Yes and no. It's good because just like, remember, at one point, Snapchat and Abivai made up half of our long-term. It's like if you stack on something and then build it up, awesome. You're going to have a little bit more fluctuation risk in the short term, but the idea is just go and now it gives you room to balance. So, like, remember, like, we bought so much Airbnb, and then we went big on Abivai, and then we were able to stack up, and it allowed us to get a double deposit here, $6,000 worth of dividends. You see what I'm saying? Or something where we got a bigger position on it. So it's like sometimes when you're like imbalanced, it may not be good, but it does give you time where it's like, wow, that one stock is doing its thing, holding up a lot of it. You can now spend every month now adding other stuff and really give yourself that diversification and let it balance out. Saki test positive for COVID. Yeah, COVID now. I just got food poisoning. It wasn't COVID. That's why I understand. COVID? Oh, no. Oh, no. Saki. Did she already get it? I don't think she did. She probably needed another one. She probably didn't have enough boost. You need to get boost. You know what I'm saying? You need a lot of boost. Everybody needs a boost. You know. Everybody needs a boost. NVIDIA. Everything's kind of coming up again. But I don't know why those Facebooks are holding up like that. That's why I'm excited if these kids start moving. Should I save for my first property as cash or liquid assets? Are you saying should you put your down payment money in the stocks? It depends what you're going to put it into. Do I have the booster? I don't talk about my personal health decisions, and I'm not easily influenced. So I will not talk about my health decisions. But I did save a lot of money by switching to Geico. And we do have merchandise.
Some more insight now.
Let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading
Brian, I
Fraternity.
spoke to a veteran pollster today who made a case that this could be the most progressive party in power in more than a generation, perhaps not since another Trudeau was prime minister. Does this story start with the federal election last year, a calculation that Justin Trudeau made that he could get a majority government and was unsuccessful in doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty, when he called the snap election last fall, it's pretty clear that he wanted a majority government and he didn't quite get there. They fell 11 seats short. These minority parliaments often last 1 year, 2 years, maybe 3 years. So a deal like this allows it to go the full length of 4 years. And frankly, Trudeau hasn't had a chance, I think, to do a lot of the things he wanted to do for the last 2 years. He's been in pandemic crisis mode. And so I think that this gives him some runway to get some things done without having an election hanging over his head.
So is there any possibility that he keeps going beyond 2025, or do you have replacements lined up?
Well, that's a big question, and there's a lot of speculation already running about that. If this goes all the way to 2025, as the deal says, Trudeau will have been prime minister for 10 years at that point. So I do think that speculation will only grow with this deal that he's going to step down before the next election. But that's not clear. I've talked to people around him who say they genuinely don't know what his plans are. So, you know, his finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, former Bank of Canada and Bank of England Governor Mark Carney are frequently floated as possible successors. So I think that question will definitely be stick around the longer this goes on.
All right, Brian, thanks so much for joining us. Brian Platt there talking about the New Deal in Canada. It's time now for our Stock of the Hour segment. Shares of Alibaba surging after the Chinese tech company ramped up its buyback program to $25 billion.
$25 billion. $25 billion. SPY dropping a little bit. Woo! Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you know you're blessed. I hope you know you got purpose. And I hope you're ready for PHILO. I got another one for you today. This one is a little bit more biblioteca, a little bit more religion, but it's only so I could explain a concept, but it's a very simple one. It's a very, very simple one. I got something super simple for you, and I just want to ask you a question, okay? And I really want you to really think about this, okay? So I hope you could bear with me on it. Again, if you didn't hear yesterday's, I think it was very important. Realistically, I think a lot of us, again, with intentionality, and I'm honestly taking you back to some of the PHILOs. Like, I don't know. It's like some people think a PHILO has to be about, like, Jesus and the Bible all the time. And it's like, that's not how PHILO even started when we were doing this. And that's why it's like, I really want you to know, it's just, this is stuff for business. This is stuff for your mindset. This is just so, I mean, honestly, do you want to live a successful and happy life? That's what it comes down to. If you're trying to be in the game and work, you're trying to get yourself better. I mean, these are just things to think about, to, you know, philosophies more or less to follow that could help you get to where you want to be. So this one is important. Here's the question I need to ask you, my friend. Are you the ruler or are you being ruled? That's the PHILO for today. That is my question for you, Chad. Are you the ruler or are you being ruled? I want you to think about this one. You see, because what this is related to is actually the sovereignty of God. This is the only religious thing I'm going to tell you about this right now. It's very simple. Because why? Because God is sovereign. If you believe there's this God, you believe he could do whatever he wants. And there's a nice little test that you do. Because again, some people think, okay, if God is real, why is there so much evil in the world? That line of logic assumes that God is a victim. And that's just not true. Right? Some people will assume that, oh, well then if God is like this, why does he let people talk smack about him? Does that mean, here's the question, is he being ruled or is he the ruler? You cannot claim to be something. You cannot say, I am God. However, a man can dictate something about my presence or my decision. That doesn't make sense. So that's the concept. So I'm telling you here today not to focus on the sovereignty of God, but I want you to understand this litmus test. Are you following along with me? Because I think it brings up a lot here with intentionality and what we were talking about yesterday. Because I'm saying it doesn't matter I don't care what you believe. It doesn't matter your background, this and that. My question is, with now your intentions and what it may be, are you going about your intentions? Or are you going about your life? Are you going about your business as the ruler or are you being ruled? Oh, I don't know if they feel me, man. So, Chad, I hope you could get this. Because, again, what is your intention? What are you working on? Do you know what you could ask this to or relate this to? Very simple. Are you being ruled or not? What can this be saying? Yeah, you have your intention, but what is this talking about? There's one word I have in mind. It's not balance. I'm in control. You rule my heart. That's a lie. I don't. Discipline, nah. Peace, nah. Peace. I like peace. It's true. Peace is good. I don't know. This might give you some peace to know what's being in control or not. Let me give it to you. No one said it yet. How about environment? Could this flow here? Environment. Are you ruling or are you being ruled? How many of us in our right environment, if I put you in the right scenario, you will easily become the ruler? A lot of you are like that. A lot of you, if you wake up at the right time, I give you the right breakfast, you see the right setup on a stock, you know what I'm saying? You're saying, oh, boom, boom, boom. In the right environment, you're like, I'm the ruler. You start taking names. But what's the opposite? What happens when that environment changes? What happens after 10 losing trades? What happens if you get put in this situation? Yeah, you were cool in high school, but now you in college. Nobody knows you, bro. Now, are you the one who succumbs to peer pressure? Are you being ruled now? So this is all I want to ask you. I want you to think about your environment. I want you to think about your intentionality. Because now, again, I don't know if you really got the intentionality philo of yesterday. I really hope you did. But now with your intentions, I need to ask you, is your intention, does it line up with you being in control or not? Are you the ruler or are you being ruled? Now, this isn't as deep as you think it is. I'm not here to talk about the government. I'm not here to talk about that shit, to be honest with you. This is just very simple. As your intentions, are they lining up regardless of the environment? That's what I'm trying to tell you. And do you understand this? Because this is a line of logic that you cannot cheat. Remember, we had this whole talk today. I was saying, if you know the end destination, why do we have so much dialogue? If I already know where the ending is, I don't care what the winding and turning looks like. Because does that make sense in this place? You cannot break this line of logic. You cannot say that God is sovereign and you believe in God and that he is the ruler over everything, and then one bad thing happens and you're saying, well, maybe he didn't do this or that. It would contradict. Great. That's for God. Y'all can judge God easily. Great. We love to do it as humans, right? And that's why it's funny. But let me just move it. I don't care about that. I'm saying with what you're saying now, with your intention. And when you're saying, I want to do this for a living. I want to make sure I succeed at this. This is my intention. My intention is to grow wealth throughout the whole process. And as the environment shifts, are you keeping that same line of logic? Are you still saying I am control, or does all it take is one environmental change? And now you're saying, well, even though I was the ruler and I did have sovereignty to make these decisions, there is a brief contradiction. Nah. So it's very simple, man. And again, I hope you realize you could apply this to anything. You could apply this to your life, your business, whatever. This really isn't about God right now. I'm telling you, again, you could factor this in. If you could understand this, I think you could understand God a little bit better. Great. You could find a way to apply it. But I'm just saying, for you want to get up and do something. That's what I'm talking about. This last couple of days, if your intention isn't been lining up, or maybe you're like, what am I doing because of your intention? Okay, I want you to think about this. Keep thinking about intention. But now I do need to ask you right now, when you're deciding your intentions, when you're thinking about it, as you're moving forward. How is this coming to life? Are you being the ruler? Or are you being ruled? Better yet, let me help you find the contradictions in your life. Maybe this will explain a lot about yourself. Very simple. I want you to go look at the areas in your life where you are the ruler. Do you get what I'm saying? I want you to see the areas in your life where you have that control and you're like, boom, I'm confident in this. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this. Boom, we could do this. I mean, I control this. And think about that, okay? Now, what about the places in your life now that you don't feel like that? I want you to think about it. And what I'm going to pretty much end this with is that you should be the ruler and you should be able to at least feel some level of control in everything, no matter what. I know this could get aggressive if I say it. This might make some people kind of delusional. That's not what I'm trying to get at. This doesn't mean that you're going to become arrogant and that you know but do you get what I'm saying? I need this feeling to match up across the board to a certain degree. Because you cannot be a ruler here and then not a ruler here. A ruler here and then not a ruler here. But then again, the things that you feel that you don't rule, it will tell you a little bit about yourself. So I just want you to think about this, and it comes really simply right here, right now. And I want you to ask yourself, why are you doing things? And whatever you are doing, that's fine. But I just really want you to ask, are you doing it because you are the ruler or you are being ruled? And now how does this match up? And now how does this match up when you tell yourself about what you want to accomplish in business or what you want to do? And as you're making your intentions, I really want you to think, are you making your plan from the perspective of the being ruled or the ruler? But it's a weird concept to think about. And like I said, it does relate back to the sovereignty of God, so think about it. But I want you to let me know what you get out of it. So I hope you could apply this with yesterday, and I hope this just gives you something to look at for the rest of the week, and to give you guys something a little bit more philo that's not too, again, I want everybody to do good. This isn't just for people. You don't need to believe this and believe that and all of this, but we're talking business. We're talking getting your life together, doing some things. I know some of y'all are listening for a reason, even if you think I talk a lot of Jesus mumbo jumbo. I feel you. I really do. Believe me. But we're not talking about that now. We're talking about getting on there, like work. What's your intention? I don't care. Okay, you don't have to, your intention is not Jesus. That's great. Your intention is not God. You don't even give a shit about people. That's fine. But we still need to know what your intention is and if it's matching up. Again, this characteristic trait or what you're putting in your mind in this perspective where you're like, I'm the ruler here, but I'm not here, or I can't do this just because the environment changes. We got to figure that out. Because guess what? Life is going to change. Every day is new. There's something going to be new. That means our environment is changing every single day. Do you think I wake up and do what I do every day because of how I feel every day and I just magically wake up and I feel great and I'm like, woohoo, my intentions are perfect. Everything's great. Yeah, I'm the king. No, it's like something happens. You get a text message that could change your whole environment. Isn't that funny? You could be sitting here right now and get one text message that says something happened. So this is why I want you to keep it in mind. And I'm excited for all of you. And I really hope you do take this. And I hope you really do think about it. And above all else, I hope you guys are ready. Do you understand what I'm really saying about this too? Here is the best part, my friend. Mwah. You are meant to take control. You are meant to control your destiny. They want to say, you can't tell people this. Oh, people are going to get arrogant. You can't say this. Nah. I'm saying every single one of you controls your own destiny. That's all I'm saying. I don't need to throw a Bible at you. I don't need to hit you with this. People are going to say psychology, gaslight, trauma. I don't care. It's very simple. You are in control of your destiny. That's why I'm having you think about, are you being ruled or are you the ruler? That's as deep as this goes. And that's the only thing you can affect. You're not going to change my life. I'm not going to change your life. You know that? But you can change your own life. You think I made you angry, sad, this? No, only you can do that. Again, you control your destiny. So that's the point of this PHILO. That's why I really want you to think about this. And I don't know what you'll start thinking about, but I really hope you could come to this and realize and really bring this to life and understand. Whatever you want, you can achieve, but it's on you. You are the ruler. There is no, otherwise you are being ruled. So don't tell me you can rule this area of your life if you are still being ruled and believe you cannot take control of your destiny. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a contradiction. I don't want you to contradict yourself. They call it cognitive dissonance. It's where you think one thing, but then you want to do, you know the right answer, but then you're also going for the wrong answer. There's a split between it. And that's what a lot of things are happening. That's why we could talk about things. You could learn a lot of things, but then you're like, wow, that sounds good. But then you start going on a right turn, thinking about all these different things. It's like, yeah, I'm in control of my destiny, but then what about what do these people do? Nah. It's very simple. You are going to control your own destiny. So I hope you could take this. And I hope it gets you as excited as it did with me. Because I love it. And this is always something I think everybody needs a good reminder of it. I hope some of you guys could wake up. Honestly, I feel like some people lately, and I've seen this in life. I don't know if you've heard the story of the Bible when Nebuchadnezzar goes crazy. I think I read it to you. But I think some people are like that. And I think some of y'all just went crazy. I'm not speaking about anybody specifically, but I've seen this. And I think some people are it's like they don't know what happened. It's like a snapping of a finger, like your mind got like blurred and like you were just like you didn't, like you went insane low key. And I'm not saying like clinically insane. I'm not saying like that. I'm saying like some Bible story type shit where it's like, oh, all of a sudden and then you started eating grass or whatever it was. But that's why I'm saying now, yo, this is going to wake you up. Very simple. You are in control of your destiny. You are the ruler. And then that might snap you back into your senses until you realize, whoa, you're right. So I hope you take this. And I hope you're good with it, man. And I hope you take it to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We're glad you're here. You know what I'm saying? It's good. It's good. Let's see. Which one we got? Which one we got? Which one we got? Which one y'all feeling? Which one? You know, we haven't heard it in a while. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. All right, baby. Every hour, you know what to do. Ready? It's a call, baby.
Lucas.
They ain't do they push-ups. They just laid around. Started at 1 unit. Now on the 10, I think you could do it. Tell me how that sound. They said I was stupid. You should ask them now. Tell me what you had, not what you don't. Don't be getting mad, get some hope. I don't want a bag, I want a boat. I don't want it fast, I want it slow. Know exactly how the money grows. Cup is overflown, not withdrawn. Don't condone the bitch and moan. There's a bigger goal. Gotta get more homes for my bros and my moms and my motherfucking coat. Hope you watch the plan unfold. Yeah, I'm not seen but unforgettable. You got dreams, don't tell me, go and get it, bro. They got some nice things, that don't mean they always credible. Don't do the night scene, that ain't me, I had to let it go. So, tell me what you holding on. I hold it times, I pass it on. You sprinting this a marathon, I'm Farrakhan. Only if we talking million men that march. I stock computer screens, I made $1 million looking at some charts. Yeah, Easy said, but it's hardly done. No need your bread, but I tell you when them shots gon' run, I'm poppin', son. But I don't do this to be popular, I just prefer the hottest car. The crib is on the toppest floor. Collect the rent, I am landlord. I make a check when I get bored. Love what I do, my job is fun. I read the news and smoke a blunt, I'm woke as fuck. That don't mean I never been asleep. Be careful of the friends you meet, the different types of foods you eat. I use this fucking beat to preach, but they don't value us for free. My life is good, my God is great, so what's that even mean to me? Put that shit right in the door, but they won't even turn the key. So if you good, I'm good, let's get this bread, you know I'm trying to eat. Beast, turn that mode on every time I wake. Validate myself, don't matter, pay you what they say, I know I'm great. So I just thank them every time they hate. Hits, I'll find my God divine, get 10 for what they try to take. Yeah, we like this one. Got blast like Nancy, tips like Ramsey. Wish a motherfucker wouldn't, you could call me Kathy, Ashley. All these bars I feel like Johnson Matthey. Damn me, then you'll buy it later with a taffy. I ain't worried about a dip, I'm never selling. I ain't worried about a bitch unless it's yelling. Why you ticking and you talking like you did it? You was bitching, I was shopping while it's dipping. Hope you know not everybody make a lion. They some sheep, but that don't make your ass a lion. Think it's sheep, but they don't know what price implying. Think it's like, but they don't ever mention timing. Bitch, I slept on, I ain't overrated. Got a lot of cribs, but I don't got a lot of payments. A lot of wishes, making shit look like inaugurations. Motherfucking selfish, how I list my occupation. Yeah, I thought this stupid shit was working, A lot of shit was moving, I ain't nervous, bruh. It was like me before I learned it, duh. Taught about investing with a Birkin, why? Cray like Kramer, coins like Sailor. Take you to the gym, I could probably be a trainer. Waiter, let me buy a drink for all the haters. Made that shit a double if they asked me for a favor. I don't want no trouble, so I gave it to the savior. Money out these bubbles like I was a toy maker. Word was always firm, but I never paid later. Young enough to learn, but that long-term aging. Face it, y'all could probably do a little maintenance. Those are the requirements before the bank takes it. Hope this shit inspiring, the only way to explain it. Little about environment and more about what you thinking. Thought I told you that we keep it peaceful, chill. I don't really like you cause you evil, ew. Made it off the ether, not the Sheba, real. Got a lot of stuff that I can teach you, still. Made it off the ether, not the Sheba, real. Chad, that was Uncle Answers. We're back. Tesla's hitting a new high. We're back. A lot of things. We're back, bro. We back. We back. That was Uncle Answers on Spotify and YouTube. You can get it anywhere. Anywhere they sell music. Anywhere where music's available. YouTube.com/TheStackMarket. That last song is ironically called Roblox. TCAT popping, Tesla. Tesla's looking really good. We've had it up there. Again, I mean, 1,000 is probably your next target. TCAT is popping right there. Oh, wait, wasn't TCAT? This was the NFT one, huh? Oh, my TCAT. Dang, TCAT. I remember that. Remember Takuang? We had a lot of TCAT. Foxconn and Tox. That one's old. That was the OG NFT play. Man, we'll see. I mean, honestly, if the Bored Ape stuff keeps going crazy, it might add hype into the NFT world for the next coming months. There's a lot of rumors about what they're going to be doing, so we'll see. Every stock from January, February last year is popping. It's kind of that rotation back into growth a little bit. So it's interesting. But a lot of them are up. Again, Roblox, down to Airbnb, everything. The Central Banker one, that one is on YouTube, I think. That's the Russia song. I think it's called Warren Buffett Freestyle. You got the coin. ApeCoin, I do. I got it for free. I sold out, and I made $15,000 from the airdrop, and then I put $2,000 or $3,000 back in. I think $3,000. I put $3,000 back in. So I'm netted $12K. I got $3K of coins for free. Has any coin got as much traction as Ape? No, it's doing very good, but like it's crazy. But the thing is, it's not cheap. So like it's already at $10. Like if that coin was still at like 50 cents or like a penny, it would have been the next Dogecoin. But the thing is like it's still so expensive. It's not so expensive, but it's definitely more expensive than some of the smaller ones. You can buy Ape. You could buy it on Coinbase. Again, and be careful. I'm not as bullish on any of these things as I was probably a year ago. I'd rather, if you're like, oh, where should I put this $1,000? I'd put it into the long term before going and trying to hit any of this. That was always what we've said, but I really do want it as a reminder because it's a different marketplace now with some of it. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's like you got to understand the real gambling aspect of it. And don't get caught up in it, more or less, and make sure you take advantage of all this stuff that's cheap right now. You could get some great long-term pickups if you haven't or have never had it, or you're like, oh, my tax money, whatever it may be. Yeah, I'm still on AMC. Do you still have AMC? I feel like Lending Tips would still have AMC. Be like, I bought it again. I was reading this. I thought I'd get it. Tuhi, what's up, Tiger? China stocks, I mean, it's an interesting spot they're in right now for sure. We're going to find out. But now JP Morgan already switched to saying it's a buying moment. So I don't know. Rivian's up 10%. Myrna's still going up. It's 11.14. No Saki. I think Saki is up right now, right? Uber Pop, IRM 51. Or no, did she leave? I think she just left. Oh no, it wasn't Saki, it was Jake. Oh, I wish we watched it. But he already left. It's over. Yeah, she got COVID, but remember yesterday she said somebody else was going on? So did she already know she got COVID, or was that planned? No, but you guys don't remember that? You don't remember yesterday Saki said we're going to have Jake taper or whatever? So, but she did get it, but I don't know. I don't know. That was great timing, great scheduling. Tesla. 13 months of excellence. 19 months of excellence. J-Mac, 19, not 13. We love you, baby. God bless you. Shout out to members. Oh, yeah. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Colt. Shout out to Colt. I love you. I love you, baby. God bless. Look at that. More people. We got Christian coming back. Logan coming back. Welcome. 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 Lucky number 13, baby. Living that long-term Chad life. Amen. Had a lot of talks with their Tesla at the high. Uh-oh. I was about to scream. Myrna's going up there, too. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to long-term. But, yeah, Tesla's actually doing really, really good. I'm going to keep that one up there. Almost every day for the past 2.5 years. Let's go, Chris. God bless you. God bless you. Make a 60-month bat. Do they let you? I don't know if they will let us. I'll try, though. I will try. We will have to. Myrna's going crazy right now still. It's not like big candles up, but it's kind of like Tesla here into this. Again, SPY's holding the gains from right now, but that's it. Boeing went up. We're down 35% on the plays. I'm not going to average down yet. I've considered it so far today, but I think I'm going to wait one more day. Let them go down. If we're going to be wrong, I'll lose 50%, and then I'll average again. Just keep in mind, it's kind of like the Wells Fargo plays, and then we got rid of one Wells Fargo today. They came back, and we still have the other one that's still up. You think I'll be doing it in 3 years? I mean, God willing, I'll see where everything takes us. That's all it comes down to. I don't even know what I'm gonna do in a month. You know what I'm saying? So we just let it do its thing. You let it do its thing. The Lord will provide. Tesla's going, bro. It's gonna go to 1,000 at this point. I think everybody's way. It looks like ETC's chart, but I guess where was it? February 10th. It was lower. It's higher. It's recapped. February. I mean, Amazon made it back up to opening, so we'll see. All the moment, everything, even momentum crypto plays are going up. This was just kind of like a bigger bounce of everything. Maybe everybody's buying the dip now. Finally, we'll see. But again, it's also been the first period. It's been the first 2-3 weeks with like quiet headlines, more or less, besides the Fed and then the Fed futures too. But I don't know. I really don't like them. At the end of the day, I wish until this chills out, I'm still kind of more shorter term bearish than not. But this is good for the long term. Any of the other plays, again, we even got some of those Amazons too. It's like there's still a couple call plays on the table. There's a lot. I mean, again, we even went for some of the value ones, but I don't know. I can't agree with this move really. I think if the bonds weren't as wide, I would have been like, okay, maybe. But right now, just the separation between bonds and equities right now is just too big. Everyone getting into the position after March expiration. You called the gap up or gap down. That is part of it too. Remember, like we said, they weren't going to let all that money on March 16th. They wanted to wait till it expired. And then I also think we have repositioning, but it's either this market's going to keep going up and then bonds are going to give up and come back up. Otherwise, the bonds are just going to keep getting worse. And it's just like right now, bonds are saying down, stock market is saying up. One of them is right. You see what I'm saying? They're not agreeing with each other. So it's like eventually the bonds may give in or the stocks are going to give in. And that's kind of what I'm waiting for. But it's like if we had stocks going up and then there was demand for bonds, it's like people aren't buying the dip across the board. You're watching these little mini rotations, people buying certain things, but they're not buying everything. And that's where you see it. Remember, any of the big bounces, any of the buy the dip, everything, most people will go for it. I mean, it does make sense in the traditional, if we are going to flip the correlation and go back to a world where, they sell bonds and buy stocks, but that just hasn't been the case for the last, 2 years, I think. So it could be that. I mean, that's something to consider, but I don't know if it's going to materialize that quickly. Essentially, it's like it would have to do it for a quarter for it to really kind of return. So you're thinking cash on the sidelines, not getting into bonds versus bonds coming out and into stock. Yeah, I think cash is not going into bonds, or people could be selling out of bonds and they're not necessarily buying up everything, if that makes sense. Or they could be taking it and they might just even be holding cash. But there is, a lot of people are calling for the dip buy. We've seen it. Again, we've been buying throughout the months here, and it's been 3 months of getting clapped. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a rally isn't offensive, if that makes sense. Like some people are offended by this rally, but it's like, fuck yeah, bro, we've been down for 3 months. Like, this isn't offensive. it makes sense why people could call a short-term bottom in here or why people would want to, but the only thing I don't like is bonds. That's it. Just bonds are now hitting these all-time lows or multiple yearly lows, moving at a pace. The Fed's pricing in almost 9 rate hikes, all of that. So we'll see. But this is, I mean, a lot of it could still make sense. We are mad because we aren't long. That could make sense, but it's like, it's not offensive. This is very, again, after 3 months of being clapped, to have a 1 week, 2 weeks of 5-7%, it's big, but it's still like good. Like, we have not seen that. Daily, she said inflation expectations are well anchored. Is this just by the first hike? It could be. And remember, we've talked about that there. I mean, bank stocks especially. We finally saw the banks go up right now. But there has to be some stability, is what I'm saying. It's like, I'm not going to feel good about a rally until I see everything stable. And I need bonds to be stable. At the very least, don't let the bonds go down, but they're ripping the opposite direction. Cold merchandise out for delivery. Let's go. KCMO. Mahomes boy. So if the market isn't correct, then calls on TLT. If the market is correct, calls on TLT would be a good idea. Yes, 100%. And then what would happen? Market would go up, and then people would start freaking out. And they're saying, this can't happen. The market can't keep going up like this. And then that means there's going to be a policy error, and then they're going to factor in lower rates, and then they're going to buy the shit out of bonds. So yes, 100%. If you do think it's going to be, if you think that the market is correct and you believe the rally, you buy TLT right now, more or less. The only downside to this theory is if the correlation of bonds returns to normal, which we haven't seen since 2019, 2020, realistically, where literally now stocks go up, bonds go down, stocks go down, bonds go up. That's it. You like Roblox at 51? I do. I may even add more. Anything below $60, I'm gonna buy. If it's so, I just need my clock. That's all. Again, my target has still been $60 from whenever. The market moves faster than I could deposit or change my expectations. That's why I always get shocked when all of these I call them the W word, when all these analysts shift, because they're always like, it's like, how are you changing your mind on a stock that fast in 3 months, or your price target? But pretty much, I mean, the stock has moved faster than any of my guidance on it has changed. Can you explain why stocks and bonds are both going up right now? I can't. Right now, it's not. So TLT down, even though bond yields are going down, that means bonds are actually going down. When yields go up, that's bearish for bonds. Well, that means people are selling out of bonds. So the yields are going up with the market, but it's the reverse. So whenever you see TLT red, that's bad for bonds. Stocks green, TLT red, that's how it used to work forever up until like 2020. And then it started becoming a positive correlation instead of a negative correlation. And now that's been the problem. And that's where everything I'm talking goes to shit. If the normal correlation returns and you start watching bonds and stocks operate in opposite ways as they usually have, that's the only way everything I'm saying makes no sense. But if it plays out how it's played out over the last couple of years, chances are the correlation is still pretty tight. Who is buying bonds besides banks? Not many. Again, that's why bond yields have been going, the yields have been just getting cratered. That's why yields go up. People aren't buying them. SPY drop a little bit coming to VWAP. No news. Toshiba 4 billion elevator unit said to attract Medea. Tesla extends gains. Amazon's coming down now. Getting a little bit bigger there. There's news about like Toshiba, France coronavirus cases, and seems to be about it. Dolly speaking. I don't know if it's live. Oh, it is?
Will ease up at some point.
Let's see. I don't know if it's her, but this would be the only thing.
For long enough that people are starting to wonder how long it will persist. And we know
this is Fed Dolly.
Student of history, if you read about the 1970s, it took a decade really to get inflation expectations anchored at a really high level that caused a painful correction. It took many, many years, but we've had it for 1 year. And I'm already focused on, let's make sure this doesn't get embedded and we see those longer run inflation expectations start to drift up. So I'm reassured.
Yeah, this sounds kind of bearish. It could be from her, but otherwise there's no other news. Yeah, Fed said she could consider tightening on restrictive policy, too restrictive policy.
Okay,
I think it's Dolly moving the market right now.
But just one more question about how to think about the current state of financial markets and the growth prospects, which has received a bunch of attention, which is the yield curve. And in particular, the fact that the 10-year yield relative to the 2-year yield is hovering around zero. It's still positive, but it's down significantly. Yesterday, Chair Powell said, don't focus on that, focus on kind of the nearer term, 18 months, the yield curve out over a much shorter duration. What's your view of whether it's useful or not to be looking at the yield curve in terms of whether we're on the precipice of a recession?
So, you know, the correlation research, and I will distinguish correlation from causation. The correlation of the yield curve inversion in recessions is, you know, I think it's missed one over the course of its history of being correlated. But that's not causal, as all of us know. And the causal research finds very little evidence that one creates the other, that an inverted yield curve causes a recession. There's just factors that occur that would make that correlation positive. So when I look at the yield curve, I actually ask a different question. I ask, why are the 10 years low? Well, you know, why is the yield on 10 years low? And there you can look for factors, and you can, they're understandable factors. So one is that we have a flight to safety. You know, we are still the reserve currency. And so we're a safe place, a safe haven. When we have geopolitical disruptions, we have pressure on our longer term yield. The second is, and I think this is something that's important, is that, you know, markets don't expect us to have an unanchored inflation expectation that will create this longer run inflationary cycle. They don't expect, if you look at the yield curve and you read anything from that 10-year, there's not a sense that we're going to have runaway inflation that persists forever. I think there's a little part of that, and I don't want to be too, I don't want to put too much in there. That would be hubris, but I do think that signal is not there, that this is a signal that financial markets at least expect.
Yeah, Nvidia's dropped. All it says is Nvidia shares turn negative quickly.
So
I'll keep looking on that one though, but Nvidia's getting clapped.
On the inverted yield curve, and saying that what's really more material is the 2-year and a shorter duration, not 10. It's you know, the shorter term, the shorter part of the yield curve, the shorter durations. But I guess the main thing for me is I watch all the things that go into the yield curve. The yield curve is a piece of information, but it's not a definitive piece of information. And what I see out there is that markets seem to understand, as do businesses and households who I talk to in my regular work, they seem to understand that it's time for policy to adjust, that the Fed is on track to make these adjustments to get the economy and the policy right-sized again. And that's
yeah, Nvidia and chips is getting clapped right now. Tesla's going up. But Nvidia, I don't have news. They're announcing a bunch of stuff. There's something with them in medical grade AI, but that's about it. And then SPY is reacting to Dolly.
The first factor.
But yeah, Nvidia's getting really clapped now.
The dollar as the world's reserve currency, and
Nvidia metaverse, it could be that.
There are some people who are worried that the impact of the surprisingly strong sanctions against Russia during the war in Ukraine may cause other countries, China, India, and others, to seek more of a replacement to the dollar. Sebastian Mallaby in the Washington Post this morning or yesterday argued that's pretty much an idle concern because there's no other place to go really, other than the dollar or the euro, which are both participating in the sanctions. So how do you evaluate the prospects for the dollar as playing this key role in the global economy? And is there a risk that central bank reserves and basically the role of the dollar in the world economy will change over time?
So this is a good time for me to remind everybody that we don't make there's no dollar policy at the Fed. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about the movements of the dollar at the Federal Reserve. But I can, as an economist, back up and say, how do I think about being a safe haven? And it ultimately always comes back to property rights. Do countries think that they can get their liquidity, get hold of their assets when they invest in a country, even in conditions of stress? And that's ultimately what creates a safe haven currency or a safe haven asset. And so that hasn't changed in all of this, is that if you invest in the United States, you buy bonds, you can get your money back and return those things. And so that's ultimately what I think is the driving force. And I will leave it to others to figure out, what kinds of additional pressure we might face because of different political decisions that we've made, important ones, of course. But that's ultimately what it comes back to. And I would say give the same answer if we were talking about alternative digital currencies and other things. Ultimately, this is about property rights, and do you expect to get your money back when you invest it in a country? And in the U.S., we have a long history of doing just that.
I would note the exception would be as if you're Russian and on the sanctions list right now, but point taken. Question for you. Let's turn to the labor market, because that's been an area of a lot of your focus at the San Francisco Fed, including before you became president and CEO. So there currently are 11 million job openings in the US. Talk to us a little bit about how you see the dynamism in the labor market, and what would you be hoping for in terms of the number of job openings to be in a more sustainable place?
Well, that's a terrific question. I mean, I get asked a lot so one of the things I do as a Federal Reserve Bank president is I spend a lot of time talking to businesses and labor unions and community members. And you hear an interesting thing right now, which is if you're in labor, you're saying, well, what's wrong with this job market? This is pretty good. This is the first time we've seen rapid wage growth in our area. It's the first time we have a pick of jobs. And so why is this not a good outcome? And my answer is because it's ultimately hard to sustain, right? It's really hard to sustain the economy when we find ourselves with, firms. It's a regular occurrence now that firms will make an offer, and before the person even starts, they go and work somewhere else. And so they're just, there's just so much churn and so much, I guess something that used to be only occurred in.
There's the news with NVIDIA. CFO says spending priority to stay on fueling growth. So they're going to be spending more money, and they're getting into spend money to grow mode. That's comments from CFO.
Trying to figure out how to get workers and retain them, and there's so much churning. There's really no chance to gain productivity and productive output. Inputs to get output. And then on the labor side, I'm seeing, people leave jobs very quickly. And it's actually something fascinating. So I think the dynamism is good, but I was meeting with some young people, and they're changing jobs every 3 weeks. And I said, well, what are you going to put on your resume when you go to find another kind of job? Well, they hadn't really thought of that. And it was sort of like an outcome of these job markets, which are just like auctions, and you can auction every day. It's a spot market in labor almost. They are not ultimately what's good for the long run sustainability of the economy. In addition to pushing up wage inflation, which could ultimately push up price inflation, putting us in sort of a vicious cycle, it's just not a very sustainable way to manage the economy. So I see dynamism out there is good. I see the labor market is very strong. I also see us in a reallocation period where we're trying to figure out what's the long run demand that people have for goods and services, and how do we get workers positioned for that. These are all things that will hopefully work themselves out over the next year or two as we transition out of the pandemic. But the American labor market has been remarkably resilient, and I hope that it remains that way as we go through this. And I think it will. That's my goal, is to create a smooth landing with policy so we can have it be that way, so that all those individuals who have not yet come back from the pandemic will have places when they rejoin the labor force and they're looking for jobs.
Okay, so a bunch more questions on the labor market. I would just note for everybody tuning in that you can send in your questions, and in about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to turn to viewer questions. We have a bunch that are coming in and that were sent ahead of time. But Mary, let me ask you a little bit more about the labor market, because one of the other puzzles has been that over the past, 2 decades, there's been the declaration of the death of distance, and you can work from anywhere. And yet, even in the places, and you know it well because it's in your region, where there are hubs of innovation, Silicon Valley being perhaps the most famous, it has still been a very localized labor market where the in-person coffee chats kind of mattered. Do you think that's going to fundamentally change going forward post-COVID, or are we still going to be, in an era where, despite all the hoopla about people moving all over the place and working from anywhere, geographic mobility has been declining for several decades, and the in-person experience in a localized labor market still seem to matter? Do you have a view on how that might evolve?
Yeah, the first thing I'll say is that, I feel like we've lived 4 lives through the last 2 years of the pandemic with this. So in the beginning, I heard from all of our business contacts that we'll never go back to the office. Then I heard we're going to bring everybody back to the office. Then I heard we're going to bring only a few people back to the office. And now we're seeing waves of people coming back to the office. And we just brought everyone back in a hybrid style 2 weeks ago here at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. And so here's what I have learned in the 2 weeks we've been back in hybrid. People like the flexibility of being able to be home on certain days, or live other places, or go and see a family member and be able to work remotely for a while. And they also like the in-person contact. And labor markets are fairly local, despite the fact that some people want to live in a rural area and work in a city. But all of these things, I think we will have another year or two to figure them out fully across the economy. But I think what will come through is that we'll want a little of all of those things. There won't be a right model that emerges tomorrow, and that's the one we'll all adopt. What will happen, I think, is that we'll find that the flexibility is actually a much more inclusive way to run a labor market. That divisible labor is a little more inclusive as well. That, we might want people wanting to do part-time because they found that in the pandemic, they went part-time and they like part-time. And so a divisible hours, so we're not so rigidly attached to 40 hours, Monday through Friday, having some people like working in the morning and the evening, taking the afternoon to do things for their family, that's completely reasonable. Having people live in different locations and only come, 2 days a week to the office, or 1 day a week, or 3 days a week, whatever suits them. But having really, we call it here purposeful presence. When we're here together, let's be purposeful about it. The worst thing you can do to people is make them get in the car or on a train, public transportation, or even on an airplane, commute, and then sit in an office by themselves, Zooming with people. That's a terrible outcome. So what I see is we're all going to experiment. We're going to try things out, and we're going to find models that fit people's lives. And my hope there, frankly, is, and I'm an optimist by nature, but my hope is that we'll find ways that actually increase the labor supply in our country, because we're not making people fit a specific mold in order to work. We're allowing them to have a mold that works for them, but still recognizing they have productive labor to offer.
By the way, just as an aside, I think I saw that the FOMC met in person for the first time recently. If that's correct, I think you were my, yeah. So just talk to us a little bit about how the Fed itself, whether that changes the dynamic in the room, or how the Fed itself functions virtually versus in person.
It's really fascinating, and I'll speak more broadly than just about the FOMC. So we were able to do all of our work. We go out, we were one of the first banks to go out because we had, cases in the Bay Area. So we went out really early in March of 2020, and the FOMC stopped meeting in person. Then that same month, the last in-person FOMC I had done was January 2020. And now, yes, this last meeting was the first one I had done again, March of 2022. And in all of those times, we continued to have conversations. We continued to do what everyone's doing. All listeners here are doing, Zooming, using, every program you can imagine to do, and learning new skills so that we can have all the important conversations we need to have and do all of our important work for the American people while we're at our homes. I mean, so many of the news interviews I did were from my dining room table, and I had a broken wrist at the time trying to prop up my iPad. So we learned to do all of that. And so the work hasn't really changed. But what's changed, and I think you noticed when you said we're back in person, you saw a smile on my face. What I miss is just the coffee time conversations, right? You break from any meeting. You can imagine a meeting you go to, you break, and you have a minute to say, hey, what are you working on? And how are you thinking about this? And so it's that spontaneity that creates innovation, I think creates thinking. We were lucky at the FOMC because we knew each other already. We had time with each other under our belts. And so we're using that capital, that relationship capital. We're living off that. But think of all the new people you introduce to, teams or processes. They don't have that relationship capital so well built up. And I think that is another aspect of being together. So I loved being in person. I was smiling from the time I got there to the time I left for having that in-person experience. And it's something that I think is really valuable. It's why we are doing hybrid I think every bank, and the board of governors is going to a hybrid model. So we get the best of both worlds.
Okay, before we turn to audience questions, just one more on female labor force participation and the research that the San Francisco Fed has done on the link between school closures and school reopenings and female labor force participation. First, can you just characterize that for the audience? And also, to the extent that schools have reopened and you may not have seen the full impact of the labor force uptick that was hoped for, what might explain that?
Yeah, so the thing that we find, and that many researchers have found, is that these disruptions to school are really critical because it's childcare, right? It's a form of your children are cared for while you can go to work. And if you have to do the childcare, and Zoom schooling is, you still have to provide the childcare. Very few children I know, and I know a lot of them, are good at Zoom schooling all by themselves, especially when they're younger, but even as they get older. So you need, parental help, whether that's moms or dads, but moms still in our country take on a large fraction of those responsibilities. So these are disruptions, and those things matter for labor supply. And I can just also reflect on my own experience in my organization, running the organization. Moms are stressed. Dads are stressed too, but moms are really stressed because they're thinking, do I have to pick? I mean, I had a situation where a mom had 3 kids. One was on COVID watch. One was home quarantine. The other had to get to school. So you've got all these, one's in a special classroom for the COVID watch. The other one's home, and the other one's got to get to school and go for a regular day. This is a lot of stress, and it matters for labor supply. And now we see schools reopening, definitely, but we are just now, we just came out of our masks a couple of weeks ago here in San Francisco, and in other parts of the country, you're easily sent home if you've got an exposure, or same as thing as here. Your kid gets quarantined. You got to take care of this. So I don't think we're past COVID yet, and I think that's why moms and dads everywhere are saying, well, we don't want to change anything yet, because the worst thing you can do is really say, well, I'm starting a new job, I'm all in, or I'm going back to full time, I'm all in. Oh, and now I have to miss the next 3 days because I got to go take care of my child or my parent or whatever it is. So that is material. And I do expect women to come back to the labor force when there's some breathing space, so that the trade-offs aren't so severe. Right now, I just say the trade-offs are too high.
So we have a question partly in response to the Hamilton Project research that was released earlier today on the increase in household savings, but also partly related to your depiction of the economy still growing at least at trend, which is fundamentally, why don't people feel better about this economy? It seems like performance, despite the inflation, is very solid at the least, and yet the mood is perhaps not fully reflective of that. do you have any views on what might explain the disjuncture?
Sure, I will offer a few views. You can come back and see if I'm right down the road. But sentiment is an interesting thing. Sentiment's tied to things that really are on people's mind. And so we aren't fully through the pandemic. The new variants, you open the paper every day and you see concerns that maybe those will come here. So we're not completely through that. We haven't fully been able to go back to our lives. We have a lot of inflation. That is a hard thing for sentiment, right? When you go to the gas pump, these are, what I would refer to as pocketbook prices: food, gas, housing. These are things that hit people directly. And what they're seeing is, in the Bay Area, gas prices are over $6 a gallon. On average in the nation, they're around $4 a gallon. These are pretty hard things for people. And then they see their price of food go up. Those are going to decrease sentiment, of course. And then the war. The war is a lot of uncertainty. While it hasn't had a direct effect on our shores, many of us know Europeans, many of us know Ukrainians, and it's a lot of stress, that environment. And it's not something we had to think about for a long time. So you put all of those things together, and I think, how could it be otherwise that sentiment would be a little weak? But the economy is fundamentally strong. And when we find ourselves with inflation coming down, I think you'll see sentiment go up. But for now, it doesn't surprise me sentiment's shaky, but it is remarkable how resilient the economy has been.
One more question on the economy, which is about Northern California in particular. I've been to San Francisco and to Palo Alto several times over the past few months. And frankly, Embarcadero feels a little bit like a ghost town, and Palo Alto feels like it's sort of back fully. That may be misleading anecdote, but talk to us a little bit about how Northern California is doing relative to the rest of the country, and how much variation there is within Northern California.
So the thing about Northern California, it's got a lot of tech. Got a lot of other things too, travel and tourism, but tech is important. And tech was a growing sector in the pandemic, has been for the duration of the pandemic, as all of us had to buy a lot of things and learn how to do new things with new technologies. It's been just a booming and thriving sector. So Palo Alto has been, it's been thriving since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's continued to thrive. And now you can just see people outside more thriving, because they used to be at home thriving, but they're outside now. Restaurants are full. People are able to go places. I see the same exact things you do. Down here where I am, I'm at the Embarcadero. It is really a ghost town still, but it is much more lively than it was during the depths of the pandemic. So I see green shoots. I see businesses reopening. I see, we're coming back. I see small shops reopening, new shops opening, ones that maybe got displaced and left during the pandemic. I see things coming into their place, but it's going to take a while, because, think of downtown San Francisco, not Palo Alto. It's a lot of businesses that are still trying to decide, are they going to come back? Or are they going to let their footprint go in commercial real estate and just have a remote workforce? Are they going to move to a less expensive area? These are all things that San Francisco and other big cities, the financial districts in particular, will have to sort out. But I think this is one thing I will say. I think it's a mistake to judge, not that you have done that, but just for anybody looking, it's a mistake to judge the strength of our economy based on looking at just what's happening in this downtown perimeter, because there's lots of momentum here. It's just taking place in the suburbs or around the areas from people's homes, as opposed to in downtown San Francisco. So Palo Alto is kind of a good marker for how the economy is doing.
Question from a viewer about state and local governments and the decline in employment there, but maybe more broadly, they did receive a significant amount of federal assistance. How would you characterize both the employment trajectory of state and local government and also their financial prospects?
Well, state and local governments are in good, this is not something that you can say universally, because some states and localities are differently managed and have different issues, but in general, they're in good situations. They were not as hard hit. The revenues for state and local governments were not as hard hit as many people thought they would be, and they did get some fiscal assistance from the federal government that shored up those resources. So they're in good financial shape. In terms of their employment, it depends really on where you are and what they are providing. But I think there was a combination of things going on there, and it varies by state, but some of it is just they employ a lot of, or they're helping with a lot of things that went digital. And so now you need fewer workers, right? Because you've moved everybody home. You didn't need to provide those workers, and now you're never going to come back. And so these are just this is a transition period for state and local governments, and where the steady state level of employment will end, I'm not quite sure. But I do think this is just part of the transformation that the whole business sector is going through, and state and local governments are just part of that. The good news, though, is that the budgets of state and local governments are in good shape, especially when you put it relative to where you might have thought they would be after a global pandemic and 2 years of a lot of economic distress.
Okay, another viewer question. How can community colleges serve as economic engines going forward? So what's the role of community colleges, and what's their impact on the labor market and on educational attainment?
So, I'm going to put that question, if you don't mind, in the context of something that we've been working on, we're thinking a lot about. I think employers across the nation are thinking a lot about it, and should think a lot about it, is that, we have a lot of people who may not want to get a 4-year degree. And the question is, do we need a 4-year degree for everything that people want to do? But we have a system where we ask for that credential. And there have been many researchers who argue we're over-credentialed, right? We just use that as a signaling device, but if you trace back to skills and abilities, you don't need all of that type of formal education. You could use other types of things. And so in that picture, community college fits, as do other certification programs and other things. And I think one of the other things I learned in the pandemic is that people want more divisible ways to learn, to work, to parse through their careers, and community college offers that type of thing. So I think community college, 4-year colleges, certification programs, on-the-job training, these are all part of what we need to think hard about as employers and as an economy, as a society, about how do we ensure that everybody gets an opportunity in the economy. And we recognize that you might not complete every single piece of education you want to do at the age of 22. Maybe you'll have snippets here and there to help yourself be more nimble as the world changes. So I see community colleges playing a valuable role. They're not the only answer, but neither is a 4-year college the only answer. We need an array of possibilities, and I hope out of the pandemic grows that sense, and a tight labor market grows that sense that there's a lot of people out there who could work in the jobs that we have available.
Okay, one more question from viewers, and I'll just phrase it as, what in your mind is the most important, and you've touched upon this a little bit, so you might just refer back to your previous comments, but what's the most important lesson that we should have learned from the response to the economic response to the pandemic?
Well, I will refer back to my comments, but I'll try to succinctly restate them. And, one of the most valuable lessons, history will be the judge, right? Researchers, countless new PhDs and other people will be generated that will study the response to the pandemic and decide whether it was just right, too little, too much, whatever. But what I will say is that when you're in those situations in real time and you're facing something you have not lived through, we didn't have a lived experience of a pandemic, that you have two choices. You can do the minimal and hope it's enough, or you can do the thing that you think could be a little bit too much, but the bridge will be long enough. And I lived in this in real time, and I'm glad that we chose to do what we thought was going to be necessary to get as many people over. If history judges that the bridge was a little bit too long, to me, that's a very livable mistake to have made. I would not be able to live as easily with having built a bridge too short because I was afraid that we might be too long. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. So final question, you already mentioned that you've accumulated a lot of stuff during the pandemic, part of that goods demand, but any other silver linings for you personally in terms of having lived through this pandemic? Did you pick up a new skill? Was there some part of the pandemic that you're grateful for in some unexpected way?
So I'll separate it into new skills and what I'm grateful for. So new skills, I learned to box, shadow boxing.
Wow.
And I got better at golf. So both of those things are good. Now, you need one.
I didn't see that one coming.
Boxing lets off steam. Golf just creates steam and stress. And what am I most grateful for? What am I grateful for? My wife and I spent more time together in 2 years because I didn't have to travel and she didn't have to travel. And while you think, oh, gosh, we're cooped up in the house together, we spent years together, 2 solid years together that I will remember for the rest of my life. And I think that's true of so many families and friends. We made connections in ways that we weren't able to because we spent loads of time together. So if we have to look for a silver lining in the pandemic, that's my silver lining.
What a great answer. Well, Mary, thank you so much for joining us. And to the rest of the people who listened in or will be listening in later when this is available on the web, thank you for joining this Hamilton Project episode, and look for the new research out from the Hamilton Project. And again, thank you all for joining us. And Mary, thank you in particular for such insightful answers to the questions.
My pleasure.
That was good. It started affecting the market. Then towards the end, they just started talking about jobs. She was like, jobs, everybody gets a new job every 2 weeks. Something great. I don't know what it was. I don't know how to explain it. But it did move things around a little bit. NVIDIA, during investors conference there, the CFO, he made a bunch of comments about them spending money, partnerships, new investment. There was a headline there with Russia, and Russia's trying to pay the planes for the planes they stole. So they said, yo, man, if you got your planes in there and we got to get rid of anything, yibbity bobbity boo, you know what I'm saying? Then that's it. That's all it comes down to. So it's good. It's good. Am I going to hit her up for golf lessons? Maybe. I don't know. I do need to golf. And then Tesla's back into the 1 trillion club. Bro, this move is crazy. 8%. Tesla, it looks like if anyone was going to buy the dip, they went straight for Tesla. I mean, it's getting to where it started at the beginning of the year, but it looks nice. It looks very, very nice there. Very, very nice. It's going up, but it's above 1 trillion. That's it. Today, Tesla got back into the $1 trillion club. So it's very big, very big. Saudi Arabia reviewing Foxconn plan for wafer foundry. In talks with UAE to site foundry there. I don't know if that's going to affect any other of the chips makers. See the background, they spelt lizard wrong. Maybe they were trying to say lizard. She admitted to being, what did she say though? But she said it was like a mistake if you judge it too early. I mean, what she said in the beginning was very hawkish. She said, again, she reiterated, like her and Bostic, I don't know if you guys remember, that's why I was even listening there. Remember her and Bostic, they've been kind of bullish, more or less. They've been very dovish. So like the last time the market was pricing in aggressive, the double hikes, both of them, they were like, nah, we're not down with it. They're like, no, it's not going to be like that. And then all of a sudden, it's, what's it called? She started saying how it was, now they'll go above the policy. They don't care if it's restrictive, anything like that, So pretty interesting. But I think her and Bostic have both taken a more hawkish tone, but they're simply just reiterating Powell. So that was part of it. And again, it was moving the market a little bit. I think a lot of people were a little bit worried simply because, again, when you see Bostic and her kind of flip-flop, especially if you've been following them up over the last week, I mean, it changed. It's been different. Now, wheat markets are closed, but it's not limit up. Wheat barely moved today, 0.07 after that sell there yesterday. So I don't know if the wheat stock, wheat futures are closed, so it's probably going to just trade and do its thing. Wheat didn't move much. ETF didn't move much. Market ignore everything for a little bit. I mean, we talked about it today. The biggest thing, I still stand by it from yesterday. There's just a fat divergence between bonds and the S&P. One of them is going to be right. That's it. It's either the bonds are going to be right or the S&P is going to be right, and that's what we're going to see here. But for now, we haven't had any other developments. Again, literally, latest Russia headline. What was the dude saying? They said that Russia was trying to pay back the planes. So all the planes that they took and that can't get out of the country, they're offering to pay for the planes. But then since the sanctions, some of the companies don't even want to negotiate. So it's interesting. That's why I pulled up that one company. You just woke up. Tesla is on fire. We're not going to talk about the bigger news. Bro, it's 12 p.m. my time. What you mean, man? You living good out there, unless you just got off graveyard shift and then you were sleeping all day. But damn, bro, are you for real, Reggie? Man, are you making more money than I am? You have to be, man. What are you doing out there? You waking up at 12? What? Are you serious? You just woke up at 12. What time you go to bed? Even then, that's still 12 hours, even if you went to bed at midnight, bro. What the hell? Oh, my God. Reggie's, he living good, bro. He living good. Nah, he high rolling. High rolling out there, bro. That's it. The only acceptable excuse is you work graveyard. If you work graveyard, I understand. If not, you work in King Yard or something. 12, bro. That's crazy. But, yeah, Tesla entered the $1 trillion club. I'm sorry. I thought that was breaking news. But, yeah, 12. We hit 1 trillion. We're back up there. So it's good. It's good. Tesla went crazy. A lot of squeezes. A lot of plays on there. I didn't get to make any. I don't know. I know a lot of Chads in here were saying they got it, but even the option chain, the option activity is just so crazy. Yes, Jen Psaki, she did test. She tested positive. Adobe Premium. I sold out for 40%, but I wouldn't be surprised, especially if things go up here. I mean, Tesla has a lot of people active. Where is it? The 520? Oh, yeah. You're up 50, 60% now. The premium is getting jacked up there again, and it's holding nice. So it's not even back to the high. It's just making the climb there as people are getting ready for earnings. Most week Tesla's 10x from open. Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot. Facebook was a crazy one, too. And we'll see if that one keeps going up there. But, no, the Tesla options were absolutely wild. But Tesla's back to $1 trillion. Again, if there's going to be any sort of growth rotation or rotate out of value into growth, I mean, if it continues, if the bond market ends up succumbing to the pressure, Tesla's probably going to be the leader. I mean, it held up the best throughout everything. And then now after this first one back, shop Tesla to 1800. Neo sympathy plays. Well, watch out if it's China related. Maybe like Lucid. Lucid had the news there, even with NVIDIA. But I would try to keep it domestic if you're going to go for some of the sympathies. But the China stuff, you're just going to be at the mercy if you get the moves or not. Or if you get any news out of China. But it's Power Hour. 55 minutes left. SPY's making a move towards the highs. Happy Tuesday. Today's flying by too, man. Lucid, was Lucid and NVIDIA that they're going to be partnering up with the self-driving stuff. And I think there's something else I'm missing, but I believe that was the big one. And then Lucid was going up off of that. Integration of the proprietary Dream Drive Pro Advanced Driver Assistance brought to you by NVIDIA. Man. Airbnb to 170. I mean, Tesla's chart kind of reminds me of Airbnb, but I won't get ahead of myself. There was actually, no, they weren't holding up as good by January. Tesla was one of the rare ones that was holding up good at January. You missed the Tesla play. What's yours is yours, man. What's yours is yours. I haven't played Tesla in 2 weeks. Last time I had that one put, But it's okay. What's yours is yours. I'm sure this is just really if it continues or not. That's really what I'm looking for. If we get the confirmed, if we just get a confirmed, like actual, like value rotation type move, then it'll be good. But we'll see. That's what I'm. Then again, then it's just pick the leaders, and then you're gonna really this ain't nothing yet. But it is a big move in one day. The wheat CEO. I think if you search interview wheat CEO, should show up. Let me see. Maybe because it's on my account. Like if you just search wheat CEO.
The share price goes up.
The share price goes up. Yeah, there it is. Oh, you found it already? Is that it? Yep, that's it. Already, is that it? That's it. Oh wow, that's me. I got to hear me. At the war ends, we'll be at all-time highs. If it does, it will be good. LGVN halted. Those Baltic China futures. Yeah. Let's see. Let me see. I think there's a couple. Yeah, I don't know. See, I'll have to research to find the right ones. There's a couple. There's like different contracts. I mean, are you doing Arabian Gulf to China? Arabian Gulf to China. I think that's the only one that comes up. And there's no chart. So I'll have to do more research probably on this to get you the right one. Open interest. None of them have any. If you could get me a specific ticker, I can. How much we spend on the? What's wrong with AMD? AMD, remember NVIDIA Day today, and they said a bunch of different stuff. But like AMD was going down before that. At least NVIDIA bounced a little bit. 60% on the Adobes. Let's see. Yeah, these went up. These up 100% almost now. But let's see the rest of the weeklies. Twitter, yeah, no, I just did. I was like, wow, those are crazy. Those are doing good. That one I put in like $30. So 30 turned into like $70 now. Hold or sell the Tessies. I would ghetto spread. I mean, just like I did with the Amazon, because like with the Tesla, if there's enough distance between it, you could get a pretty good ghetto spread once the premiums go crazy. You listen while you took your parents to the doctors and you gave a thumbs up. Now you got to do there you go, baby. Amen. Horna. Woo. Yo, I think I just hit. I didn't. What the hell? There's a malfunction. Don't worry. Put your seatbelts on still, but we hit a bunch of noise buttons at the same time. You'll be okay. You still got 50 minutes of flight time. Yeah, be careful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, planes never. I've landed early one time. I remember I was like 20 minutes early. I was like, what is this? This is crazy. see, Wells Fargo. I wanted the banks gave up some today, but banks and tech are moving the same. How's it? The Facebookian, let the Facebookian keep going. Red candle. But yeah, ghetto spreading the Tesla though. You could look into that. That's what we did with the Amazon. And it worked out pretty nice today. Crash landing. Yeah, that was insane. It was scary. Brace for landing. I still don't know why she said that one day. That was so scary. Why would they scare us like that? You know what I'm saying? SPY bearish engulfing. We haven't done much. I mean, we got 48 minutes left. Ever since the first rally, I mean, we're at that level below 450 again, 448, highest we've been in 2 weeks. I'm sure this level of 448 is familiar to you. Remember 440? I think that's when we broke in February. So we're right back to the first February drop. This is when we first started the butterfly. So you went down, popped up, not as high, down again, little pop, little drop. Now we're back up. This was a historic rally. Interesting. No news on, no updates on the crash. They just said they're perplexed by it, and they're really ruling out a lot of different theories just with what happened with it. And the puts are down 35%, but it's not too bad. Not bad. There's TLH2. Let's see. That says it's a company in Canada. Nothing comes up. I'll see. I mean, if you go away, I'll look into it. I'll see if I can find more information on it and how we could track it. But I know there's probably a broader index that you could follow. So it's like if we're not finding the specific China Baltic index, I bet you there's one that's like a more broader index that people use to get an idea of the pricing. Yeah, here's Middle East Gulf to China spot. Let's see, there it is. This is TDH3. This is Middle East Gulf to China world scale spot price. So here it is. Now, it's dropped a lot, actually. So you're at, even then, I mean, the last month. Yes, shipping, and then it's like pinned. Pretty much since invasion. Since invasion, it just came down. That's a weird move. That's what I was saying. We'd probably have to research more on it and like try to figure out. And there's a bunch of these. And did the same thing in October. What is that? That's the East Gulf China. How much it costs spot price for freight to Middle East to China. But I don't know if that's the actual like one. That's just something someone told me to look up there. Elon wins again. Elon is worth $1 trillion now. SPY hitting a high. We're making another move here. A lot of things. Again, see if like Apple, Amazon, all those start to wake up. Those haven't hit new highs yet. I still have the forward plays. They're up, actually. So they were up this morning. Then they came down to break even. I think it's like 20% up, I believe. 20% on the old forward plays. All of those plays we've held. Like I said, we've had a lot of this back and forth shit where it's like you're gapping up or gapping down into the plays. The butterflies clapped even more, but I'm still holding it. I like that play because I just know the butterfly, the first like time we get volatility back and we start making a move down low, now with low time, they'll come back. But for now, after I think they're down like 30% even from yesterday, but holding roughly the same price. And then the worst play so far is the Boeing, just because of size. I'm down on that one, but I still like it. I'm still going to hold that one. I want to average down, but 30% is good enough. But It's like not the best, not the worst. I'd rather just wait till I go down 50%, 60% and let it really fail and then. But I do think Boeing is going to be a good one. And if there's any exposure in the market, you could get Boeing and like the SPY is kind of all in one. I'm holding the Facebook. I'm going to hold those. We only spent $30. We're already up 100%. We have till the end of the week. You got, people going crazy here. If we get any sort of rotation, if people want to start buying the dip, I mean, Facebook's dipped as hell. You know what I'm saying? So if those start to run up, that could be good. But I'm holding them. That was a small play. We ghetto spreaded the Amazon. That one made like 100 and something percent. And then the Wells Fargo, I sold out one of them. Ford is in the long term as well, too. Not the long term, but I have it in the Robinhood account. And Robinhood account's above. We're getting almost to 110 on the Robinhood. So we're back above there. But we still got the Ford in the Robinhood, but not in the long term. I just held it in the long term since a while. We started with that one. The real estate guys liked it, and then we added to it last year. But, yeah. And then we sold one of the Wells Fargo, the cheap Wells Fargo ones. I sold out of those. Let me see. These are the Facebooks. Here's the ghetto spread. Where is it? Oh, no, I need link 1. So here's the Wells Fargo, the one that I'm holding. This one's up over 100%, or right there. It was up higher. But then I sold out of these ones today for like 30%. Remember, we had the 60s. So I sold out of these at I think I sold out of these at 30 in the morning, or some in the higher prices. But we sold out of that one. And then that's it. You want the BA to fall by 50. Yeah, 30 doesn't scare me on it. Again, I think it's just the volatility and spread. But again, I mean, every single play, whether we're in on it or we took profits, you've seen it. You're gapping up or gapping down into the profits. Tesla is one where it moved throughout the day, but you still had gap up profits. But for the most part, anything else, it's either you're gapping into it or not. So that's why I even like the Boeing. We bought it, gap down, same thing. I think it'll do good. Spike break. The SPX has already broken 450 technically, but the SPY hasn't. That's what we've been waiting for all day. NVIDIA had their thing. Oh yeah, and we got the PPC too. We got a lot of different plays even from today and yesterday. Again, we took profits on a couple, still holding some, and then some just got either they came down or they got clapped. I think from yesterday, ConocoPhillips down like 20, 30%. That was a play open yesterday and then down, and then Boeing 35%. And I think everything else was chill. And then we got PPC, and then Adobe we sold out 45%. It's at 60% now. I took one of the EWZs, sold one, made them free. Nike got clapped $30 though. That one wasn't bad. And then yesterday, Boeing, Copenhagen. What's it called? ConocoPhillips. That's clapped. Amazon, that went up over 100%. We ghetto spreaded. Butterflies down, and then yeah. That's kind of all of everything between today and yesterday. Watch for the break of VWAP. We'll see. I mean, we'll see 10-minute rigged. 10-minute rig might be juicy. Again, people feel good today, even though the bonds are really bad. I don't care what the stock market says. I hope you guys realize that, but it doesn't mean I could still be wrong with this. Like I said, bonds are going to be right, or bonds or stocks are going to be right. That's what we're going to find out. But today's kind of chill, and people really like this idea of buy the dip and rotate from value in the tech now. I mean, it's been months, so people would love this idea if it comes true, and that's where it's kind of the thing we're waiting for. But we'll wait for 10-minute rig. That one could get pretty active. Are there good Chinese shipping stocks? No, I mean, the last time I went for a China play, I got clapped with like ACH, but I'm sure a quick search could find you a couple of adequate ones. Next stop, TLT 122. I know people really do care about that one. 122 or lower. We'll see. Josh, is this a bull trap? No, I mean, I'm telling you how it is. I disagree with the move, but it doesn't mean that it has to be a trap. It's just quite simple. Bonds are going to be right or the stock market's going to be right. They both can't be right now unless we go back to normal. And if we do, there's a lot more questions to ask. So very, very simple. You make your determination. If you really want to boil it down, do you think the stock market, do you think equities are correct, or do you think bonds are correct? That's it. Bonds are down. Stocks have gone up in the last week. If I overlay stocks and bonds, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. So this is what everything that's happened, right? Over the last couple, since the rate hike, the stock market has just rocketed up, and then the bond market has just gone down. And this is a historic pace, low key. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no trap. There's no bullish, bearish. I'm not an uber bull. I'm not an uber bear. Nothing matters. All you have to do is look at this. And you have to decide if you want to anticipate it, be my guest. If you want to wait for confirmation, be my guest. But this is the situation playing right now. If you want a signal, you want to understand, you want more clarity, it all comes into this answer right here. Do you think the stocks are right, or do you think the bonds are right? Really, and as you see, maybe you could see why I'm saying this, because take a look at the last 12 months. Has there ever been a period where this question is left unanswered? Not really. Again, anytime we've broken up, but they're working together. Stocks and bonds, they would go up, and then look at stocks went down. Eventually, the bonds went down. Stocks went back up. Bonds took a while to disagree. Then eventually, bonds were doing good, and then stocks caught up. So do you see what I'm saying? It's like this, and then again, bonds started dropping. All of a sudden, stocks go down with it. Or the bonds started to come down. Stocks were already going down. They're either going to agree or not. So this is where I'm saying, like, even, again, beginning of the year, this is the leading indicator that I said. Beginning of the year, we had the indicator. Bonds were dropping big. We disagreed, right? If you were buying the dip, and what ended up happening, stocks caught up to bonds, and then stocks bounced, and then bonds kept going lower. It was the same sort of thing. This took a whole nother month, but then everyone said, nah, and then eventually they both matched up here. So it's the same exact thing happening right now. It's very, very early, though. But this is why we have a lot of things. You got earnings around the way, a lot of things. But it's like, if you want to know about the market or you want any clarity, I mean, this is just the thing playing out right now, and this is where you find the answer. It's just, do you agree with the stocks or do you agree with the bonds? Because, again, if the stocks keep going up, the bonds are going to come back, and then vice versa. If the bonds keep going lower, the stocks won't stay up. If one of them are unrelenting, you're going to see, and that's boom, market's going to price its own thing. But it's very, very simple here to look at it, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen micro moves. Even though I look at a 1 minute chart, doesn't mean it has to play out like that. This could, again, it took a month between the last delay and matchup in bonds and stocks. But right now, this is like, for somebody who's been watching it, the Fed futures, everything going on, it's like everybody is looking at the price of stocks right now, and everyone's looking at the stock move. What I see is just this. This right here is the only thing that I'm like, okay, yeah, this is the key. It is supposed to be like this. So if you want to go back, the counter argument to this theory is very simple. It's that this is a normal correlation. Stocks go up, bonds go down. That's how it used to be. But like I just showed you, over the last 2 years, last year, you haven't really seen it too much. Again, like you could see here in 2021, but stocks, they move the same. Whereas take a look, even in 2020, it was a little opposite. But then as we start going back, there should be a way, way opposite correlation between the two. That's always existed. But really from 2020, you even then see it. Stocks dropped, bonds came down. TLT came up, but then stocks started going up. And then you started noticing that TLT started mimicking things. And then eventually, when we really started to rally, bond yields started to go. And then this is where it just got really, really wonky. Because then what started happening, now they started to drop. And then before you know it, every move in TLT, it looks the same. So even though they're apart from each other, it started moving exactly the same. And that's a positive correlation. So 2020 crash broke that. Yes, exactly. If it goes back to the prehistoric normal, you know what I'm saying, then maybe. But for now, at least in the midterm, with what we're looking at, this is a warning sign. But yes, it could be. That's why you could get very confused by this if you're looking at the historical correlation between bonds and stocks. But we're just talking, something relatable to right here, right now, any moment in the market, anything we see. If the bonds and stocks diverge lately, it's been a warning sign. So, and that's where it's like you could look at it, you could get bearish, bullish, make your own theory. You can start talking about bear trap, bull trap. It don't matter. The point is either the stock market's going to be correct or the bond market, and that's it. Especially on the short term here with even the 100-day, you're watching it, and literally you have not, for the last 6 months, you have not seen any other correlation take place. Do you see what I'm saying? So like look how correlated bonds and stocks have been this whole year. And literally bonds led the year. People disagreed. Remember how volatile it was October, November, December, and then things started going up, but bonds were not playing along and they had a historic move. Eventually things started to drop right there. And then now you're seeing it even on the short term. So yalla. Good theory. 30 minutes left. But hopefully that answers all the questions. Hopefully that lets you guys make up your decision on this and really find a real good strategy here or do what you need to do. But, be wise about it. But this information should be able to help you out. Like you could analyze the market right now and you don't really have to make a decision or be so reactive in the short term when it's just pretty clear what's going on right now. Pay attention to that bond correlation. One of them is going to be right. And whoever's right, that's where the money's going to go to. And then we'll see what the next step is with any information or anything from there. Why are you always yelling? Why are you so soft? It's like the inverse of buy. You just soft. You can't handle. Do you feel like I'm yelling at you when someone talks loud? Do you get scared? You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, talk to me differently. Oh, is that what happens? Is that what happens? You mad I'm yelling? I'm sitting in front of a microphone. Not only am I passionate, I have a mic gain on. I'm not even talking that loud. If you really think about it, that's the crazy part. I'm just sitting in front of a microphone right now. You know what I'm saying? Is that what happens? Is that you think someone's yelling at you? Is that why you want it to look a certain way? You want low quality information as long as it's packaged to you in a format that you could digest, but it doesn't matter the quality or if it leads you to learn or anything. I've noticed that trend, honestly, but still, I'm just saying, I'm not really yelling, man. I hope you picked up the important part between the bonds and the stocks. No one's yelling at you, man. No one's yelling at you. It's okay. And I'm sorry. I come at people sometimes when they come at me. I think it's like a fun dynamic that we have. I'm not that serious. So I love you. God bless you. Maybe you want me to talk a little quietly. Maybe we could do this whole discussion if you guys are like, oh, look at the bonds again. Maybe we could discuss this about bonds and S&P correlation. If this is more soothing to you and it could help you out, let me know. I could whisper a little bit too. And that way we don't yell. But now I'm just going to the extremes. I know it's going crazy, but I love you. Get a long term, okay? Amen. Thank you. Hey, Bahu, respectfully, shut up, okay? Look at Bahu trying to get in the middle of this conversation, only showing up at 12 p.m. like we forgot. Stop trying to act like you just show up at 12, you didn't notice nobody, you think nobody noticed you clock in, bro? We've been seeing you the whole time, bro. That's it. You got banned on the other account, too. We had enough of it. We said, that's it. You're waking up late shit. We can't, we got tired of it. The joke lasted you had 21 days, and then the contract expired, bro. There's no IV. That's it. Okay? Get your ass up, bro. It's 12 p.m., bro. 12:30 p.m. Mm-hmm. Nancy, yeah, she exercised her calls. What are your thoughts on possibly the divergence because of inflation's impact on bonds? Maybe assets are finally increasing. It could be. So to answer your question or to operate with like a theory within that framework, the other explanation could be the Fed is stopping, and they already have. The Fed has left the bond market, and that could explain some of the big sell-off moves in bonds. But it's still been a wild correlation. So that would be to give you more insight into that. It would be the Fed could be a possible theory where the Fed is now backed off. They're no longer buying the same way they were over the last 24 months. And now the Fed left the building, and then the rates are now just running up because even if people are buying it, that could be it. And then you could argue that's inflation's effect if the Fed wasn't stepping in. So that great point. Great question. Because again, that's like the whole point is everything's fluid, right? We have to look at this stuff. We have to look at these, that's why it's like if anybody's asking me, it's like, bro, I'm down for counter arguments. I'm down for this, finding explanations, totally down with it because the situation is moving. We're living in this. I'm giving you a theory just based on the correlation breaking in the last 2 years. You see what I'm saying? So, but that is definitely a factor that does need to be brought up. The Fed is no longer a purchaser of certain securities, or they're only, they've raised the floor where pretty much the backstop has been taken away and it's at a different level now. So that could account for it, and maybe that's what we're seeing. So we'll pretty much find out. That's why over the next couple of days, if that divergence widens or not, that's what will give us the answer. Could the Fed already be selling inventory? Maybe. They might do the Japan stuff and slowly start tapering before telling us. Possibly. Stable coins. Yeah, that was, what's his name today? John Williams. I love his generic-ass name. John Williams. Just curious, what was your position you took? Yesterday, I grabbed a May put, and they dropped 30%. I spent like $2-3 a contract. Now they're down to like 170 or something like that. I'd buy Gen Coin over Ape Coin. Oh, if only everybody would get that joke. I feel you. Gen Coin hit, though, bro. Gen Coin hit. It ended up hitting. Mulan pop. There's been a lot of options on that. Again, that one keeps getting talked about, but it is running up again. They said they'd eventually sell bond ETFs that they bought. HYG, TLT. BA's due to rocket. I got to put, though. So, I mean, again, even if it goes up, I will average down on it. I just think Boeing just has a lot of bad things happening right now. And I just think it's a better proxy to trade this SPY too, in the sense that I could go buy Boeing puts if I feel like there's volatility. And again, that crash just doesn't help. But I don't like how they look in the short to midterm. If they do come back up, if there's going to be any recovery in the SPY, fucking Boeing goes up, this thing will help a lot. But for now, I'm pretty bearish on Boeing. Oh, Islam, are you still in college, bro? You doing good, baby? Nike calls got clapped. I got clapped 50% right off to the first order. So those didn't do anything. But I kept it small. I bought 5 contracts for $8. Spent $32 total. Just because as an earnings continuation, I thought they were cheap, but it got immediately clapped. They're down to 3 or 4 cents. You buying Tesla puts? No, I'm gonna let Tesla do his thing. Adobe, I sold out 45%. They're up 60% now, I think. Where is it? Oh, they came down. No way. So we sold out high. I sold out at 140, but I thought they were gonna hold the earnings thing. Oh man, they were at once. They were up 60, but then they came down right now. They're still up though. Again, this is the pre-earnings run-up play. Percent cash in the long term. I have 0% cash now. And then all the other accounts, I still have, I think I have like 20 grand in each. 5K for options on Robinhood, and then 20K for stocks. And then I think I have another 20 or 30K in the other one waiting. And then I can put that towards a lot of different things. We chill. But I do want, and then I have I might deposit into the futures, but we'll see. I've been barely trading the futures there. I wanted to get used to that. But then long-term cash, we stacked up for those 2-3 months, and then we used it all. JP Morgan, it was a great long-term pickup, and we just doing our thing, baby. So you're going to see the fan, baby. Hope all is good. Many blessings. Forever grateful. Amen. Amor Fati. Shout out to Cole, baby. Or nah, I'm holding the Facebook. We had a lot of trades. Again, I've been recapping them too, and we've been making it kind of simple there on the watch list. I hope the simple watch list have been hitting, and that's why too, if I make the watch list more simple and very clear, I'm not going to answer as many questions. I'm just going to tell y'all, just you better run it. I'll answer the first question. First one's free. Second one, I'm going to send you there. But we did grab a Facebook today if you were here. They're already up 100%, still holding, or 50%. They came down a little bit. But make sure you're watching them, and we'll keep you on there. MOS, we went over that one a couple times. It's still up, I think, from yesterday. Or that was the Lockheed. MOS, they're up 12% now. But the spread is wide. 12%, I think, is between the bid. Launch into close. We'll see if we could get 450. That's still a key level. And then if the banks could come back too, it'll be great. If I said 30 on an option is the max I could lose 30, yeah. If it's buy to open, as long as you're buying it, just make sure you do buy to open. But yeah, like so, like that face. That's what I'm saying. Like some of these plays, even when I miss some of them, I'm not really losing that much money. Like some of them, when they're bigger, that's why people could get clapped. And the whole point is an option can go to zero. That's the thing you need to really understand about options trading. This is what makes it so much riskier than a stock trade. But like, let's say you bought the Facebooks. I bought 5 contracts at 8 cents each. 8 times 5 is what? Like 32 or something? 16, 24, 32, 40. $40. So like even with that Facebook, I spent $40. So if it goes to zero, I lose $40, and then you can make whatever it is. But at the end of the day, you can't lose more than $40. Yeah, I got 8, 16, 25. I got to use the timetable, bro. You know what I'm saying? I want to try one. The Facebooks are up. That one's risky because it's March. I think the play I like the most today is the PPC. The PPC put. It has some time. It's related to some of the food stuff. It gives you broader commodity exposure, and it showed up on the scanner. Not too many people are looking at it or in it. I like that one. Buy to open. None of this is a recommendation. Options trading, limit risk, lose the most financial investment, lose no financial risk. Occasional no purpose, only thing around no day. I got the Facebook because it showed up on the scanner. We hit a nice one, and then I have some puts. We have different plays here, but I'd take some of the smaller exposure if things go crazy. And then it showed up on a scanner. I liked it. I already hit an Amazon weekly for the day, so I said, let me throw $40 in. We cashed out of the Amazon ones. Did the ghetto spread. Still got upside. You get people trying to value rotate. Let me throw $40 on another weekly, even though we're late. And then the scanner, I was like, let's do it. Sounds good. How much time till May? May PPC. Buying deep in the money versus out the money. Probability of profit or hitting your break even by expiration. So it's like the closer it is to the money, the more you profit off of the move. So if the stock goes up, more likely you'll profit. Out the money, they're going to be cheaper, so your risk is less, but they're not going to move up as much off of the stock moving. So like a stock could go up 10%, and then like a stock near the money, close to the money, you'll make more. It'll be easier to move with that. But then out the money, it'll go up a lot. But sometimes if it's too far out the money, you won't make as much. But it's literally probability of profit is lower. Further away from the stock price, further out the money, lower probability of reaching break even by expiration. So watch the option video that we have here in the description. That's a great one to start with. But just if you could understand break even, if you understand break even and expiration, it'll take you a very long way. And then just start playing small and keep it small. You will definitely be good to go. And then video, it's in the description. It's how to find 1,000% option. SPY's coming up 449.82. I believe the high of the day is 87, but if we could go towards to what's it called, to 450, you're up 2% on the NASDAQ, 1.2 SPY, 3/4 on the Dow, 15 minutes left. TLT on the low too. Yeah, watch bank stocks might get a little active off of that. They were moving up here a little bit, but then they sold off from earlier. Again, we still got one Wells Fargo. Ukraine says 15,000 Russian troops have been killed. So, dude, that sounds like a lot. JG Industries, 877 cash now. Oh, and we got Jamal too, baby. Oh, Mr. Austin, welcome. JG, welcome. I know we've seen the name for a very long time. Oh, nah. And Casey is just checking in to say he loves you all, and he wants to close with small goods decisions, Chad. That's it. Powell, he could say something, but again, he might be more hawkish. The question is if commodities or another escalation event shocks the market, and then the real question is going to be here, bond divergence or not. Is the bonds right, or are the stocks right? Bonds. We're gonna find out. It's a cool story. Watch if the bonds give up though. Again, bonds have been on a relentless rally. I mean, they chilled out here, but this has kind of been relentless. And then you had 5 days of chilling out. But if those are the real keys right there, because again, bonds could stop, but the bonds have been the ones really. The bonds have been selling off just as rapidly, if not more, than the S&P has been going up. That's the crazy part. Powell hates stocks. He wants to pop bonds, eliminate liquidity. We'll see. Powell is a bond guy, though. He does love the bonds. But Powell said, he said, don't even look at the 10-year. I don't even think he said look at the 2-year. He said look at the 3-month or the 3-month. This guy crazy, man. Powell, man, he's a hawk. The Powell put, bro. They all forgot about him. I remember. That's fine. When Pony Montana was doing 18-leg spreads, you had a Powell put a couple of months before, huh? $450, indeed. $450. Couple things going up. Amazon making a move too. Tesla weeklies, yeah. I think every single option on the Tesla chain went up 1,000% today. Everything is going nuts, bro. Crypto's going crazy. Like crypto growth names, Tesla. We just hope, as long as there's no bad news, we better hope there's no bad news. That's because I feel like you're getting a lot of activity. Bro, even ETC is going up. Everything is, though. But crypto, I just looked at all the cryptos are going nuts. You play oil. Yeah, we still have those plays. What could help me get over the fear that tomorrow I'm just gonna get clapped? Play with an amount you don't care about. So either way, you could celebrate. That's it. Otherwise, you're overthinking it. Or even then, even if you want to play with the big amount, just don't care about it. At the end of the day, at one point, you're either gonna go small and scale into a level where you're comfortable with, or just stop giving a shit. Is the best way to look at it. I mean, it's just money, but at the end of the day, you gotta. If you disagree with that statement, then you should start small. To there's a point where you could put a little bit in there and you don't care about it. Small streams make great lakes. Amen. This is people realizing what inflation really means. High bonds and high prices, maybe. As far as tax due dates, returns, same bounce. It was around this time that led into the April rally, and April is statistically a very good month. So usually it's a bad quarter for midterms. We might drop by June or July, but at the end of the day, April is a very bullish month. And that is the time we had the bounce in April last year. So if you guys remember here, it was literally March 24th, 26th, and then you just started, it was a little bit before this. So remember, you had a big sell-off there, February. You bounced back up. Middle of March, you came back down to the lows again. You had the volatility, and then it was like you ran up a little bit, then came down, and then this was the monster April rally that led into everything. 10-minute rig. We hit 450. You came back. You went up almost a quarter above it. You said not to make the same mistakes over and over again. Does that mean not to average on growth tech stocks and go to boomer stocks? I mean, yeah. I mean, if you didn't like the result of what happened and all you did was buy tech and you had no thing, this isn't about growth stocks versus boomer stocks. Don't let little immature words get the best of you. It's like, bro, did you balance your portfolio or not? That's it. It's simple as that. It's either you had balance or you didn't. And if you didn't have balance, if you want to keep going down that road, you're going to keep going down that road or you make that decision. Otherwise, it's like, yo, even if growth is cheap right now, if you got caught slipping and you had no portfolio balance, no diversification, then this is where you got to think about it. But it's up on you. But you don't have to go with the boomer stock. It's just, are you going to buy quality or not? Are you going to buy stuff or not? Are you going to have balance in your portfolio or not? That's all it simply comes down to. 50% of your portfolio is Airbnb. I'm in too deep to sell. You don't need to sell. You just start buying other stuff. Again, at one point, our portfolio was 30% Amazon or 30% Abivai. At one point, it was 50% Snapchat. Now it's not. Now we have 50-50 growth and dividends. How? Because we stack up and then go at different times and now go with the other stuff. You have Airbnb, great. You could go buy other stuff and now don't buy Airbnb for 3 or 4 months and then just start buying the other stuff so that you could balance it out. Let Airbnb go up and down. You will find your balance. We talking GameStop yet? Nah. You recommend diversification for small accounts? Not as much. I mean, that's why we said at one point you're going to focus on it. And when the accounts are smaller, that's why I said we were 50% Abivai, 50% Snapchat. You're going to have to sacrifice a little bit. But this is just the answer is like, hey, are you going to make the same small mistakes over and over and over and over and over again? That's all it comes down to. So if you went the last year or two and your long-term did not give you safety, you felt scared about it, you were worried, or you're like, oh, I bought too much of this. Well, ding, 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 that's your answer. And that's why the question is, are you going to keep doing that or are you going to balance out your portfolio? Simple as that. Yeah, TLT's coming down big. Again, watch the banks. They might go up off of that. They should. So now JP and some of those are coming back. Yeah, 10-minute rig, so disrespectful. 7 minutes left. Do you have YouTube friends? Nah, nobody likes me unless you join the cult and sacrifice to the long term and don't change your mind for 10 years. People want to talk to you a lot. I'm not as friendly. That's it. The Chad knows. The Chad likes me. Me and the Chad get along very well. We have a good relationship. I could be fairly honest with the Chad, honestly. That's why I shout out the members and the people I've been with. They're not looking to me to stroke their egos or be friends with them or do this, do that. I have success, have failure. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I like the Chad, but I don't really have any other friends like that. I do. I got my Chad. I got a cult. That's what we got here all together. And then I have a couple. I think I only have like 1 tour friends from like college. That's about it. And then I hang out with my mom a lot. Where are your bear comments on Mulan's thread? You raspberry blowing bastard. What does that mean? I've never been called a raspberry blowing bastard. Honestly, does that mean I vape? Does that mean, because honestly, that sounds kind of cool, bro. If I ever finish like raspberries, are you kidding me? And the second part is that like 6 months from now, it doesn't even matter what happens to Mulan. You won't even you know what I'm saying? Like, who cares? You're just happy for the last 3 days, bro. Be happy. I'm not going to try to take it from you. You see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to stop the fun. I'm not trying to get in your way. I don't know why you chose me to come at me. I'm happy for you, bro. I'm excited for you. Keep it up. Be smart. Get the balance in there. Take profits. You know what I'm saying? It may last longer. Who knows? But I just I don't know why you wanted to make it. I don't want it to turn into I don't want to steal the fun, bro. I'm supposed to cry. So we got you, bro. We got you. We got you, man. God bless. Spy's coming down, though. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left, you raspberry blowing bastard. That's a good one. I've never heard that in my life. I've been called a lot of things. That's why that one's interesting. I've never been called that one. That's why. It's a good one. It's unique. Gotta remember that one. 728 million to the sell side. Pal, they're all coming down a little bit. Tesla's gonna be an interesting one. I love you too, baby. God bless you, Benny. Oh, why didn't it? No, I wanted to see BA. And then I want to see FB. Love you, Raspberry Blowing Beast. Never heard this one. Never heard this one. But ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisle with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal, the trading fraternity terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 76 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day, especially if you got in on any of those Tesla options. So shout out to everybody out there. But can enjoy your vacation. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you are respectful of all passengers. Exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Coal Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Bring it home. Bring it home. It's the final minute. Minutes. So let's go. Trust Wallet has been removed. What is Trust Wallet? Is that... I feel like I've heard about it, but it already sounds sketchy if it's called Trust Wallet. I'll be like, why you got to name it after trust, man? Hold up. That's like, yo, come trade with Not Sketchy Broker. What? Why'd you call yourself Not Sketchy? That's crazy. That's crazy. 1 minute! Bro, it's like, that'd be like if you called your... That's like if you made a social media platform and, like, called it Truth or something like... Wait. Oh, this is... Why you gotta kill the vibe, Josh? Why you gotta kill the vibe? What do you mean? Ah! You got 30 seconds left. Come on, bring it home. Bring it home. Bring it home. You better finalize it. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Bonds or stocks, bank stocks, financials led. I mean, here you go. You got less than 10 seconds left. We got certain industries leading the way. Consumer discretionary, consumer services, financials, and tech. Finalize it. No other escalation. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Hard. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Chad, ladies and gentlemen, that's, come on. I need it. I need it. Hold on. Where's it at? Where's it at? I need it. Hold on. No, man. We did it. We made it, bro. That's the day. Oh, no. Bring it for him. Let him play. No, play for him. We did it. I need the GGs. I need the GGs in the chat, baby. Oh, we did it. We made it, baby. GG. Oh, we did it. GG. Let's go. Come on, Chad. I need the GGs. We did it. We made it. It's 7 hours in the books, baby. Come on. Everybody needs a GG. Cleanse your sins. It doesn't matter if you made money or lost money. It don't matter if you learned something or not. It don't matter if you were positive or negative. I need you to have a GG. It's good sportsmanship. You have to understand. We were in the heat of the battle. Maybe I clapped you. Maybe I said a joke. I don't know. We were playing. Real money on the line. Going back and forth. People talking smack. Bull, bear. Bull, bear. Bull, bear. Bull, chat, bear, chat. Ah! GG, baby. GG. GG. Yeah, baby. GG. Raspberry blower. Is that what he said? Oh, man. Every bottom I bought. Bought the key in the loud. They don't film. Cut it, bro. Cut it. Oh, my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, that's it, man. We did it. We made it. GG in the chat, bro. For real, man. I love all of you. And, like, I don't know, man. The GG is a symbol. Like, for real. You guys know I mean this, right? Like, y'all think I'm playing with you. It's not. Like, I hope you realize, like, GG, bro, for real. Again, we were in the heat of the battle for 7 hours. I don't know if that's how I envision it every day. in the heat of the battle. It's like there's real money on the line. People are talking. We're talking real events, real theories, real news, the fastest news. I'm just saying. And you know, it's like in the heat of the battle, I know you're online. Like some of you are respectful as hell. Like you are a corporate motherfucker. You got job and like you act so nice, but then you get on a computer and you get crazy sometimes. And then you throw money and greed involved. I understand. That's why I'm just saying, if you just hit it with the GG, it's just like we need to bring that back. I hope it's for real, like good game to you. I hope that no matter all, I hope that you have the maturity to look past everything and just say, hey man, it's GG. That's what it's just good game, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, I'm not really like that all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, in the heat of the battle, it's like, I'm not really like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm a respectable individual. You know what I'm saying? So come on, bro, get a GG. I just need a GG. Amen. Amen. GG, bro. So that's the day. Good game to all of you. Thank you for being here. That's one thing I like to say beyond good game is just thank you for being here and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Whether it's your first time listening or not, I appreciate you being here, putting me on in your car and speakers everywhere it would be. Shout out the people who share the stream, all the people who like the video. What are we looking at, baby? What do we look? Oh, 2.7 thousand. That's bank, baby. Oh, 2.7 thousand. Oh, man. That's more than what we deposit into the long term. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel, man, Chad, I love you. God bless you. So thank you. You didn't have to like the video. And that's what I'm saying, man. Big shout out all the people who support. Again, liking it, sharing it, being on the watch list, whatever it may be, interacting, good questions. That's what we talking about, baby. So I love you. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to all the members, baby. They rock the badge. They don't have to. They don't have to. $4.99 don't give you a good attitude. Don't ever forget that. But they've been here for years, bro. And like I was just saying, man, like I was just saying, it's amazing that I could keep it real with some people. You know, you got people supporting the channel, $4.99 a month. Literally, they ain't doing it just because they were happy one day. They weren't doing it just because they hit one TLT. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, it's like, yo, they got to see a lot of it. I hope every time you see a pony badge, every time you see that pyramid badge, I hope you know it's just somebody who's got to see all of it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they don't feel me. So God bless the members, bro. They supporting, and I don't know. It's a different type of, you know, it's a $4.99 support, but honestly, like the mental support of just knowing that you have so many people here. That's what I'm saying. It's like I could just keep it real. At the end of the day, man, I know who's with me and who's not. I know when I'm like, if I'm trying to scream from the rooftop, something's important. I know there's people listening. I know people have seen it all. I know they know none of this is a recommendation. I know that they know I'm here. I'm gonna show you what it is. I'll give you the reality of it. You can watch me play with real money. Up and down. They know, and they here for the right reasons, and understanding that you could use me as a very good floor to build your foundation off of if you really feel me. You know what I'm saying? And they smart about, I see you, Hamza. Woo! And that's why, man. So God bless you. And that's one thing there too, man. Like you can see, there's a lot of names. It don't mean you have to have a membership badge. So big shout out to everybody, man. I don't care if you have a membership badge or not. Stream Alerts, they support the channel. We make sure they don't miss it. A lot of people in stream, they'll tell you Stream Alerts has been an investment, especially if you stream alert early. And again, if you really understand what we about, you should be able to get the most out of it. But big shout out to the Stream Alerts, baby. And ultimately, man, it don't matter if you have a membership badge or not. We don't want anything from you. And I just feel like some people forget that sometimes, and people don't get it, and that's why it's like, look around, bro. I mean, again, you've seen a wave of all of this different stuff, but we still don't want anything from you. And I don't know, we've kept it 100 with that. You will get the same treatment. You will get the same things anybody in here will get, and all that you need to do is show up with a good attitude, bro. I don't know if you feel me on that. That's all it is. If you come here to play, you come here ready to learn, you want questions, you want to ask deep questions, you want me to open up my Bloomberg terminal to go find you a shipping rate, and it don't matter. You don't even need a bat, nothing. All I want is just if you come in here with like good shit ready to play. Like, that's why I like it. He's like, yo, look this up. Look this. I'm like, that's interesting. Let me look it up. Let's see what we could got. You know, everybody. I'm just saying, everybody could get it. if you got that attitude, man, and that's it, man, we've been blessed. God blesses us. And even on top of it, man, you still got people who support the channel and all of that. I think everybody's here for a good reason. So don't ever forget that. And I'm just want a big shout out to all those people. So if you support with activity, if you support with the membership badge, stream alerts, if you just gave me an opportunity, man, we are just telling you thank you and we love it. And let's go. And let's get involved with it, man. You guys can get involved at any level you want to. So let's go and understand. So it's a long-term journey, baby. Stop forgetting that. And now you know why. You see, it's hard when the market goes down, right? But all it takes is 5% week, and you're like, wow, that long term is amazing. That's amazing. Holy shit. That's crazy. So, baby, come on. First link. First link will get you the stream alerts, the boot camp, and the real estate course. It'll get you everything. It'll get you every free long-term alerts or stream alerts. It's your choice. First link, bro. That's it. First link. First link. First link. I'm the most grateful person. You know, I don't think I am, bro, because sometimes I could be a little baby back bitch, to be honest with you. I'm going to just keep it real with you. I know we should all keep it real with ourselves, but I will tell you this, man. You know what I'm grateful for? I'm grateful for the mindset I'm going to instill in all of you. It's because we shouldn't be here, baby, but we made it. Ah! Oh, and we ain't going back, Chad. And we ain't going back. That's why we grateful. And that's why you better get that same mentality in there, because guess what, bro? You were going to be into it. If you either there or you're not there, yeah, I'm just saying, we wasn't supposed to be here. So that's why I was like, wow, we very grateful, baby. Very grateful. And now we ain't going back. I'm sorry. Big refusal. Nah. We ain't going back either. Nah. That's it. So let's go, baby. That's what it comes down to. It's the cult. We ain't going back. Nah. We weren't supposed to be here, but we ain't going back. You know what I'm saying? That's some cognitive dissonance if you feel. Oh, they don't feel me. They don't know what that's like. Do you know what that's like? Oh, to be somewhere where you're not supposed to be there, but then still refusing to go back to where you came from? Oh, man, come on. Oh, come on. That's a different... Oh. Oh, man. That's like PHILO, bro. That's like Paul. You know, remember Paul? Like Paul was a Gentile, or he was like one of the damn Pharisees, bro. Paul was educated. He was so smart, but then the religious leaders rejected him. He wasn't supposed to be there. And then he used to persecute the Christian people. So then even the Christian people didn't even like him. Oh, it's a weird spot to be in. That's all I'm saying. It's a weird spot. So I hope you feel me, Chad. But I love you. God bless you. Again, check out the links. First link, let me get through this before I start going too crazy. Second link, Nightly Watchlist main channel. Third link for you better watch the watch list. You better watch it. Third link, membership badge, baby. Shout out all the members. We love you. Fourth link for the merch. And if you want to see my face, I put my face here as an advertising technique. So we don't show our face in hopes that you would want to see my face. And the only place that has available to see my face is one of the few things that we have for sale here. It is merchandise. So hopefully if you see my beautiful, luscious locks in my face and my beautiful, trustworthy smile, you will be inclined to purchase some of our nice, high-quality merchandise. We should probably put reviews on here. I think they're good reviewed. I'm just saying, but if you want to see me, that's me. Nice to meet you. Maybe I'll just show this part so you have to go on the website. You know what I'm saying? Check it out. You can make me the screensaver of your phone. Feel free. Highly recommend the breathable mesh hats. Very breathable. Ultra breathable. Honestly, just so much breath in every breath there to be there, you know? So it's good. And that's what we need more of. But check it out. That's that link. Check out the Cult Real Estate, Cult PHILO, Cult Cars. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We even post the long-term. So if you missed the JP Morgan and you didn't get the free long-term alerts, I don't know. You could at least go on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? How option pricing works. This is the video I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Oh, neck crack. But watch this. If you haven't watched this video, you're missing out. But if you really want to start, again, let's get some good option contracts. If any of you guys are ever hesitant, you have any option questions, let me know. I'll answer them. We could go over stuff on stream as well, too. But definitely watch that video. It's a good video to watch. And how we set up our long-term, another one. And then finally, the prayer request wall. Okay, me and my mom, we pray for people. We like to pray for the Chad. We love everybody in here. I ask that you pray for everybody in here as well. And I know a lot of the Chad is praying, but this is just our way of supporting. We want to put your jersey on our back, send good prayers your way. Just good vibes for it, man. And there's a lot that come through. We pray for every single one of you. And this is why I always say, man, just pray for everybody in here. Again, we got a whole different vibe. I hope you guys realize it. It's just like, man, people have been here for a very long time. Some people are here. I mean, you either come through here and then you end up leaving, or you come through and you really realize what it is. And man, it's a very tight-knit community. You got a lot of people. So if you believe, even if you don't believe, and you just send good vibes, you know what I'm saying? Just pray towards it. I mean, I know I believe in God very, very heavily, but I know a lot of things work in very mysterious ways. But at the very least, man, let's just increase the positivity in the world a little bit and just wish good upon our brothers and sisters, even people that we see, even people that we don't know. Again, you don't need to really know someone. It's not like you have to see my face to really get to know me, and you can see someone's face. It doesn't mean you really know them. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like at the end of the day, man, send these good vibes. Let's increase that positivity. We are rooting for you, man. Let us pray for you. This is what me and my mom do. Fill it out. Do what you need to. Again, even if you don't fill it out, we praying for you. Don't feel too scared of it. You could click the link. You ain't going to turn to a demon or salt or whatever. I don't know what you've been going through, but either way, it's fine, man. We love you. It's very simple, and God bless you. That's all we need. You said, give me 10 years. We not even halfway and we chilling. Amen, man. But you know what? That's just a lot of ups, lots of downs. You know what I'm saying? But I know where the path is going. That's it. We've already got to see so much in a couple years, and we've got to see ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs. So y'all should be used to it by now. Now you know what it looks like to go negative and then positive and negative and positive, and then it goes crazy. Then it's not. You guys are getting trained. You know that? You are getting put through the press right now. You are getting buffeted. You are learning. This is what happened. You think the disciples became the disciples because they just showed up one day and they got one? Nah, they had to go through it. They walked through many journeys. They were walking. They didn't even have planes. I'm just saying, I hope you feel me. That's why it's all beautiful, bro, for real. This is all experience. We're all learning, going through all of it. So I really hope, amen, amen. And who knows what time, there's still going to be ups and downs. That's it. Anything could happen with it, but we know what the plan is. We know the strat. You see what I'm saying? And we going to do what we do. That's fine. If there's a storm, there's a storm. If there's not a storm, that's fine. I'm going to get a tan. But either way, you see what I'm saying? We don't. You will not catch me expecting it's going to be any easier than what I already thought it was going to be like. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Do you feel me? Do you feel me? I'm never, that's it. That's it. You're never going to catch me expecting it to be easier. Nah, because I'm already thinking it's going to be 10 years. I think it's going to be this. I think it's, oh man, Chad, I hope they feel me. Woo! So, amen, 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 amen. Chad, that's the day. I hope you got the PHILO. Okay, go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World, Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale if you're feeling extra. But just don't, I hope you got the PHILO. Are you being ruled or are you the ruler? Again, you could take this in any which way, but it says a lot about environment. And I want you to do this. But Chad, I really believe this. I really believe this, man. And I want you guys to, seriously, I say this as I'm speaking. I could imagine myself believing this when I was younger and how much it's changed my life, bro. I'm literally envisioning those moments right now. I can see it. You control your destiny, okay? Yes, the Lord is in control. Amen. But I ain't even making this one about, listen, we could get in, literally, if you can't take control of your destiny, how are you going to take control of your spirit, your soul, all of that? You need to be able to believe. Again, it all starts with belief. Really, even in the spiritual, it starts with belief. So I'm just saying, but I really need y'all to get this. You are the master of your own destiny. You control it. You are the ruler. A year from now, 5 years, 10 years, wherever you are going to end up, it is going to be because you wanted to go there, or by some level of your control or refusing to control leading you there. You control anything that you want. I promise you. People don't like hearing this. I know they don't sometimes, but I'm just saying this is very positive. You could right now, you said, I don't want to be like this. I'm not trying to give you the steps. I'm not trying to pick you apart. I'm not trying to look at you and say, no. I'm just saying, if you believe you could go somewhere and you say, I want to go there, you will get there. Let's just start with the baby food. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I'm not trying to get deep with it. I don't have the answer to the 5 questions that come up after it. But let's just start with the basics. You control your destiny. Are you the ruler or are you being ruled? Oh, don't tell me you have free will if you are saying you are at the mercy of everything else, though. How are you saying I am the ruler? I am a human displaying free rule and this rulership ability. But then this is outside of my You feel me, Chad? I'm ready. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. I hope you're excited about it. But this is good. I know. Let's go. Get the intentions in line. Do what you need to do. But I just want you to, I just don't ever forget this. And get it. Wake up right now where you realize it. Right now where you can say, wow, if this isn't good and I want better, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's going to come out. It's again, very, very difficult. But it all starts with this belief. You have to truly understand this, wield this, and bring this to life. That's it. That's it. A lot of people don't even like it when they'll say this. They'll say, well, this and that. People will come at you for this. But I'm just saying, anybody coming at you for this, I will ask, have they taken control of their destiny or not? Oh, man, come on. I'm just trying to tell you, anybody who is going to tell you that you do not control your destiny, there's a big, big chance that that person also is not controlling their destiny. Do you get what I'm saying? So take control, baby. That's it. That's it. Please, please do not fall into the side. You are either going to be on the side of never controlled their destiny and you will believe that nobody can, or you are going to do it. And then you will even be telling people this. I need an unshakable belief in this. Are you with me? Are you with me? I need you to be able to get this tattooed pretty much. Don't get a tattoo. That's not what I'm saying. But literally, you can't turn back. An unshakable belief. You cannot be moved. Where it's very simple, where you firmly believe that, yes, it's like a wedding vow. Through sickness and health, through wealth and through poverty, through when my account is going up, my account is going down. When I make good decisions and bad decisions, I will never lose this belief that I am in control of my destiny. Are you the ruler or are you being ruled, my friend? A ruler does not only rule a section of their life. They would rule every part of it. Somebody who is being controlled and ruled over does not get to control small parts. Every part is dictated. So are you being ruled or are you the ruler? Woo! I hope you feel me, Chad. I hope you feel me. I hope you feel me. Yeah, you feel it now? Because I remember unshakable. That's it. You better take this. Take the energy with it. You already heard that Chad said 105. Let's go. Treat the small things as if they're great. Keep going. But I don't even care. And honestly, until we get this part down, stop fucking with me. For real. That's it. Until we get this controlled. Until you believe that you can control your destiny. Then everything will make sense. Then it makes sense why we work. Then it makes sense why we wake up. Then it makes sense why we try, why we go after these efforts, why we're doing. You do see what that's why it makes sense why an objection or a barrier comes up and we will find another way. We will keep going. Otherwise, that's it. You can't fuck with me because you're not listening. We're speaking two languages. That's why I'm saying that's it. And everything you're saying, you're like, oh, I like what you do. You don't like what I do. You just are here hoping you'll get rich, hoping you'll get money, hoping you could take this, or you're trying to steal something from me so you can make it maybe look some way in front of a different group of people. It's fine. I don't give a shit. All I'm saying is that you are either coming in and you either understand this or not, but you can't fuck with me if you don't have it. That's it. Honestly, at the point, if you don't believe you could control your destiny, all of the other philos are pointless. Everything else we talk about is pointless. What's the point of even reading the damn Bible? What's the point of going over this? What's the point of the long term if we don't believe we could control our destiny? There's no, fuck that. I don't even want a long term anymore. Well, I get it. Why would we buy a fucking house? There's no, because if I can't control anything, oh, come on. Come on, that's why I'm saying a lot of this, like serious, we're not even on the same level of communication or anything if we're believing something way, way different. I'm saying, right, you're hearing something different. So Chad, do you feel me? Do you feel me? Why? No, this philo is important. Even now, I don't even care if you're here right now. I hope you get it. For real, if we cannot believe this, and it's not unshakable, everything else is pointless. For real. For real. There's no, and then again, even if you think you're a free will human, I hate to break it, how are you a free will human being, and you say you have free will, but then you're telling me you can't control this. That doesn't make sense. That's not a real ruler. That's a fake God. That's why God wouldn't be God if he was a victim to all the evil in the world. It don't make sense. Oh, man, we could go down the list. There's a lot of stuff like this. Oh, Chad, I hope they get it. But I'm saying now, a lot of this, you're not going to get anything from here until you can wake up. And I'm saying this is a wake-up call. It will wake you up when you realize it. You'll realize, wow, I was either never believed this and I was going crazy, or I got lulled into confusion and forgot about this key fact. You are in control of your destiny. That's it. You are either the ruler or you are being ruled. But until you could believe this and let this come through in your actions, it won't. Because if you don't believe this, you will not be able to act like this. You will not be able to act how you need to because you believe you do not control your destiny. Again, I wouldn't have a long term if I believed in that. I wouldn't be in real estate if I believed. I wouldn't do a lot. I wouldn't talk to you if I believed that. Oh, come on. Bro, I wouldn't do anything. Oh, man. So, Chad, let's just get on the same page. Get on the same page. Watch everything click. But it starts with this. This is why. I don't know. Again, people, we're going to have, there's always going to be a follow-up question, but it don't matter right now. What matters is this one. Do you believe? Is it unshakable? Do you understand that you are in control? That no matter what, again, in sickness, in health, good or bad, something happens. It doesn't matter. It is the circumstance and environment changing, but it does not change your ability, your sovereignty. Oh, come on. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. So, Chad, I hope you get it. I hope you feel me on this. I hope you feel me on this one, okay? It's very, very important. It's very, very important. Okay? So, let's go, baby. Run it. Run it. It's game time. It's game time, but that's the day. So, I love you, okay? And you have a good day. I'm going to see you tonight on the watch list. I'll see you in the morning. And just enjoy it, okay? So God bless you. I'll get going before here. Let's go. I don't know. All right, let's hear some Russia. We haven't heard Russia in a while. Let's hear Russia rap. You know what I'm saying? Some old school rap. You know what I'm saying?
I said it's fucking play that motherfucker.
Up in a foreign, rapping about that shit get boring. Looking around, things more important before it go down. I'm gonna sort it. Mama ain't proud. I ain't a lawyer, but I tell her I got a coat. Need me a castle. I want a moat. Financials are fragile. Watch it real close. The technicals lagging. That shit a joke. This shit a fact. I'm not trying to boast. I got me a straddle. Played on both. I always watch candles. Come get the smoke. Yeah. Hey, it's the realest shit. Reminiscent. PHILO 607 switching. Then we dip. They said the Fed ahead of this. Investor sentiment was shit, but they only just seen a blip. They thought it'd be reliever quick. You smart, you buy with fear resist. I'm breaking it down and I'm kicking the facts. I love when they laugh when I say it'll crash. Just give me a minute, I'll take you to class. Like 2014, saw oil's first dip. Cheap energy made China and emerging markets rip. But oil had to dip cause Russia's really on some shit. They paved the way to take Ukraine and said they gonna annex it. Like, whoa, That was the first sanction. $100 barrels down to 80 started tanking. But as it got cheaper, more producers started cranking. Output kept raising. Lower futures kept on trading. Same time, China bubble raising. We should've known it's trailing. But nobody was caring. How could that affect us? Buy the dips effective. If money was the medicine and healing wrote prescriptions. But let's go back to Shanghai. Let's talk them central bank guys. The market's down 60, so they had to move swiftly. Devalued in a day more than they have in a whole quarter century. But nobody thought that's fishy. Okay, 3 years. Currency even weaker. EM growth even bleaker. Where it goes, they don't know, but need a leader. LTR, not talking leaders. Long-term rates is what I mean. Invert the curve and set the theater. Once it turns, they'll be believers. They see near. I saw for meters. Now it's here, so now they hear it. And I don't need it. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all lucky this my favorite. Josh answers, call me Lil Buffett. Been a decade since I made a meal. Y'all still haven't done it. Money come with problems and I love the repercussions. You an Instagrampreneur, nice pics but don't do nothing. Pull up tripping, I ain't got the time, I had to slide. You too high, remind me of the market in no fight. They like to creep a lot, I like to trade the spy. And I know they don't believe in God, but feel him in my vibe. Really rich, I pull up Millie in the parking lot. They tell me that they listening, so why you think I talk a lot? I'm making money on the market, trading on phenomena. I beat the market every year, come meet me in the octagon. I'm on my Babylon, you lucky I got cameras. Get knowledge like I'm Santa Claus, got millionaires in Canada. Buying gold in Africa, I weigh it out, don't count it up. If factor in the tax enough, you asking me.
That's it, man. That's it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Man. Yeah, there's so much. There's so much to say. So much, Chad. Isn't it cool you get to live through history right now? I want you to remember this too. I want you to remember the weeks leading into the invasion, the week of the invasion. I want you to remember 3 weeks after the invasion. Oh, man. This is history. This is what songs are made of. Ask Uncle. Because, again, he described a couple years in a minute. So just imagine that. That means, oh, y'all don't feel, I don't think they feel me, Chad. I don't think they feel me, bro. I don't think they feel me, bro. So I love you. God bless you. I'll see you very, very soon. Okay? And be safe. Be safe. Okay, I love you. Occidental in Icon says he made $2 billion on Occidental bet. He's an activist. That's good. That's good. But God bless you guys. I'll see you tonight. I'll see you on the watch list. And I'll see you in the morning, baby. Peace out. Oh, wait, Josh, hold on. I want to balance long-term pony and earnings. Okay, love you. Bye.